हो गया सर, हो गया। वो सर उसमें कैमरा बंद, उसमें ना वो वीडियो जो ऑप्शन है यूट्यूब में वो ऑफ रहेगा तो वाला होगा। बात करेगी क्या ही फूक मारने, फूक मारेंगे तो एक सेंसर कुछ काम कर रहे हैं। अरे यूट्यूब लाइव हो गया, तो लिंक चला देगा, देख रहे हो इसको घुमा के देख लो ये। एक सेकंड सर, ये लाइव जा रहा है ना, बीइंग लाइव बस इसका लिंक दे दो बस। कुछ काम कर ये डिलीट हो रहा है। इसमें व्हाट्सएप खोल सबको सर म्यूट कर देंगे सर। एक्चुअली वो खुद का लैपटॉप होता है ना जो बेस्ट रहता है सर। आजकल क्या अभी आप इसमें कुछ काम नहीं करता, ठीक है चलेगा। और ये सब सर ये एक को भेज दीजिए और वहीं से गैप आ रहा है वो रहता है हमेशा, क्या गैप आ रहा है यूट्यूब गैप आएगा जाएगा। ये यूट्यूब का ऑडियो आ रहा है, इसको म्यूट करना पड़ेगा हमें यहाँ। हाँ नहीं तो इको होगा, बहुत डिस्टर्ब होगा सर, एक में आप सब कुछ कर सकते।
हेलो हेलो
अब कर लो जो करना छोड़ रही व्हाट्सएप बंद कर देगा, आपको परेशान नहीं करे। व्हाट्सएप बंद कर दिया, इसको म्यूट साइड कर दिया। ये सब कर देंगे, कोई बीच में सब कुछ कर देंगे। यही म्यूट है तो ये ऑडियो आएगा, इसको तो म्यूट कर दिया। हाँ जूम खोला, खोलो ना, पहले खोला नहीं खोल दिया। जूम कौन था ये
सर? सर बाहर जाके बात करिए सर। अब क्या अपना फोन लेके जाइए सर।
हाँ हाँ
ऑप्शन दे रहा हूँ, ठीक है सर आपको। जी सर शेयर करिए सर।
हाइड कर दो।
बोलो। सर पहले सर पावर पॉइंट ओपन करके फिर सिर्फ पावर पॉइंट को शेयर करिए। इसको स्टॉप शेयर सर। वो सर पहले पावर पॉइंट ओपन कर लीजिए।
बता देना अंदर से, अंदर ही है।
ठीक है सर। और उनका माइक म्यूट है।
ये एक ही है सर। ठीक है, आप जब करवाएंगे आप मुझे एक दे दें। फोटो तो लेके रख लो। क्या हुआ? Mani, hi, can you hear me?
प्रताप भाई सर यहाँ से बोल ले वहाँ खोल देना।
नहीं नहीं, I'm just checking with the audience also. Let me call.
हाँ हाँ वो
YouTube पे भी गया है।
माइक वाइक यूज कर
YouTube का लिंक उठा के सब में डाल दो।
आ गया लैपटॉप। चेक हेलो हेलो चेक 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 हेलो हेलो चेक 1 2
हेलो, अच्छा मेरी क्लियर आ रही है ना?
चेक हेलो हेलो पूछ लीजिए सर।
सर आपको क्या क्या दिख रहा है? आपको ये दो स्क्रीन दिख रहे हैं या आप सिर्फ 1 सेकंड?
हाँ जी बात करिए।
एक और है मिस्टर राजीव, वो भी दिख रहे हैं आपको? अच्छा, और मैं दिख रहा हूँ? अच्छा ठीक है। और आपकी, आप एक बार बोल के देखना तो आपको हम लोग,
माइक से
नहीं नहीं वो मेरे कॉल पे भी है ना
अच्छा
एक्चुअली।
कॉल पे
आप एक बार कुछ बोल के देखो तो वी जस्ट क्रॉसिंग
माइक भी
चेक
check
की
हो रहा है।
जो ऑडियंस है वो भी। 1 सेकंड, नहीं क्या हुआ भैया?
कर रहे हैं सर स्विच कर रहे हैं।
नहीं 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 नहीं, वो तो अलग उस पे कनेक्टेड है ना ये लोग।
बोलता हूँ उनको यहाँ पे मैं डिस्प्ले करवा देता हूँ जो वहां से बोल रहे हैं जो।
नहीं ठीक है, एनीवे
अभी ठीक
मतलब वीडियो का इतना कोई इशू नहीं है, आई एम जस्ट क्रॉसिंग। हाँ आप बोलना एक बार हिमानी आप।
है
नहीं नहीं नहीं, आपका वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है। नोप्स नोप्स, नहीं 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 नहीं, 1 सेक भैया, एक बार देखना वहां से ऑडियंस को कोई कुछ बोल रहा है तो सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है अपने को। नहीं आ रहा है। आप एक बार चेक करो।
Hello. Hello.
हेलो।
Am I audible? अब ठीक है आ रही है आवाज?
हाँ जी।
Great. Okay. Okay.
सो अच्छा मैंने कहा अरे मेरा प्रोग्राम कैसे चलेगा। हे भगवान। थैंक यू। हाँ
हो गया फिर बात हो गई यार फिर भी
आवाज आ रही थी। हेलो हेलो।
अभी म्यूट कर दिया होगा मैम ने फिर।
हाँ म्यूट कर दिया है।
Yes, yes, we can hear. We can hear.
थोड़ा सा लो
हाँ,
करो,
करो।
इट्स वेरी हाई पिच।
आप बात करते रहिए माइक।
Hello.
हाँ आप बोलना हिमानी एक बारी,
Hello.
थोड़ा सा
Check.
बढ़ाना,
Sound check.
थोड़ा सा और।
Sound check.
हाँ
Hello.
परफेक्ट परफेक्ट परफेक्ट।
Hello.
नहीं आ रही है आपकी आवाज, आ रही है, वी आर जस्ट जो उसका
Okay.
टोन है। हाँ
Okay. All right.
थैंक्स फॉर बीइंग सपोर्टिंग
It's an honor. It's an honor. Okay.
विल बी स्टार्टिंग सून, है ना?
Sure. Sure.
लैपटॉप आ गया।
सो यू वांट एन
ग्रेजुएशन कितना करूं?
तो एक मैं नीचे या तो रख दूं और एक अपने पास रख दूं और
हाँ
दूसरे।
हाँ हाँ,
ठीक है जी यहीं पे होगा।
so
ठीक
that
है
हाँ आई एम अवेयर कि यहाँ पे है।
ठीक है ठीक है। सब सब कुछ है। हाँ सर फिर ये तो मेरा है। मेरे एक सेकंड इसमें
कितना कर दूं? ये डिस्प्ले
ऐसे आएगा सर। सर इसमें तो अच्छा आ रहा है, ये जो स्क्रीन है। हाँ उस पे क्लियर आ रहा है एकदम। हाँ सर, यहाँ की लाइट्स ऑफ करवा दीजिए। सर या तो लाइट्स ऑफ करा दीजिए यहाँ की। यस सर। So here the PPTs will be shared इस लैपटॉप पे। हाँ तो सर वो कैसे खुलेगा एक बार मुझे यहाँ। सो मतलब नेट तो चल नहीं रहा, तो हम ड्राइव कैसे खोलेंगे?
क्या किया हुआ है इस लैपटॉप की डिस्प्ले, इट्स ऑलरेडी कनेक्टेड, रखो यहीं कहीं रख दो, इट्स ऑलरेडी कनेक्टेड कि जो भी आप यहाँ पे शेयर करोगे वो सबको दिखेगा भी और वो शेयर भी होगा।
वो इस पे कैसे आएगा? वो पीपीटी इस पे कैसे आएगी?
अच्छा वो तो अपन को स्टार्टअप से मेल में तो उन्होंने दी नहीं है अभी।
या तो पेन ड्राइव को कुछ सीन कर ले।
इससे सुन मेरी से में न्यू सर गुड मॉर्निंग। I think he's connecting his audio. Huh?
Can you hear me?
Focus on these one also.
And then I can see.
Focus, see there. See
But it-
there, no?
Yes, but okay.
Where is she?
Where do I see myself now?
I think there.
Do I see so I look at the screen, but I don't look there.
I think you have to look there.
Exactly,
I
because
think
it-
we
yeah,
have to
because
look
if not,
there. Yeah.
but I can look okay, but can I look I can look at the audience as well, right?
Someone is waiting in waiting room. Allow her. कोई wait कर रहा है, उन्हें आप allow कर दो. Sophie, yeah. Yeah, Sophie is there.
Okay.
So, how was it,
Good.
sir? The train
Stay
was
with
delayed?
guys.
Huh?
That's good.
Yeah, yeah, please have a seat.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry. Okay, great.
अभी पंगा होगा भैया आ गया यार क्या यहाँ तो सही लगा है और बना रही थी फिर वहीं से हिल रहा है इधर से और सब बढ़िया मेरे नरेश कहाँ है नरेश कहाँ होगा जस्ट माइक माइक स्पीकर चोरी से लगा दूँ चार हो जाए नरेश मल्टीमीडिया पर्सन एक बार डिस्प्ले पे देख लो फुल स्क्रीन कर दो या सही है फुल करूं तो हम आंटी से कम नहीं मेरे माइक लगा के चारों तरफ नरेश ये तो बेबी होगी
I have my presentation. Shall I give it to you here? Who will put it?
So it will be played here only, but I'll have to ask Kapil sir.
Okay, so, yeah. Yeah. Being very recently.
Mhm.
The whole thing, government college. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, earlier I used to come regularly. All of them, many of them are dance chat. But I think we should do bigger things. And a lot of whatever program we can involve and because I am very where you are.
चेक कर लो
Recently, I could not come. I'm not keeping well also. And can you put my presentation?
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
I sent my profile to Avinav. I am putting my presentation.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Okay,
Hello, that's working now.
working.
मैं जा रहा हूँ सर उसके बाद टोपी वाला काम करेगा अपना वो आप इसके वाला काम करा
Zoom. Honestly. Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, and a very warm welcome on behalf of Aspire Labs to today's event, that is the launch of Finiloop Plastic Lab. I am Namita, the Senior Marketing Associate at Aspire Labs, and I will be your host for the day. We are honored to have you all here today as we embark on a journey to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, plastic waste management. Our agenda for the day is packed with insightful talks, engaging panel discussions, and opportunities for networking. We will hear from some of the most prominent policymakers, academics, entrepreneurs, and innovators in the field of plastic waste management. In conclusion, we have the power to make a positive impact on our planet by managing plastic waste in a responsible and innovative way. By collaborating and leveraging the power of technology and entrepreneurship, we can create a circular economy for plastics and ensure a healthier, cleaner planet for generations to come. Let us work together towards this goal with hope and positivity for a better future. Now, I would like to call upon stage Mr. C.K. Mishra, Mrs. Nivedita Singh, Mr. Ranjit Singh, Professor Ghosh, Mr. Yahoon, Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, and Ms. Saloni Goel as a special guest on the dais for the lamp lighting ceremony.
Lap of the 6th race. She was overtaken from second place when the other runners foot tripped her. She went down a completely devastating crash. Heather had been the favourite to win, but there were only 200 metres left of the race, so it was up to her teammate to bring it home. Heather's teammate used the clash as an opportunity to pull out from last place to the front of the pack, and it looked like she won't just be able to get the win. And that's when something absolutely started chasing down the back.
in progress.
Thank you, everyone. Your support and participation have made this event all the more special. On this wonderful note, to start with the event, let me introduce and welcome Mr. Kapil Agrawal, the Manager of Incubation Program at Aspire Labs. He is an accomplished professional with a deep understanding of the startup ecosystem. With past experience in waste management and sustainability, he has immensely helped early stage startups grow and scale up as sustainable enterprises. So please come.
Thanks, Namta. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and good morning to all of you for being here. I'm Kapil Agrawal and handling incubation programs and supporting startups at Aspire Labs. So on behalf of Aspire Labs family, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you at the launch of our Finiloop Plastic Lab program, which is a part of Finiloop, which stands for Financial Inclusion and Improved Livelihood Out of Plastics, which is a city level solid waste management model. It's a true honor to host so many passionate and committed individuals joining us in this important effort to reduce plastic waste and preserve our planet for future generations. So under this program, we will be focusing to make 3 Indian cities plastic waste free. So that is the main vision that we all are following under this. And as we all know, that plastic pollution has become a global issue now, and with certainly unintended impact on our environment, wildlife, and human health. It's estimated that there are over 5 trillion pieces of plastics in our ocean alone, and the number is growing every day. So we must think and rethink how we use plastic, dispose, generate, and we definitely need to look at the innovation that are required in this particular sector. And that is where we all are driven by. So, and it is also our belief that plastic per se is not bad, but there's an urgent need to reimagine, rethink how we use and dispose of all the plastic. So once again, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all of you for being here with us, and looking forward to all your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. I would now take an opportunity to welcome Mr. Ranjit Singh, who is the founder of Aspire Labs. He is a highly accomplished professional with over 30 years of experience in corporate management in Indian, international, and multicultural business environments. Furthermore, Mr. Singh is a member of Board of Directors of Polyplex, both from India and Thailand, as well as a member of the Board of Governors at IIM Jammu. With a strong educational background, he is a chief mentor and CXO level coach for plastic waste management and chemical companies. Sir, please come.
Thank you, Namita. Good morning, distinguished speakers and participants. Welcome to the launch program of Finiloop Plastic Lab, or FPL as we call it in short, an incubation and monitoring program for plastic waste management startups. A special thanks to Mr. C.K. Mishra, who cut short his visit to Mumbai to be with us today on this occasion. During the course of the day, we will be discussing one of the most pressing issues that the planet and Indian cities face today, the plastic waste crisis. It is estimated that by 2050, there will be more plastic in the ocean than fish. This is a sobering thought and one that we cannot ignore. However, there's hope. Application of circular economy concepts is gaining momentum, and it is a firm belief that if we can employ these concepts in the plastic sector and support it, there could be some solution to the problem that all of us are facing. By keeping plastic in the economy and out of the environment, we can reduce waste, conserve resources, and create livelihood and business opportunities. Today, there's a need to reimagine plastic by using circular economy concepts, by using concepts like innovation in design, material, processes, Internet of Plastic, and above all, through collaboration with amongst all the various stakeholders. Today, I would introduce to you Finiloop Plastic Lab program, or FPL, and would share with you the basic strategy and philosophy behind the program. Finiloop Plastic Lab is a unique program which is an outcome of long and deep collaboration between Aspire Labs, which is an India-based sector-agnostic accelerator and incubator founded by me, and Waste Foundation, a Netherlands-based international development organization involved in catalyzing sustainable solutions to urban challenges and having a footprint across India, Africa, Latin America, and rest of Asia. In course of our collaboration with Waste and its partner organizations like Finnish Society, Take a Stake, etc., we had been discussing the possibility of putting our competencies together to find a solution to the challenging problem of how do we sustainably manage plastic waste, and design and implement a program which can help the startups solve this problem in a more systematic manner. FPL program is a fruition of this collaboration. Waste Foundation has a proven model in Finiloop, which our colleague Yohun is going to talk about later on. And we combine it with Aspire Labs' expertise in the area of nurturing and growing startups and deep understanding of plastic sector to co-create this program. We were fortunate that our program was aligned with overall portfolio strategy of IKEA Foundation, and they decided to fund this initiative. Finiloop and Finiloop Plastic Lab are in line with the long-term objective of nurturing and growing green entrepreneurs and green enterprises, and also building a green enterprise ecosystem under the overarching portfolio approach of being people and planet positive. The focal objective of FPL is to nurture and build a total of 25 startups in 3 cities. 2 of the cities have already been identified. Those are Udaipur and Amritsar. The 3rd city will be identified later on through a very, very structured approach towards nurturing and incubating startups in this area. The FPL program has been designed so that customization of it can be horizontally deployed in other smaller cities, tier 2 and tier 3 cities. With this model being implemented and validated, we feel that it could act as a playbook for other cities too, other smaller cities especially. Based on our learnings from earlier incubation programs and also our understanding of the plastic sector economy and the ecosystem, we have tried to build in a lot of unique features in our program. First one is that one of the major challenges that the startups in or any business in plastic recycling faces is that the value addition that you do is lower than the cost of manufacturing. So that's a big challenge, which means that effectively it will continue to keep making losses and will never become financially sustainable. We plan to bridge this viability gap through 3 or 4 strategies. One is increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of the startups through better management processes, better systems, etc. Second is, which is a very, very critical and focal point for us, is the technological input. We hope to provide the startups technological input so that they can become more efficient and produce products which are, and that's a critical gap that we've seen in past. And that's why we have tied up with Shriram Institute, as well as we have tied up with academics and people like Professor Ghosh, who can bring in that knowledge to change the way technology is being used in this sector. Third, of course, is the greater market linkages through involving the industry so that these startups can become part of a much larger supply chain of the larger companies. The fourth is higher price realization through better product design and realizing the green premium which the market is willing to pay in today's case, provided it is properly validated and certified. So there could be, on a different level, a more macro level, there could be a need to create an institution which can really certify greenness of products in plastic. So the last but equally important would be the viability gap funding through access to extended producer responsibility and corporate social responsibility funding. This becomes very, very critical because funding this in this area has been scarce. And one of the major challenges that people face is funding because the returns have not been adequate. EPR has got implemented, but there are many challenges which are there because of the basic complex structure. I'm sure Mr. Mishra will talk about it. It's such a complex structure. He's been the architect of that. It's a complex structure involving many, many stakeholders. And a lot of complaints have been there from the industry about how it doesn't work and it's so complex. My advice to them always has been that, okay, when you started with GST, about 5 years back, we heard the same thing about GST. Any major system that you bring in takes time to settle in. There are a whole lot of teething troubles which may be there. It will get sorted out. We need to work towards that because that's the only solution which is there. Unlike most incubation programs, which are typically 3 to 6 months, we plan to have this program for 14 months with an additional 9 months of post-incubation support. This is how we hope to be different from other incubation programs, because we believe that this will lead to long-term sustainability of all the startups that go through our structured program and also to lower mortality of startups. The program is uniquely designed to bring best-in-class mentoring. Typically, what happens, best-in-class mentoring is available to startups which are operating from larger cities, metros, Delhi, Bangalore, to a certain extent, Hyderabad, Mumbai, but it's not available to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We hope to take the best practices as far as mentoring is concerned to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And we hope to develop a model which could act like a playbook for years to come once it gets implemented and gets validated. That's one of the major reasons why we want to develop a very, very agnostic model which can be customized to smaller city requirements, which is very, very different from large city requirements. Now, choice of startups as instrument of change, we believe that this is a problem where this is a sector which is a nascent sector. So initially, there can't be too much of viability of the startups that are operating in this, or any business which is operating in this. So it's unlikely that the larger companies will get involved in the sector to start with, because the total addressable market is very, very small today. It's only the startup which will get involved because they don't have any legacy. They will get involved with full commitment, with the kind of energy that they have, and will be able to have an impact and make a difference. And that's why we feel that the energy, the innovativeness, the commitment of the startup is very, very critical to solve this problem. Apart from the process and product technology, we will also use modern concepts like, of course, circular economy is one of them, design thinking, theory, where we try to change the behavior of people through nudges, Internet of Things, in addition to extensive digitization to create impactful startups. The program, of course, strives to achieve close involvement and collaboration of other stakeholders in the ecosystem, like ULBs. We are working with Udaipur Municipal Corporation and Amritsar Municipal Corporation, policymakers, government and multilateral organizations, industry associations like FICCI, not-for-profit organizations like Finnish Society, Development Alternatives, etc. Industry players, of course, we are involving them in a very, very big way. Academia like IIT Delhi, Center for Innovation for Sustainable Development, SP Jain Institute, etc. And of course, the research institutes like Sri Ram Institute for Industrial Research, and investment and funding partners like Startups Seed India Fund, Venture Garage, Take a Stake, and other impact investors. I'm glad that many of the stakeholders are represented at the conference. We hope many of them, of course, are joining the conference and are represented virtually because we are beaming it, and a lot of our speakers are going to join us through the virtual mode. I'm sure that all of you will take advantage of this platform, and we believe that by working together, we can achieve a more sustainable future for Indian cities. We would like to thank our speakers, sponsors, and partners for this support in making the conference possible. Thank you once again for joining us today. We hope that you will continue to engage with us in this initiative so that we can together create a vibrant and productive startup ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjit Singh, for the remarkable address. Now I'd like to introduce Mr. C.K. Mishra. He's a retired civil servant and former Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in the Indian government. He has played a key role in spearheading India's efforts to address climate change, pollution, and air quality, and has led India's negotiations at important international forums. Under his leadership, India has made significant progress in forest and wildlife conservation and is on track to achieve the 2-degree target for global warming. He has also made significant contributions to improving public health in India, including leading one of the largest public health programs globally, Mission Indradhanush. Sir, please come.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that introduction. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking Aspire Labs and all the partners who are working with Aspire Lab, for having this event to actually define, redefine, and try and do something about plastic waste, and B, for having me over to participate in this. Thank you very much for that. You know, Mr. Singh was just speaking and he spoke about the ecosystem of startups. He spoke about how he's going to guide those startups to really get to a workable solution as far as plastic waste management is concerned. Let me share with you what I call the dilemma of plastics. It's like to be or not to be. And I have been living with this dilemma throughout my tenure as Secretary in Government of India. And it continues to kind of follow me even now. Because the efforts that are happening across the globe, I would say, and particularly in India, may not be defined or described as enough to get to the root of the problem. But it's extremely, extremely heartening to see this launch of FinLoop, where they're really trying to put their heads together to innovate, to think of new ideas and guide startups in the right direction. At the end of the day, I hope FinLoop is able to close the loop on plastics. It is this ideation which is going to help both the civil authorities as well as entrepreneurs. And labs like this must continue to think and innovate. You know, the concept of waste in India is something that we need to start with. Plastic waste is a subset of the entire waste management system that we have in the country. Mentally and culturally, waste is still just waste for us. Even though many of the scientists and academics keep talking about waste as a wealth, it's not gone down into a societal structure. Or why society? I mean, the critical body responsible for waste management, which is the urban local body, I think this concept has not sunk there as well. And if it does not sink there, I don't see much progress happening on this. We have in India moved further in this direction from 2016 when the rules were formed till today. I'll come to that later. But the criticality of plastics need to be understood in the larger context of disposal and management of municipal solid waste. It's all about the value that you attach to waste. The economics of the waste is still a rarely understood phenomenon. And it is organizations like this, academics and people like Professor Ghosh, who need to really tell the country about the economics of waste. Otherwise, you will continue to have mounds of waste with nobody knowing to do or knowing what to do with it. We have had success in India. It's not that India has not tried. I mean, the latest success in what I would almost call a waste management strategy was the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Yes, the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan did extremely well. But unfortunately, that great movement which continued for a 3-year, 4-year period did not lead to institutional mechanisms which would contribute to waste management. It's another thing to talk about cleanliness, hygiene, and yet another thing to actually look at institutional mechanisms for disposal of waste. That, unfortunately, we are still to do today. You may talk about waste to energy. You may talk about composting waste. All these have happened in pockets, and unfortunately, some of them with limited success. So basically, what is hindering our progress in waste management, according to me, is technology. We are perhaps not getting down to the right technology to manage waste. And innovation in this field has been somewhat restricted. And therefore, what we really need to do is put in resources in this sector. The government should put in resources. The private sector should put in resources. Unless you put in resources, technology will not come, innovation will not happen. So somebody has to pick the gauntlet up and say, yes, now I am ready to put in resources. One of the elements that, we have been discussing, and the anxiety that the country or the globe has, as Mr. Singh was mentioning, that we may have more plastic in the oceans than fish, could well be true. I hope not. But that is an anxiety the entire globe is living with. And that anxiety stems from the fact that we are not able to complete the loop of circularity of plastics. Plastic is a strange element. I mean, I am actually reminded, for those of you who've been watching movies of 70s, Ajit had a great dialogue once where he said, इसके liquid oxygen में डाल दो, liquid इसको जीने नहीं देगी, oxygen इसको मरने नहीं देगा. So there's a similar story about plastics. You cannot live without plastic, but you dread to live with the consequences that plastic is creating today. It's mismanagement of waste of plastic, which is impacting all of us. And we need to really garner our resources in that direction. And you will get all kinds of views. People saying that you ban it, we should not have it. There are other groups who would say, put heavy fines. Nobody should produce plastics. How do you do this in today's world? From medicines to automobiles to, let's see, this humble chashma here. Everything is plastic. We have a bit of plastic in everything that we do. So according to me, doing away with plastics is not the option right now. I would love to have everything natural and everything non-plastic. But that's not the way the world is built right now, or the world is going to be in the next 2 decades or 3 decades. So we need to gear up to face the consequences and see how are we able to manage plastics. So management of plastic, an efficient management of plastic, is the way out as far as we are concerned. It's time we started looking at plastic as a resource which really can bring us economic dividends. Why don't we look at plastic as a strong vertical for entrepreneurship, for livelihood creation? There are 2-3 key elements that we need to keep in mind: the circularity of plastics, the recyclability of the entire thing, and our ability to innovate and introduce technology. If these 3 factors are satisfied, I think we will move a long way ahead. We used to so far talk about 4 aspects of plastic and say, let us refuse, reuse, recycle, and recover. I'm happy you have added another R to it, reimagine. We actually need to start thinking differently about plastics, the value that it has and the value it can get to the system that we have. We have to look at solutions that are effective and manageable. And, how do we do it is the critical question in this entire thing. And therefore, what Aspire Labs is aspiring to do is a huge contribution to what we have been struggling with, both in the policy domain of the government as well as the private sector and the common people. So what is the problem with plastics? Why are we so scared of plastics? I don't think there is any problem with production of plastic. We can do well to see somewhat of a reduction in consumption of plastics. The entire problem actually lies with collection and reuse of plastics. Otherwise, it's a value. So, what is the problem with plastic? Problem of plastics is not with plastic, but management of municipal solid waste, at least in India. And that is something that we need to really take care of. Let us look at it in terms of how it's impacting us. What is the per capita waste generation in India? In 2015-16, it was 600 grams per year per capita. The figures that I have for 1920 is 2,500 grams per year per capita. So if 5 years can see a 4-time or 5-time increase, you can imagine that despite all concerns expressed by every expert, the consumption of plastic is growing. If the consumption of plastic is growing, the waste in plastic will continue to grow. Therefore, the methodology that you adopted in 2015 to take care of plastic may not be relevant today. It's a technology that must keep pace with the volumes that we have to handle. We are looking at a problem, but not the magnitude and the quantum of problem. And that is what we need to do now. Let me also share with you the percentage share of plastic waste, which is either recycled, incinerated, or landfilled in most countries, particularly UAE, etc. Landfilling is a huge thing, or the worst of it all, uncollected. If you look at Europe, for example, 8% remains uncollected. And 60% is landfill. If you look at, let's say, China, 26% of the plastic is uncollected. India, it's close to 40% plus that is uncollected. Now, imagine a scenario, forget the rest of the world. Just put India and China, the population, the per capita waste, and 40% and 26%. And you have before you the magnitude of the problem. Therefore, any solution that we devise must keep this in mind. It's not that things have not been tried. Plastic recycled for packaging purposes, for example. 2019, the flexible packaging stood at 66%. And the rigid one at about 9 point something. In 2024, the flexible packaging is still 67%. Therefore, the base is increasing, the finishing line is diminishing. So you are likely to have a huge uncollected mass of plastics to deal with. And this is something that should bother every Indian or everybody across the globe today. You know, one of the biggest menace here, at least in India, is single-use plastic. In 2017, on the World Environment Day, India pledged that we will continue to reduce and then ultimately finish single-use. And recently we had the rules framed for that. Now, there are two problems. I have asked you not to use single-use plastics, which you've been using for ages for yourself, because it has been very convenient and cost-effective for you. I am doing that without providing a cost-effective alternative to you and expecting you to respond to the government call of doing away with it. I think this is a difficult one. This is indeed a very difficult one. And we should really, plastic bags, for example. Let me give you a practical example. A person going to the office puts a plastic bag in his pocket when he goes to the office. When he is coming back home, he takes that plastic bag out, picks up his vegetables and takes it home. I am expecting him to carry a cloth bag. A, that makes his vegetable costlier, and B, shows a huge bulge in his pocket. Will he do it? These are extremely practical things that we have not been able to pay attention to. My own view has always been banning is not the solution for anything that is bad. The thing existed because there was a need. You need to replace that need. Unless you do that, the ban won't work. And it's not as if people are not responding. 2018, we took up an initiative in Government of India where we said that we will have plastic-free workplaces. And I still remember very hesitantly, I wrote to all the secretaries of Government of India saying that from the next month, can we stop using plastics? Believe me, today in Government of India, you will not get a plastic folder in any ministry. Every ministry has a paper folder for you. So it takes time, but it happens. There is a desire to do it. You have to give them an alternative. So I think what government needs to do really is to invest in this alternative. And here I see a huge silver lining on the production side. the production of alternatives, and a line of activity being created for MSMEs. I think if we are able to invest well and consciously, this problem can be solved. So this brings me to one issue that I always wonder about. Who's responsible for controlling this plastic waste? Is it government? Is it organizations like this, or is it the people? If it remains a responsibility of the government and government alone, there's very little sign of success. It has to be a people's movement with everybody's participation, which means the industry, the corporate, the science section, the thinkers, and the community at large. Otherwise, we are saddled with problems which we will always have. The producer, the consumer, the government, everyone has to come together. So the best policy is where government is able to create this platform where all these actors come together and do their little act to finish this problem. And how do you do it? You do it with innovation, and you do it with research and technology. So it is time that all the private sector, whether it is the CSR or whatever, invest in this research, invest in creating new technologies. And I would dare say, creating new technologies does not mean importing technology. India is very different. We have seen this in several things. We need India-specific technologies for people to be convinced about the technology and really take it forward. So that is what organizations like this should really work at, creating acceptable technologies for the people. 2016 waste rules has set a precedent. We should really be able to implement it well. It's complicated. And to Mr. Singh's remark on EPR, yes, indeed, it's complicated. EPR itself is a very complicated issue. But let me be very honest here. Both the government or the industry did not make that serious effort to implement EPR. Government was inflexible and the industry wanted only time. I must have had at least 10 meetings with all the representatives of the industry to say, what is it that is hurting you in EPR? And most of the time, I got a response saying, give us 2 years, we'll come up with a solution. Then I got changed. The next secretary came. They said, give us 2 years, we'll give you the solution. So that 2 is adding up and nothing really is happening. I still remember distinctly this problem about multi-layer packaging. I was told there is no technology which can do away with this, so we'll have to live with multi-layer technology. I said, okay. If this is the firm belief of the industry that multi-layered plastics has no technology to be tackled, you tell me, what is your alternative plan? Do you have a plan of then picking up all the multi-layer plastic and actually reusing it, recycling it? Where is the plan? And I won't name the organization, a very famous food packaging organization told me, 6 months, I'll show you a different packaging. We are still to see that. It's been 5 years. See, we can't postpone this any longer is my concern. Let's not say who did it and who did not. That's irrelevant. But to the problem at large, I think it's at an urgent, critical moment, and we will need to find a solution and not postpone it any longer. And that is where I hope thought processes like this will help us close the loop and take plastics forward. It's not a bad thing, worth reducing, but as long as it's a part of our life, we must live happily with it than live cribbing with it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for
Thank you so much, sir, for educating us on the topic. I'm delighted to welcome our next guest, Ms. Sophie van den Berg. Unfortunately, she couldn't be present here physically with us due to medical constraints, but she will be joining us virtually. Ms. Sophie van den Berg is an experienced professional with over 25 years of expertise in integrated sustainable waste management and plastic recycling across Asia, Latin America, and Africa. Currently, she is the program director of Fineloop, which targets plastic waste-free cities in India through sustainable waste management initiatives. Also, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Yahoun Egoze, solid waste expert from the Waste Foundation. He is an expert in sustainable waste management with 25 years of experience in Latin America, Asia, Africa, and Eastern Europe. He has collaborated with informal recyclers in Latin America, co-authored an operational guide for inclusion plans for informal recyclers. He's currently working as a solid waste and governance expert for the Fineloop program with waste. Sir, please come.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I'm speaking here also in name of Sophie, who fortunately, as you mentioned, is not able to join us. And I'm glad, I would like to thank also Mr. Mishra for the nice, very inspiring keynote presentation that you gave. Today, I think is an important day because of the Fineloop Plastic Lab being launched, which forms an integral part of Fineloop, of the 3-year program, which we're together with Aspire Labs, together with Top Trust through Finnish Society are implementing together in India. I would just like to briefly introduce to you the Fineloop program, which is an all-inclusive circular economy approach towards plastic waste initially, but take into account plastic waste, solid waste in general, because they form together a part. Waste as an organization has been working for 40 years all around the globe on solid waste management, also on sanitation issues, on strengthening all those initiatives which already take place and working together with initiatives which take place in different countries around the world. Through support of different organizations as including now new partner organizations such as IKEA, and always with all those local initiatives, local partners which we have found in different places and different countries. In which currently waste is, the Waste Foundation is focusing on 3 key topics. One is Finnish Mondial, which focuses mainly on fecal sludge management, on making sanitation more healthier, more sustainable, and improving the livelihoods and of many people in different countries, and including India, working together with Finnish Society, for instance, whereby building not only upon knowledge in the community, but also building upon the experiences which are there with the enterprises, building together with financial institutes to actually finance all the different aspects related to sanitation, and also strengthening the government initiatives which are there. On the other hand, we have Take a Stake, which is a funding initiative to make sure that, as was mentioned, innovation requires funding. And that innovation and that funding is not always there available, or it might not be always there available for all the niches. So through different partners and through different support, different financing programs have been initiated, have been working on. And Take a Stake is one of them. And I think is also is a key partner in this case for the Fineloop program, because yes, through the incubators, it's important to actually work on the technology, work on developing technology, but you also need at times the financial support there as well, and to be able to support funding. And then we have the Fineloop program, which focuses on inclusion, on improving livelihoods, and in this case, focusing initially on plastics, but take into account that plastic is not
an isolated material in the waste stream. It forms part of an integral part of the waste stream, which actually contributes to its complexity of trying to solve for a problem, because precisely plastic, as we all know, it's so diverse. You can easily name 40 different types of plastics. Each might potentially have a different use, has a use right now being used, and has a potential use for true circular economy being reused again in industry for different, maybe the same type of product, maybe for other type of products. However, even those 40 type of plastics are already mixed. They're mixed together now with a whole lot of other different type of waste in our society, as we know. So basically, the FiniLoop program, as I will be explaining, looks to strengthen what's already existing and to build upon what's already existing in the different cities. Not only the different cities in India, but also in the country at large. As was said, there is a lot of knowledge, innovation already in the country at large, and it's important to build upon that and to make use of that. The FiniLoop program, it's a city level program, and it has purposely focused on cities, as I understood, they're called two-tier level cities. So it's not the mega million metropolis of a Mumbai, of a Delhi. No, it's the cities which are at a smaller scale, which might be like 500,000, 700,000, a million, 1.5 million max. So, and which there is also an amplitude of cities around India. And in this case, the focus will be on 3 cities. 2 of them already, activities have started in Amritsar and in Udaipur. A third one will follow in September. And they will be focusing on 3 things. One is to create sustainable waste management systems, which will benefit also a sustainable plastic waste management system. Focusing precisely on what was mentioned before by the previous speaker. Collection is a key issue. Currently, if all the waste is mixed together and collected all together, it's much more difficult to actually make sure it gets to the right processing and to the right innovations to make sure that you can apply the right technology in order to get that reuse of that plastic. And of course, you have the separation at the source initiatives taking place since 2016 of the wet waste, dry waste, and you build upon that. But it's important also to strengthen all those systems which already are in place of the solid waste collection systems, but all the management systems. So we've been working in the 2 cities already and in the 3 cities on understanding how is the collection systems working right now. Where can we strengthen? Where can we improve? And that improvement then will lead directly linked to the second and the third part, because the objective is to make sure that all the plastic which is in the waste is actually recovered at one point and doesn't become part of the uncollected problem, but it doesn't become part of the leakage problem, doesn't actually start competing with the fish in the oceans in the end. You know, and you want it to be actually be able to make sure that that plastic at least can be recovered, retrieved, and go through that value chain. And on one hand, improving the livelihoods of those that are already working in that value chain, both from the informal waste workers, the kabadiwalas, but also the persons working as aggregators, but also those working in the apex traders, and looking at professionalizing that whole chain, professionalizing through incubators, through startups, through looking at all the different types of technologies that you can implement, both in terms of technology, but also in terms of working processes, in terms of making sure that whatever processes where technologies are being applied, also done in an environmentally and a socially correct way. So that is also the FiniLoop program aims at strengthening those initiatives and building upon what's already there, both in the cities, but also, as I said, also the experiences which might be there in Delhi, which might be in other places around the country. And the FiniLoop Plastic Lab is a crucial pillar in that strategy. And as such, it forms a crucial pillar of the synergy which has been there for the last years between the 3 organizations, Waste, Aspire Labs, and Finnish Society through trusted people. So that has led to the creation of the Finilu program, which IKEA has been identified and been willing to support for this 3-year period, which I think is crucial because it allows in those 3 years to explore, to develop, to inspire, and to look for all those different types of options which might be able to grow in the future, and therefore by contributing to a model which can actually work in different other cities in India as well. And that will, in the end, also we as a one important aim is to lead to create cleaner communities, and whereby the awareness raising and the behavior change of those generating the waste is crucial. The households are not only the households, but also those at industrial level, at hospitals, hotels, whatever place where waste is generated, and especially plastic waste. It's important to behavior change, as was already mentioned previously. It's a huge challenge. In order to make sure that you have changes taking place, behavior change is one of the most challenging ones, which are there to actually to work with. But it's crucial, and we can the fact that you see plastic burning, or that you see plastic clogging up your drains, or that contaminating waterways, is an expression of actually awareness raising not having worked, of behavior change not having worked, and of a system actually failing. And basically what we're hoping for is to be able to contribute to a change in that. As I said, this is done through our partners, Trusted People, Aspire Labs, supported by IKEA Foundation, but also very important strategic partners as Finnish Society, Take a Stake, the Shriram Institute, and as we have around the table today, and also both virtually and in the room, a lot of good initiatives and potential partners to actually work together in this topic. One of the focuses that transcends through the work that we have been doing about that waste, but together with our partners, is, as we call it, the diamond approach, which basically is you build upon what is there. So on one hand, you have the community, which has initiatives, which on one hand puts a demand for a cleaner environment, but at the same time forms an integral part of that solution for getting to that cleaner environment. We have businesses, because you have already businesses that are interested, working in the topic, and other ones that can be inspired to actually go into innovation and go into waste management. The financial sector is important, because in the end, as we have seen, financing is key in order to start up innovation and to continue innovation. And therefore, we have to make sure that those financial institutes are interested and are willing to also contribute their knowledge and their financing in funding into making sure that we can get to the right innovations which can be implemented. And fourthly, but not last, the key is the governments. As was mentioned before, institutional mechanisms are crucial to be able to get to a sustainable waste management and also plastic waste management. And therefore, it's important to actually find this balance between all these different elements, each with their different roles, sometimes overlapping, but always looking to be complementary. But as such, and working towards getting a circular economy approach, whereby we can make sure that all the plastics are recovered from what is generated and make sure it gets into that loop, so that in the end, we can actually get products which are reused again, and which can form part of a society in activities that we do. As he said, microfinancing forms an important part of that. And I think the main challenge lies in finding solutions for those plastics which are currently not easily that retrievable. Because you only have to look at, as we have seen, you only have to look at the different informal sector activities taking place in a lot of the cities, there are plastics which are easily retrievable because they're already identifiable on the market for a value. But there are still dozens of types of plastic for which this is much more challenging. I just want to briefly show, both in Udaipur and Amritsar, one of the activities which we have already started as a program. So when I say we, I talk as we as a program in those two cities, is to one hand to understand what is taking place. One of the key elements of working in this is to understand where is waste generated, who collects, where does it go, and who does it? Who controls those different flows? Is this controlled by as you can see, is this controlled by a service chain? As you see the green lines. Is this controlled by a value chain, which is just pure a commercial chain of selling and buying, as you can see in the blue lines? Or is this more a hybrid situation? And then, of course, you have the flows of the uncollected. What waste is not collected, which is not governed. So what is important, as you can see, it's not a singular flow in any city. It's a mix of flows. It's a complexity of a lot of actors already working on the ground. So what is important to actually understand each of these actors, understand each of these flows, each of the dynamics, and then also to be able to know where and how to strengthen them. So where, and in case of, for instance, of the Finiloop Plastic Lab, their strength would be in the value chain actors, to strengthen all those actors and to maybe add new actors to that. But at the same time, that chain can't work if the plastic which gets into that chain is not it's not sorted in the right way, is not prepared in the right way. Because then not only will it be more difficult to actually process it, but it will also the issues of financial, making it sustainably, financially becomes a huge challenge. So this is is an initial step as well to understand, to create yourself this image, to create yourself mechanisms that allow you to understand what is taking place as well. And you have actors, all different types of actors. You have actors from the value chain, which goes finally into recycling industry. You have already separation at the source taking place. You have informal collectors, formal collectors. You also have, for instance, cement kilns, which absorb part of the RDF going into the being able to extract from the waste flow. So each of these actors can be different. But if we look at Amritsar, we can see that although perhaps there are less lines and it appears less complex, it still is an important capacity and an important complexity. And one of the main key questions that local governments can ask is, okay, you say there is a recycling industry in my city. What's its capacity for processing? Is it 10 tons a day? 100 tons a day? 150 tons a day? Are we able to answer that question right now? Are we able to actually say that gray rectangle in the bottom, that value chain, we know it's there, we know it's diverse, we know it can absorb a lot of different materials, but we can actually say, you know, this, within looking for a solution for the city, is able to take care of 30, 40% of the waste, of your plastic waste, of your recyclable waste generated in the city. Currently, it's difficult to actually be able to put that number, to show that directly. And I think also that's one of the main challenges that we're facing, but also one of the propositions that Finiloop has to be able to create models that you actually can give those answers, that you can actually register, that you can actually follow where is waste generated, and through that whole process, what happens to it. So data collection as such is a huge challenge and an important element of coming to sustainable management systems. Because without that good understanding, the good innovation, some of which we are seeing outside as examples, they need to have to be sure for all those innovators, okay, how many cigarette butts are being generated? So I can actually make those, whatever platform, whatever products I want to make out of it. And then what quality do those cigarette butts need to be in order to do that? Or the PET bottles. So all of that forms, not saying that Finiloop will create the whole solution, no, but will contribute towards creating those answers. And that through, together with all the partners that we'll be hearing from today. So that's kind of where I want to share with you today. I'm very happy to be here. And I'm sure Sophia is also very happy that this activity is taking place right now. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to join in today, but she will be here as well during this year and the next year as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for explaining about the program. Now, we will have 3 sessions throughout the course of today. In the first session, we will explore policy perspectives on accelerating plastic circularity. We have an esteemed panel of speakers, starting with Mr. Somveer Anand. Mr. Somveer Anand is the CEO of the Innovation Mission Punjab, a public-private partnership mission that strengthens the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Punjab through an accelerator, pollinator, and investment fund. He spent 4 years prior to this building his company, Pinfresh. He is also a co-founder of Who Farms and previously worked at Avendus Capital in the US. He holds an MBA from the Indian School of Business and has studied mechanical engineering at the Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology. He will be joining us virtually.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can the IT team please connect the audio?
So you can't hear me.
So we're checking the audio, just 1 minute.
I think everybody on the panel here who's joined online can hear me, I think.
No, sir, we can also hear you.
We can
Please.
have, oh, perfect. Oh, nice. So thank you for having me. This is, absolutely fantastic. And you've given me one of the toughest slots after such fantastic speakers. Let me give you a 2-minute background about what we do. So we are Punjab's accelerator, come incubator, off incubator. So what we do is we make sure we go to the entire state. And I'm not just talking about the GT road, I'm talking about all the way from Abohar and Faisalka to Pathankot. And we try to get more and more people thinking about how to start companies, how to innovate, and how to kind of scale themselves. The one thing which I learned about today after the last 2 presentations was that there is just no knowledge, or there is just no information about the kind of opportunities that exist within the entire recycling industry. So I'm going to have a very short talk. I'm going to talk about 4 things. I'm going to start with a little bit of data. Then I'm going to give you examples of what we do and how we do it. And I'll give you examples from the world over as to what we're looking up for. And then we'll go to Punjab. We'll talk about Punjab for a minute. So again, guys, disclaimer, Google data coming up. So everybody knows this. But, as an accelerator, I'm going to be very honest, it really doesn't, the core function of someone like us is not to save the environment per se. It is to make sure that people are employed and people have, innovate on ideas. But we can bring these 2 together if we align interests. And I'm telling you how we align interests. So first thing is we can reduce the number of plastics entering our oceans. We can reduce greenhouse gases. We can create so many jobs. But that is shared. That is a common public good. And here we're talking about individual efforts. So what I try to concentrate on is I concentrate on telling people that we can generate X amount of money out of nothing. We are an oil-less country. We don't have any oil. Most of the plastics come from oil. If we can, if we can continue just recycling, we're going to not think of it as saving the environment, but think of it as getting more money. Mr. Mishra spoke about solid waste management. So when we approach Delhi today, when we are near Azadpur, so I'm from Chandigarh. This is a beautiful, gorgeous town. So when we approach Delhi, my daughters around Azadpur say, Papa, oh, Delhi ke Kasoli aa gaya. So those were hills when I was young. They are mountains now. I hope that, I mean, it's just, my grandchildren shouldn't have to say Mount Everest, K2 and Azadpur. That is the kind of, I mean, I've seen those mountains grow myself. We need to be able to recycle slightly better. Again, this is pure gyan, but I'm going to now get to exactly what we do and how we kind of get around doing it. So one of my colleagues is representing IIM Punjab right now physically, Abhishek, and he can also kind of fill in individually when he's talking to you about what we try doing. Single-use plastic is a big pain for us. So whenever we have sachets coming up, whenever we have, you know, our accelerated startups, and we work with about nearly 2,000 startups in Punjab now, and a lot of them are in the D2C food space or in the food processing space. And the reason is that Punjab is known for that. We are very, very clear that no sachets will be used. No sachets will be used for many reasons. The first is obviously it messes up the environment. Secondly, and the biggest problem is that it kind of, it's not a sustainable way to make a moat during packaging, at least for a startup. Again, I'm talking about a money point of view for us. Unilever started a new technology, right, to recycle plastic sachet packaging. We don't want to get to that position. We don't want to get to a position that there are any sachets. Now, again, we are selling extremely expensive things. So we are selling shampoo for 200 rupees, 50 rupees a sachet, and we're selling good at 80 rupees a sachet. The most of the sachets come from zarda and pan masala and all, which come of 5,588 rupees. So for us to find sustainable solutions in Punjab to kind of replace that is not going to happen currently. It is extremely difficult. But what we can do is we can get all our startups to start thinking about, and which we do, is about recyclable or what we call, environmentally friendly packaging. There's an exciting opportunity for chemical recycling. I won't go there now. Let's get to a couple of examples, right? So everybody buys, the kids are into shoes these days. You know what these are? These are ocean recyclable plastic shoes from Adidas. The reason why we use these is not that they are more comfortable, is that when I buy them, I actually feel I'm removing two plastic packets from the ocean and putting them on my feet. That really, really makes a difference to me. This over here is a simple shampoo bottle. There's, I don't know, about 1/8, 1/9 shampoo still left. Oh, so you can't see. Well, let me just unblur my background. Give me a sec. There we go. So this is a simple shampoo bottle, a soap bottle that we use. You know what it has underneath this? Can you read these? These are microplastics. This is what is going to go into our water and clog it up. Now, here's my problem. I stopped using this and I've got 3 of these. I bought them as a pack. This is the first one I use. I realized this is, not correct. So I stopped using it. I don't know what to do with this guy now. I know that if I throw it out into the garbage, this inside liquid, which actually has the plastic in it, is again going to go into the environment. Might as well, use it as a soap and throw it. Because even if I do recycle this packet, there's nothing I can do about recycling what's inside this. The third thing is fishing lines. I mean, these are impossible to make out of non-plastic. So we do a lot of fishing here. How do you make fishing lines not out of plastic? So when we're talking to some of our startups who are in the fishery industry, and we wouldn't know this, but Punjab is becoming really, really big as a captive ponds we are using in South Punjab. We are making a lot of shrimp in the North Punjab. We're kind of doing singhara, which is the fish that we like to eat over here. How do you work without plastic in the water? So literally you're actually going and, it is very, very, very difficult to tell our startup to use X amount of thing or Y amount of, use a slightly better product or something which doesn't harm the environment if there is no money backing that. And here comes the last one. So this is a picture that I carry with me. It says that there'll be flying cars in 2011 on all roads. MIT students have made these flying cars, already got permits. In New York City, they'll be it'll start to fly with these cars in 2011. It's 2023. I haven't seen a flying car on the road today, which is the most important thing we do. And I wanted to kind of take this in the, the thing. It is really, really good to make new technologies. It is going to be useless if you cannot commercialize them. And you cannot commercialize anything until you make sure that the person who's doing it is getting a certain reward for that. And that reward is usually just hard cash in a country like ours. We can make every type of technology. The Todi problem, what rice husk is, that wheat husk, rice husk. So one of my close friends runs something called A2P Energy. They are world leaders in converting that Todi into briquettes. So the rice husk into briquettes, which then go into boilers. So with calorific values competing with coal. Yet the fires in Punjab increase every year. The technology is not the problem. There are people using that technology as well. But to commercialize it at mass scale, we will need a certain amount of incentivization to happen. I'm not sure how to make that incentivized. So what we do from packages and all, like I said, we tell the people it looks better, it's classier, you can save extra, like the ocean plastic story we told you about. So when we go to a startup, we just give them all these examples and we say, this is what has happened. But from a very, very basic point where we tell them to use something which is costing them more money and they're not being able to get it back in terms of sales, it's very, very difficult. It's nearly impossible. So I'll end with a very interesting example that we had a couple of days ago. We had someone who wanted to make plastic roads in Punjab, and this is one of the startups that we were seeing very closely. And I would like to kind of more than talk to you about it, I would like to ask for opinions and advice from this August gathering over here. When we are introducing plastics back into an environment like roads, which are going to be heavy wear and tear, don't you think that there'll be a massive amounts of microplastics leaching out into the environment there and then? Now, we know that these plastic roads look fantastic on Instagram. On Twitter, you're a darling. You'll get millions of views and fantastic and save the world and Nobel Prize and so on. But I am not very sure that, I think we're just kind of postponing our problems when it comes to these kind of issues. Again, I don't want to pine on that, but from a startup point of view, it is very important for us to know what is scalable, what will make money, more importantly, what will be good for the state of Punjab, which will give people jobs in this state of ours, probably stop a little bit of the immigration and solve a lot of social issues. But while we are doing that, we tell our startups to consider the stage of every product's journey. But while we're telling to consider the journey of a particular product, is very important for us also to figure out the journey of the startup. I've told you what we do in terms of getting our startups to rethink about stuff. I kind of tried to tell you that where we are telling our guys not to think about stuff. If you're using plastics back in hard materials, whether it's building, whether it's roads, I'm not very sure whether that's the right thing to do. Don't have any degrees behind this, but from a simple money point of view, from a simple scalability point of view, I'm not very sure these are the right things. So what we do and what we do really well is we're going to remove each and every sort of these sachet things for a particular above 20 or above 30, above 20 rupee kind of price point. That's very, very simple. But to reduce it below that, as a startup accelerator, we don't have any power. I'll end with that. And I'll kind of, I'm sure that there are no questions or anything, but I'll kind of end with that. And I just want to thank all of you for doing this. Once again, Abhishek Purohit from our team is over there as well at the accelerator right now. If there are any questions, he'll be happy to take them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Our next speaker couldn't be here due to his presence in the G20 summit. He is Dr. Prashant Gargav. We hope that he joins us virtually later in the course of the event. Moving on, I'm thrilled to introduce our next guest speaker, who is a thought leader, Dr. Prabhat Pani. He is currently the Executive Director of Center for Innovation in Sustainable Development and a teaching faculty member at SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, Mumbai. He has also worked with Tata Trust as Senior Advisor for Partnerships, ex-task officer, and has held leadership roles in the FMCG, telecom, and hospitality industries. He serves on the boards of IIM Sambalpur and as a trustee in Tata Power Community Development Trust and Everest Foundation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, great. I'm also going to share my screen. if you could just confirm that it's visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible. Please go ahead.
Great. So as Namita just mentioned, I've been in the for-profit side, and then I've been in a non-profit, and now I am in what is possibly the most satisfying in an academic role. I work for the Center for Innovation and Sustainable Development, which is like a networking hub for non-profits, for-profits, as well as policymakers who are working to find solutions in various aspects of sustainable development. We also have a postgraduate program in development management at SPJIMR, which is a contextualized MBA for people working in the social sector, either in NGOs or in CSR organizations. Sometime during the course of the next few minutes, I'll put out a link. So those of you who would like to go and check what exactly we do, you are more than welcome to do so. Let me move to the topic, which is around reimagine plastics. So this is what we'll cover in the next few minutes. We'll look at some aspects which hopefully will not be covered by some of the other speakers. And therefore, I'm going to be talking about impact investment in India, which is what a lot of the startups aspire for, to finally get investments coming in into their organizations. The second part, we'll look at CSR opportunities, which are slow, but have started to now open up for entities who are dealing with plastics. We'll also look at some other influencing factors around businesses related to plastics. And then, of course, a final concluding slide. I hope some of you, if not all of you, are familiar with the concept of social entrepreneurship. Just a quick show of hands. Social entrepreneurship. Great. So I think something like Fab India is a great example of a social entrepreneurship, which really means that it is an entrepreneurship with the intention of making sufficient returns so that it can grow and scale, but it is solving a social problem. In this case, it is about textiles, ensuring that some of the textiles in different parts of the country do not get swamped by power looms and mechanization, but they continue to be available as an alternative to those who value that form of textiles. So we have a bunch of people who today also are happy to make investments which are contributing to social impact, which is why it is called impact investment. It is not that these people are not looking at returns. It is just that they are happy with maybe getting a slightly lower return than what a regular investor would look for. And why would that happen? Because they think that this form of investment is also taking care of a social cause. And therefore they say, if normally I would look for, let's say, 10%, I'm quite happy if I get 7 to 8%, but they're still looking for a return. So let's take a quick look on the macro picture pertaining to impact investment in India. The total investment, as you can see, seems to be in the region of around close to $6 billion in 2022. Those not very familiar with numbers, a billion would be roughly around 8,200 crores. So we're talking about really around 50,000 crores being the total volume of impact investment which has happened in 2022. This is slightly lower than what happened in 2021, and we'll see why. This is the form in which the investment has come in. So you will see that the later stage investment seems to have come down in 2022 vis-a-vis 2021. That dark blue line is smaller than the light blue line, which indicates, and correspondingly, there seems to be a higher amount, a higher quantum of funding, which is going into seed, Series A, and Series B. So it really means that at least in 2022, more people seem to be putting money into the early stages of startups and a little lesser into the later stages. These are some of the sectors in which the funding, the nearly 6 billion that I just spoke about, have gone in. As you would expect, the largest amount of investments have really gone into agriculture, into education, into financial inclusion, and healthcare. But the positive part is that climate tech is growing. And climate tech, in fact, after financial inclusion, seem to be, along with technology and development, the largest amounts came in this sector. And climate tech would also include waste management. These are some quick trends. 1 out of every 3 impact investments was in a climate tech setup, as you just saw. And novel technology seems to be attracting more number of investor or more quantum of investor interest. These are some of the SDGs on which these spends are happening, the same $6 billion that we spoke about. SDG 8 is around decent work and economic growth. And SDG 9, as you may be aware, is around industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So these two clearly, and not really education, health, and the likes of them, seem to be the sectors where the greatest amount of funding has come in. Let's now move to specifically climate tech. As we said, $1.2 billion, 130 deals, with the average deal size being around $2 million. And these are the sectors within climate tech. I think of particular interest for you folks would be waste management and circular economy, which had something like $54 million investment in 2020, which has gone up to about $65 million in 2022, about 12 deals. Okay, let's take a quick look at what some of the impact investment organizations are doing. And I've just picked up 3 examples of people working in the waste management and circular economy area. So NEPRA, which is where both Avishkar and Asha Impact, these are 2 large impact investment organizations. Social Alpha is another one. So NEPRA has been invested in both by Avishkar and Asha Impact. Let's Recycle has been invested in by Asha Impact, and Hasiru Dala, which is in Bengaluru, that's been invested in by Social Alpha. So clearly there seems to be a fair amount of action starting to happen in this space. Let's quickly move to CSR spends. So if you look at Project Mumbai, which as the name suggests is based in Mumbai, they particularly focus upon waste management, including plastic waste. And this is exactly from their website, where they actually are exhorting people to collect waste and reach it to them. And they collect this waste and convert it into benches, pencil boxes, garbage bins, and other amenities. Just yesterday, there was this picture which appeared in the local newspapers in Mumbai, which actually talked about how they've been able to convert some of the waste into a sculpture. And the lady that you see sitting on a bench, it's a bench which is made with recycled plastic. Incidentally, this organization is supported by CSR funds from both L&T and HDFC. Greenworms is an organization based in Kerala. They particularly work in the coastal region, and they clearly say that they want to look at regions which are vulnerable to climate change, particularly focusing on plastic pollution, both on land and in the sea. And they also have a second objective of trying to support livelihoods of underprivileged women. This is the range of partners that they have. So besides many government agencies that they work with, meaning they link up with government schemes and programs and get funding towards their activities, but you can see that a number of cement and steel plants seem to have worked with them and supported them in their activities. They also have a range of international partners, almost like some of the partners that Aspire Labs has for this particular activity. A last one, I have a feeling that this is what was referred to by Somveerji when he made a reference to an organization that uses plastic in road building, but could be another one too. But Pothole Raja, which is based in Bengaluru, they actually use a proportion of plastic in what they do. But I think there is more to it than just the plastic. This is the range of partners that they have. A large number of them Bengaluru based, but now they are moving to some other locations also. This is the second set of their partners who support them through CSR funding. And these are some parts. Incidentally, the co-founder of Pothole Raja happens to be an ex-student of mine. He actually did the course on the postgraduate program in development management that I just spoke about. So I had a chat with him a couple of days back, and this is what he shared with me. First, he says costs are extremely important. If you have to use plastics into the production process, it has to net bring the cost down. So therefore, the cost of conversion has to be lesser than the cost that is incurred on the basic raw material without the plastic. So therefore, recycled plastic is really the solution. But he was also very clear that by just replacing it is not good enough. It ideally needs to be coupled with design changes. And he feels that if the plastic processor, somebody who's actually converting this, can actually participate in this process of design change, it makes a huge difference because you know what will work and what may not work. And clearly, in this case, the NGO, they did not really have all the skills available to make these design changes, but they were able to work with partners and do that. And what they actually arrived at was a patented honeycomb design, which obviously distributes the strength more evenly vis-a-vis a point load. And this seems to have not only led to a cost saving and therefore a fuel saving, but also a 75% plus reduction in the carbon that this process emits. So even their processing has actually become more environment friendly. They can use up to about 50 metric tons per kilometer of road laid. They prefer to use polypropylene, especially the one which they get directly from a manufacturer because it is clean without any contaminants. Mixed becomes a problem because it has got to be cleaned. But here's an interesting one. They think that next year they could end up using 900 metric tons. They were doing R&D last year, so they have used a very small quantum. But this is the kind of quantum that a single small unit and an NGO at that could actually end up using. Okay, so much on the CSR part. So you clearly get a sense that there is action which is happening. There are enough number of people willing to support climate-related causes, and reuse of plastics or removal of plastics seems also to be an area of interest to people who are funding CSR. Let's also look at a few other things which may be relevant to what you are going to be doing. Clearly, and this is speaking to a slightly wider number of people working in this space, I think people are talking about the fact that availability of waste could become a challenge. This is primarily because a number of people today are focusing upon metros in tier 1 cities, and therefore the opportunity seems to be to really move into tier 2 and tier 3 cities and towns, because there this effort may not have been very well organized as yet. You heard earlier from Mr. Mishra also that municipal waste is a huge challenge, both in terms of quality as well as steady availability. And therefore, it looks like we're heading towards a situation where there could be a shortage and high levels of competition to compete for the plastics. And people are even started to look at the possibility of getting plastic waste imports. What are some opportunities? The opportunities are that while India has a long way to go, but the fact is wherever we have reached, we are still way ahead of many other countries in Africa and Asia, and even in some parts of Europe. In fact, I heard one of the organizations speak to me that they were seriously considering putting up a unit in Slovenia, which apparently has very little of recycling, which is happening at the moment. There are also possibilities of looking at new industries where recycled plastic can come in. Construction seems to be the very logical one because it would clearly lead to a reduction in the weight vis-a-vis concrete. And therefore, and if you can actually do so by emitting less carbon, then it will also go some way towards taking care of the lead requirements. Somveer mentioned about the Adidas shoes. We have a brand of sunglasses that has been launched recently talking about recycled plastic. I believe acoustic material for theaters, movie theaters and other theaters is being already made from PET. And there is a clear possibility that there are major possibilities of getting a premium by actually advertising and branding around the fact that you are using waste plastic. Even a large steel plant, I was speaking to the head of sustainability a couple of weeks back. They not only have no plastics campuses, but they've started to collect waste from the community around their factories. And they're using this as fuel in their blast furnaces. Other than in their blast furnaces have a lining of, which gets damaged if you use plastics. They've not yet found a solution, but they use this as fuel in many other equipment. There is a cost reduction. It provides livelihoods to the underprivileged in the community around them. And also this is helping them change behavior in the community towards waste segregation and also building it into the school curriculum. And they think that this will help position themselves as a good corporate citizen. So if I were to conclude for all the people in the cohort, the accelerator cohort, I would say the future is bright. There are opportunities opening up on many fronts. But I think one needs to recognize competition will be high. And if that is the case, then what leads to success quite often is innovation, speed, and the quality of execution. And I'm sure these and many other things is what you will be supported with and trained upon through experts in the course of the next few weeks and months. So I wish you great success in your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate your willingness to share your knowledge with us today. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, who has a wealth of knowledge and experience to share with us, Professor Anup Kumar Ghosh. He is an emeritus professor in the Department of Material Science and Engineering at IIT Delhi, with over 29 years of research experience. He is a global leader in polymer processing and rheology, having made significant contributions in the areas of reactive processing of polymer blends and alloys and microcellular processing. He has over 1,300 citations and H-index of 20 and 8 patents to his credit. He has also developed microcellular scaffolds that have been successfully tested for cell growth in AIMS and is renowned for his understanding of the formability of polymers. Sir, please.
Okay. Thank you, Namita, for So I'll say good day. We're already middle of the day. And it's a nice opportunity to be here and also to be associated with such a program. And on the day of launching of FinLoop Plastic Lab, I'm happy to be associated with Aspire Lab. And let me see, in this, I was thinking what has been talked from the morning also. And Mr. Misra mentioned that technology is so important and we have to bring it together. So in a short possible time, I'll just try to show what are the possibilities that are working around in this plastic waste management program that's going on all around. I think there are lots of takeaway for the startup also, and lots of developments are happening. I think there are lots of input of technology actually is happening there. Okay. And they are actually bringing in that. But we need both. We need the startups, we need the large or industries and organization also has to come up. Okay. So I'll give a little outlook on the technology, but I see there's a little bit of collaboration necessary because on one side we cannot do everything. Academically or R&D, we have started coming forward, but that needs to be a tie-up for this. I have been involved in this, and this is a one very recent Niti Aayog report on alternative products and technologies, and there's a very good report is available. You can look into it. You will see that in terms of the when we are thinking of alternative materials and what are the possibilities, opportunities, which are the industries being involved, and that is coming up. But I just refer to it because I've taken this data from there. So if you see that I was involved in this report also, along with obviously honorable member Dr. Sarasat. If you look at it, that as it goes from where we are now to 2060, and if we are not doing anything business as usual, then we are actually following, I don't know if there is a option. Yeah. So you will be in a scenario where we are reaching linearly going up and up and up. You can see that, but we do not want that. So obviously the line to follow will be to scenario B and scenario C. And that's what we are all doing, that we are trying to improve all waste management scenario. But, combination of many innovations, science, technology, and the different policies that we have taken for reduced plastic use or improve plastic waste management, we would like to go as far the bottom as much possible in this. I do not want to repeat it. Mr. Misra already said that from 2016 to 2022, there's a big change in EPR, plastic waste management rule. All the rules has been developed. EPR has come very much away. Even in day by almost, I see that every month there is some added into that. Because there are lots of challenges are coming, because we are not with a single family material in this case. We have to understand that we are on the multi-material, multi-family material, this kind of situation. And when we are bringing alternate material, the situation becoming worse and worse. Well, what has been also been given us a target that from 2023-24 onwards, and as you go along, we have to have a EPR target of 30 to 70% to 100%, which is a very, very tough challenge. I'd say that. Okay. So what it means that we not, the way we do waste management, I see this way that we recreate plastics. We use plastics and we recreate plastics. If we are recreating plastics, then where we are going to use it? So there are two ways we can use it. That one is the way we do that, recycling, downcycling. But there is an opportunity coming now that we can do upcycling also. That means we want to bring back the recycled material in our production system as a replacement of a virgin material. So we are not going to utilize the virgin raw material as much as we are using before. And there is obviously the benefit behind it. Okay, so and that target has to be increased and increase in many different applications, and those are the possibilities that can be done. So it has been well said that if the strategy is from plastic production to waste management and then litter capture, we have to be improving it, and also the reduce in input concentration, as we are saying that we have to go for zero goal for this purpose. So it actually demand a lot of industry-led activities, or we have to reduce the demand. There is this effort, that's what I was showing, that there is a green engineering needs to be involved in the circular economy. We should have more of the reusable items and sharing for collaborative economy. We also has to have a kind of a solid waste management infrastructure development. Here we can have a collect, capture and contain, and then the litter capture becomes very important. As you can see that it's not even very recent, it is even quite a few years back that this has already been given as a report in international publications, which you can see that. So based on that, I was trying to look at it, that what we can do when we are recycling or when we are doing the waste management for the plastics. This is all known that we start from monomer to plastics to product, we go for disposal, waste management, and here we are. And here we are struggling. Okay, obviously, a lot of development has happened. A lot of research and innovation is going on, but mostly we go for downcycling and then we go for new product. Again, a new product. That's what I said is very creating. Okay, but now there is a lot of demand which is coming for quality and testing. So this is one thing we have to look into it. Many industries or organizations come to us and to say that can we do all this testing and certify them instead of for them to going abroad to get this certification. So that means we are trying to develop quality product, quality recycled product on that. But if you see that, I have put another arrow that I'm calling it an upcycling. This is also becoming very important. And that demands more research, more innovation, because here the quality and quantity both are important, which I'm going to say. Okay, these qualities absolutely has to be like 100%. So it's a lot of work for our startups, that if we can generate a resource, plastic material from waste management, can we bring it up to that level? We cannot be just remaining that we are making some small compression molded tiles and all that. Those are good, but we can even go. So I call it upcycling, that we are bringing this material. And if I bringing back this material directly just before for the product formation, we call it PCR, post-consumer recyclate. So it is a recycled material ready to go into the production, and it is replacing the virgin material. That means that amount of virgin material, we are not using it. And this is the mandate. This is what is coming up. When EPR has given, if we try to understand, if we can bring this material back, then only we are successful. We will be sustainable. The circular economy will be sustainable. But there is another thing. I put another arrow, if you see that upcycling can be also in the form of a different way of chemical recycling. Okay, so that we can not only bring it back to the product as a plastic material, we can also bring it back as a monomer material. That means we are doing, it's a huge science, huge chemistry is involved in that, but these are all available. These are all available, and there are lots of units are working on it, and they can work on it more. And this, I believe that this will give the total scenario, the way we can have a better waste management in terms of quality and quantity. Why we said quantity? Because it is not possible to bring back 100% immediately. There are lots of requirements, lots of restrictions, lots of standards we have to maintain. Okay, so if we say quantity, then we have to mandate our quantity. We have to understand how much we are using it. We can use it. Also, we have to estimate that are we using, or are we being able to control that quantity that is being used. Giving an example to you. I'm not taking the simple one. I'm taking the difficult one because MLP has been talked about. MLP, just now my previous speaker has made it more easier. He said that processing, he was talking about innovation, speed and execution. And that's what we need to do that. He is talking about the cost is important. This is very important thing. So when you are doing upcycling, I can tell you in many cases, I was surprised to see that upcycle post-consumer recyclate was actually costing more than the virgin material. Will you use it? We have to use it, even though for the sake of sustainability. This is important thing. Has that been gone into the processability? In most of the cases, but some cases it is very difficult, and that's what I've taken this example of MLP. Quality and quantity he mentioned, I was just also mentioning, so I saw that there's a similarity and lots of applications are possible. So if we work with MLP, then it is a multi-family plastics, it has additives and non-plastics. Can we manage that? This is the thing. So there are lots of claims coming. I have visited few industry. They are already doing it. They are doing it in quite a better way. And I think a lot of improvement can be done. The other way is what we can look at it when we are looking at these innovators, startups and all that. Can we use instead of multi-family plastic into a single family plastic? That means we have that co-bonding. We have the commonality. That will be much easier to do that. Can we replace non-plastic by functional additives so that I don't bring in non-plastic? So we are reducing complexity. Why can't we do multi-layer packaging recycling? Because it's a complex. We made it as a complex for the benefit of us, and now it is creating problem for us. So there are many ways we can be innovative, and then we can make a new MLP. I should have written here new MLP. Okay, which can bring these possibilities, and our waste management will be much simpler or a little bit easier what we can do that. And that's what because what it needs, we do not understand that when we actually recycle and making a business or thing, we have to see selection of plastics is important, but as well as their compatibility. Okay, that is very important. If we are compatible, it will be a homogeneous mixture. Sorry, there's a G has come. Homogeneous mixture. Homogeneous is important to bring it to a new product, new life, to give it into that, and that will give it some kind of property that we need. The other side of the story is a chemical recycling. Okay, we'll talk about it a little bit. And the developing alternate materials. So we can develop biodegradable. These are the words nowadays. There's a rules also has been given for compostable materials and all that, but saying will not solve a problem. If I take any one of these alternate material and put into multi-layer, then again there'll be a complex of mixing. Okay, so this thing has to be, so the awareness education also has to be percolated to take up this challenge or to solve these problems. That's what my point was, to bring in. Lot can be talked about. MLP recyclability, all these categories are given. Category 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a new committee. Obviously, I'm there. That's what I brought it in. Only the mandate that is given to us, that can we take care of category 2 and 3, which you can see that. That's what I was trying to tell you. The multi-layer and all that. Lot of demand has already been come that if the non-metallic, non-plastic layer is very thin, maybe we can make it as an easy recyclable material. I think a lot of suggestion will come for many association and industry to this committee, and MOF is trying to handle that, and we will be there. Can we then design packaging promoting reuse? Can we design packaging which is amenable to recycling? And then we can control the recycled plastic content. But we have to see also that once we recycle, there's a limit to how many times we can recycle also, that we have to see. So we are bringing this material, and there'll be some clause and conditions that we can do that. Chemical recycling, I will say, is not up to the scale yet. There are local successes. When we are not going to be able to scale up, I think it is not going into that platform what it is needed. So there are Plastic Energy which are showing that the very good platform for they have done for the chemical recycling, where as I said, chemical recycling give us the original feed material back. It can depolymerize, it can do the purification. So all these are done, and all these areas I'm seeing quite a few startups are already started working on it. But this is such a thing that here the R&D requirements is huge. Okay, scaled up production is needed. So we have to bring in, I think, large scale industries to take care of that. Okay, I have seen that lots of the huge, bigger petrochemical industry have started coming to us, and they are saying that there are technology available. Can we make it in an Indian scenario that will work and all that? They are saying that let's all of us coming together. This is a big initiative. It may go beyond startup level to the very larger scale level, and we can do that. Because of time, I can. So this another thing is that which I'll show you just 3-4 slides to say that how also we can take care of eco footprint through our product life cycle analysis, because every product goes from its original granules to the post-consumer recycled granules, and what you can say that it is almost like what is called cradle to cradle approach. So we start from there, we recreate, and it goes into the another product system. And this is as per the standard. We have utilized that. I'd like to just mention about 1 or 2 study. And here, this is the Aspire Lab study, our study with our IIT Delhi, which has been published under FICCI in this, where we wanted to look into the thickness contribution. Okay, that affects the sustainability and carbon footprint, and we have chosen a system where we have taken different thicknesses of the material of the product or packaging material with 35, 50, and 100 micron. I'm not going into the detail of it. Once we do that, what we can do, we can also give the life cycle analysis eco footprint for this purpose, and we have this software. We are doing that. So what here we have shown that if we take any one of these thickness, because the thickness is another concern in the EPR, that what thickness, and you have given a mandate now, 100, 120. But if you can go, see, more the thickness you are using, more material you are bringing in. So we are using more resource material, more feed material. Okay, and it shows it cannot be sustainable. In fact, if you look at it, so that is not the solution, but it is a solution because it helps in collection and sorting. Otherwise, there will be no collection. So we are in a dilemma and all that. But what I wanted to show that even if we bring back the PCR content back into the system, and you can see that by 25%. The recycled material of the quality of a virgin material, if we can bring it back to the system, that we are showing that both for the recycling gain will be, when you go for 50 micron is actually 1.25 times, and when you go for 100 micron is 2.5 times. So that's where we have to see that. So just saying that it will be collected and sorted will not solve, because we are adding burden onto the environment. But if we can bring it back, so that will help us. So that's the study that we have done. We have taken another initiative, what I can show that in technology, that we also now want to understand the quality and standard and the PC and the recycled content in the system, because this is another mandate has come. That if I say that there is a 30% recycled material has been used, how do I know that there is a 30% material has been used? Okay, so that will be the controlling authority will be in a problem. So we have looked into a system, we are working on it in a combined way, and there are lots of testing methods. These are not any new testing method is needed, but what we have to know is a protocol of standard testing method that will finally can lead to this. We have done for the PET and recycled PET material. The results are already there. We started from 10 to 90% of the recycled chip. Industrially, the film has been prepared. We have done the analysis. all the characterization techniques, as you can see, that has been used, and we can now say a kind of calibration through the thing, and which will be, I think, most probably once we have finished the job, we have to bring it for a standardization through maybe CPCB, and then to bring it to BIS for the standardization, where the characterization technique can tell us that yes, this is the amount can be used, and all that. There's a lot of control. I will skip this. This is for the also for the bio-based material. This is another problem there, because there you have to do the compostability. Just saying that the biodegradable material will solve the problem, that may not, until and unless we have and any material is compostable, you need a particular relative humidity, particular temperature. Until and unless we mandate that also along with it, that will not do the job and all that. So let me try to summarize, saying that that we need a cross-sectional collaboration, as has been said from the morning, that what industry is trying to do, the innovation, R&D, R&D has to come in together, and it has to be implemented all together by government, industry, and R&D collaboration. Plastic products, there are a lot of requirements. So develop alternate monomers, polymers, additives, and work is going on. Standards and labeling of recyclables as well as degradables is very much important. I am telling in many forums that let's have a recyclability ranking, and that has to be done. And now the biodegradable material is coming, so that also has to be taken into that. Our labeling system is not improved, not has been taken further. As I already mentioned, described already, the designing of MLP with the same family polymers or less number of layers with same functionalities will be required. For plastic disposal, increasing end-of-life recyclability or upcyclability, increase and incentivize use of the recycled feedstock. I think all directions are going on this line. Innovation and digitization in collections. The sorting system now, they are using AI, artificial intelligence. Okay, and sorting system also has a lot of innovation, and it has improved. Research on compostability condition and rate. I just said that, and all. Okay, so these are what we have to do. R&D Institute has to work on product design, so many things. I've given example of thickness just now, but the size, shape, identification of the packaging and other products material has to be done. Material aspect, I have given little example of post-consumer recyclate. There are other product chemistry for multi-component plastic and all that you have to do. Technology requirements, development of manufacturing technologies that integrate material chemistry and product design together. So nothing can be done separately. And we have to see that we reduce stress on landfill, that 40% has to be reduced to 6%. And I think more and more these processes are coming up, and more technology, we know how to handle it. It will be done. And there are many ways we can make it more dumps to be more benign by this process. Industry also has to play a lot of role. Innovations is their forte. So development of new applications which provide better benefit per capita consumptions. They are putting a lot of effort in recycling. Product to product is already being established for PET. Bottle to it is going to bottle. I know Procter & Gamble going from diapers to going back to the same diapers. These are big initiatives which are coming. And then there are other technology and general requirements are there. So I say that I end up conclude with this, that the solutions are to be holistic, integrated, with a strong focus on upstream innovation. That's what my focus was today, a little bit more on upstream innovation. Technologies must be rolled out using an incremental approach. We have to go from basic to how, and give some time to the implementer, industry, society to adopt it. It has to be done also in a local context. So you are saying that the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 and different places, obviously it will be different based on the availability and possibility. Industry has to look beyond recycling. I mean, that is there already been established. There are a lot of complexities are there. government is helping and they can invest more on building the capacity building for informal waste sector, helping informal workers, and they're so going on to diversify their services. I think they needs to be more trained, and they are actually ready to adopt more technology to do and work much better, and most probably their lifestyle also can become better. And also there should be participation from global and regional initiatives. There's a lot of technology happening worldwide. We need to little bit interact. We need to have a collaboration with the international bodies and institute also, and then only obviously we'll be able to solve the problem. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Yeah.
Yes. Sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. We will be skipping tea as we are running late. So I would like to invite our next guest, who is an authority in their area of expertise, Mr. Harkesh Mittal. He is currently the chairman of Startup India Seed Fund Committee, an alumnus of the National Dairy Research Institute and the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He has been instrumental in promoting innovation, startups, and entrepreneurial acumen among a wide range of Indian entrepreneurs for nearly 4 decades. He is responsible for conceptualizing and implementing various innovation. Okay, sure. So please come.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my apologies for not letting you have your cup of tea. As I had to rush and the other speakers were, as usual, it is nothing abnormal in this kind of situations. So that's fine. Well, let me first thank the organizers for inviting me here. I am basically, whatever little I know in life, I know about startups. There's nothing else I know of. I'll only talk about startups. Well, in the last 4 decades, we never used to call them startup. When I started, the word startup was not there. It was entrepreneurship. So we were promoting technology-based startups. And when we were promoting technology-based startups, technology-based entrepreneurs, subsequently, in the last decade or so, we are now calling them startups. Well, I have some stories from this journey of last 4 decades. I have some stories. Waste is obviously, plastic waste is very critical, but waste is in various forms. The simplest thing is like flowers. In temples, in religious places, you have flowers which are wasted or which are to be recycled. Few years ago, a student of IIT Kanpur, they started the recycling of these flowers through making these agarbattis, and Fool is the name. Now, I remember a very interesting startup. He created, his name is Subramani. And Subramani created artificial flowers made out of paper, which looked like real flowers, which smelt like real flowers. He used a nanotech-based spray, and the fragrance would last for 3 years. And they coated this paper with a hygroscopic enzyme. Hygroscopic means that absorbs moisture from the air. So when you touch that petal, it gives you that wet feeling, cold, wet feeling, which you get from a real flower. So now you have artificial flowers, which are made out of paper, and they look like real flowers, they feel like real flowers. So he developed that product. We had a global competition in UC Berkeley, where we nominated from India. This startup was nominated to participate there. Now, this is a very interesting incident, very interesting story. And he was shortlisted from India, and he took his bunch of flowers on his arm because he couldn't have packed it the flowers would have got crumpled. So he took it on his arm. And when he landed in San Francisco airport, when he was passing through the quarantine and the customs, suddenly the officer there shouts, "Hey, young man, where are you going? Come here." So he said, well, here is my visa, here are my papers, the invitation letter. We are not talking anything about that. Why are you carrying natural flowers inside US? Don't you know that you can't carry any agricultural produce inside US? He said, but these are artificial flowers. I said, come on, man, I can see it, I can feel it, and I can even smell this. These are real flowers. You come aside. For 1 hour, they kept arguing. He was insisting that these are artificial flowers, and he was saying, no, these are. Ultimately, they called their botanist. The botanist was called, and the botanist did the dissection and gave a certificate. That these are artificial flowers. Well, everybody was very happy. They posed in front of that band, which is their US Customs, and all the officers came along. That incident got over. He was allowed to go. He went to his hotel where he was putting up, and in the evening he thought that I will pick up a similar looking flower to these artificial flowers so that I could confuse the jury the next day. So he was trying to match a flower at the florist. It was closing time for the florist. He also got a little irritated. He said, come on, man, you are looking for one flower, and you have already taken 15-20 minutes of my time. I have to close the shop. You pick up a flower and go. He said, no, this is an artificial flower, and I am looking for a similar flower. The florist took that flower, and he just turned it around and saw it. He was an experienced person, so he could make out that this is the artificial flower. So the next question he asked was, how many of these you are carrying? He said, about 15, 20. That's what I will have. No, I want 10,000 of these flowers. I'll give you the order right now. Tell me the price. His cost of manufacture was about $2.5 per flower, $2.5 per flower. So he said $10 a piece. And he immediately said, yes, I am giving you the order, and I am also giving you a post-dated check. Once you go back to India, supply me these flowers. He took that. Now, next day was the competition. Subramani went to the competition, and he presented just 5 slides. Just 5 slides. First one was that certificate from the botanist that these are artificial flowers. Second one was that photograph that he had taken from with the quarantine authorities. The third one was the copy of the order which he had received from the florist of 10,000 flowers. And the fourth one was the copy of the check which he had received from the florist. And the last one was the thank you slide. What do you think would have been the result of that competition? If you were the jury member, what would have been the result? He won that competition. The first prize was $50,000, which he won. Now, we all make long presentations. What a startup needs is just to establish 2 things: technical feasibility and financial viability. He established that in 4 slides. He had a presentation deck of about 50 slides, but never used it. Okay. This is Subramani is no longer in this business. Incidentally, I must also tell you, he is no longer in this business. He is now making industrial enzymes. And his company turnover, he's already sold a part of the shares of his company. His company turnover is close to about 600 crores per annum in industrial enzymes. He's doing very well for himself. His company name is Rich Core Technologies. In case you want to Google it, you can always Google it. And Okay, let me close it here. There's another entrance. This is a very interesting incident. This is not a real startup story, but a very interesting how government takes decision into funding of these innovative startups, and it's very tough. It's not easy. Let me give you the other perspective now. Many years ago, I was at Technology Development Board, and we got the application from Shanta Biotech and Bharat Biotech for making hepatitis B vaccine. 25 crore was the ask from each of these two units. And I was personally a sufferer. My children were studying in a school nearby, and the school insisted that all the family members should be vaccinated with hepatitis B. 1,600 rupees per single dose for one person. And you required 4 shots, booster doses, 4 of them were required. So first time I paid 1,600 rupees for 4 of us, me, my wife, my daughter, and my son. We took that shot, went to the school, they had arranged it, we took that shot. My salary was maybe about 3,000, 4,000 rupees per month. It was a pinch on the pocket. And I was recently paid government officer at that point of time. We never went back for the second and the third dose. This was a little sidetrack from the main story, but it was a personal pain which I had experienced. So then when this company came, both Shanta Biotech and Bharat Biotech, they came for seeking funding. Ultimately, the case was strong. It went to the board. The only objection there was that their debt equity ratio is not as per the norms. The board was of a very, very wise people. Dr. Abdul Kalam was the chairman of the board. Dr. Mashelkar was a very renowned scientist. He was also a member of the board. So Dr. Mashelkar asked the chairman, Dr. Kalam, Dr. Kalam, do you trust my ability to judge this enterprise? So Dr. Kalam said, what kind of a stupid question is that, Dr. Mashelkar? Of course, the entire board trusts you. So he said, give me 3 days time. After 3 days, Dr. Mashelkar came back and he said, if this board is not supporting these 2 enterprises, I would like to leave this board. And the TDB decided to ignore that anomaly and supported both of them with only 25, nothing large. Okay. In those days, even 25 CR was a large amount. But we supported that. Now, the other aspect was that this technology was available only with SmithKline Beecham. I think now it is called GlaxoSmithKline or whatever that was called earlier. They had the technology. And when these people approached them that, will you give us the technology? They laughed at these people. They said, in India, a class 10,000 or 5,000 clean room, can you imagine that in India with so much of filth, dirt everywhere? Can you imagine that in India? They went to CCMB in Hyderabad. This is Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. The scientists developed the vaccine locally. The price came down to 50 rupees per single shot. 50 rupees per single shot. Later on, it stabilized to about 250 rupees per single shot. I could have taken 4 shots very comfortably, maybe 16 also I wouldn't have. But that's the beauty of a startup, beauty of a innovation and technology, which Professor just highlighted. That's the beauty. And I have large number of stories such as this. In the interest of time, you may not skip your lunch also. I'll close here. Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please welcome our next guest, Ms. Saloni Goyal. She is the head of circular economy at UNDP and has extensive experience in policy, consultancy, and project implementation in areas such as environment, climate change, sanitation, and sustainability. She has led successful sanitation work during the Kumbh 2019 event and worked on marine litter and plastic pollution with the United Nations Environment Programme and the World Bank funded UP Health System Strengthening Project. She has received several awards for her work, including the IIT Delhi Alumni of the Year Award and the Guinness World Record for Sanitation.
Good afternoon, everyone. A pleasure and an honor here to be in this August gathering and also to be in a context which is a little removed from the way we are working at UNDP. So I think startups and technology is only just beginning to intersect the development sector, but I think there is immense potential for that integration. And if we are to be able to take this work forward, the development agenda forward, I don't see how that can be accomplished without innovation and with the energy and enthusiasm that startups and entrepreneurs bring with them. So thank you so much for inviting me and thinking that UNDP's work can add value to this conversation today. So very briefly, to give you just some context on what UNDP is doing on circular economy, we have a fairly comprehensive project on plastics. It started in 2018. We broadly work on 4 pillars. We set up material recovery facilities in cities in coordination with urban local bodies, rather I'd say with their support. At these material recovery facilities, we are receiving material, predominantly dry waste, processing it, doing some primary processing, sorting, etc., and making it available to a recycler, and increasingly now a registered recycler. We are using these material recovery facilities to also work with waste workers, engaging them as full-time employees of these facilities. However, we are also trying to strengthen that ecosystem. And anybody who's been working with the waste sector understands that any progress in this sector would be untenable and even unjustified if it happens by excluding or by ignoring the informal sector. So we also strengthen the informal sector by, in some cases, also procuring material from the itinerant waste workers, thereby in some ways assuring a fair remuneration for the wastes that they have been collecting on the streets. Our third intervention, and we believe that also to be a very critical piece, is that we work with the communities, could be bulk waste generators as well, that live in the catchment area of these material recovery facilities in order to encourage them to adopt more responsible consumption and behavior and disposal patterns. Our understanding is, and I've been in the waste space for several years, I understand, and this is my core understanding, that if we are able to segregate waste, in fact, that is the only way that we will make waste management and circular economy a reality. Segregation at source has to be a central pillar for taking this work forward. Now, because we've been operating in several cities, more than 30 cities, we also came to this understanding that we had developed a fair, I would say, knowledge of actual implementation challenges and implementation solutions, if I may use the word solutions. I think that's a very big word to use. So now going forward, we're also working with the government, whether at the Government of India level. By that, I mean the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, with Niti Aayog, with the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and of course, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. But we're also working with state urban development departments in select states, and with, of course, the city urban local bodies, for strengthening their capacity to implement any kind of waste management or circular economy program. And we do that based on the strength of our implementation, and we're developing knowledge products and working with the ministries and the state governments to actually share the knowledge products, as well as actively engage with urban local bodies to build their capacities to actually run with this. Again, as anybody who's worked in this space, apart from the multiple other things we need to do, we are also understanding that there is a huge gap in capacity, especially of the government machinery, to actually effectively steer this work. Because irrespective of all the initiative that may come from the industry, from startups, from CSOs, from financiers, finally it'll boil down to how the government is able to integrate all these inputs and run with them. And I think this has also been voiced by one of the earlier August speakers. But I was asked to speak on policy, and I would like to bring a few points to the table out here. And I think for anybody who has that lens, they will either their observations will echo with what I'm saying, or it'll at least enrich their understanding of the policy space. So we understand the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, as Mr. Mishra had earlier shared, has been working on bringing out fairly robust regulations around circular economy or waste management or EPR. And over time, I mean, it started way back in 1998, but now we had a whole slew of rules in 2016 covering the various sectors of waste. And we've had most recently in 2022, the EPR framework on plastics. And then in November, we had the EPR framework on e-waste. What we are realizing, and we are also engaging in cross-sectoral and sectoral dialogues. In fact, we just had an industry roundtable last week that UNDP organized, which the ministry chaired, Environment Ministry chaired. We're realizing that the ministry, Environment Ministry alone and their regulation alone will not suffice if we are to make circular economy a reality. And therefore, we need to bring together various ministries. Now, circular economy actually is looking at a whole value chain of a product, or I would say, maybe the better way to say it, a whole value chain of material, starting from the person who's even conceptualizing the product, right to the end of the life of the product. So that requires, or I would say that entire value chain intersects with multiple sectors and multiple ministries. So it's very important at this point of time that there is a greater interministerial dialogue on the various aspects of circular economy. So there can be, and I'm using a very cliched word out here, there can be greater coherence in policy, not just of a single policy, but policies that ministries need to bring together in order to make this whole thing work. So just to illustrate my point, I'll share this example of FSSAI. As many of you may be aware, we have this whole 30% recycled PET or PCR mandate under the plastic waste management EPR framework. Now, for food and beverage companies to be able to recycle 30% or bring in 30% recycled material as a part of their packaging, they also need a go-ahead from FSSAI that they will be willing to accept recycled plastic as packaging that will not be harmful to the consumer. So the food and beverage sector has worked long and hard with FSSAI, and now they've reached a stage where FSSAI has recently issued some draft guidelines approving recycling of plastics for packaging for the food and beverage sector. But recently it also came to our attention that the pharma industry is still facing that challenge. If the pharmaceutical industry is going to be able to recycle the plastics for their packaging, they need the required go-ahead from the drug controller. Now, these are the small things. I'm just illustrating this, sharing this example to illustrate my point out here, that while there may be a mandate from one ministry, a lot of pieces, even from a policy perspective, need to come together in order to make it a reality on the ground. Or I would say to enable the people who have to play out on the ground to be able to do their work or to get excited about it. Another area that I think requires policy support is the well-known PET and the well-known MLP sector. So this is my observation, and I think some of you will echo that at this point of time, we don't really need a policy or a mandate, regulatory mandate, to drive recycling in the PET sector. PET has a fairly robust market. And in fact, I would go to the extent of saying that actually that market is a little overheated. On the other hand, we have these hard to recycle plastics, MLPs, where there are no takers. Number one, there aren't enough technologies, but just as critically, collection of MLPs is a huge challenge. And the cost of collection and transportation far outweighs the benefit that they could get maybe from an EPR certificate. So how can we use policy instruments to actually encourage and incentivize these hard to recycle plastics sector at maybe perhaps even at the cost of those plastic categories that are easy to recycle, for which actually which don't require any policy or regulatory drivers. Now, that's a question that I'm going to leave you with to just think about. I think this is something that we need to deliberate further and even go back to the regulators as an area of action. UNDP works with the ministry, with waste workers. And as we are going forward, we are strengthening our work with the waste workers. As I said, not just giving them assured livelihoods and jobs at material recovery facilities, but we're also now getting them access to government benefit programs. Now, so that's an interesting piece, actually. We did a fairly comprehensive, first of its kind, socioeconomic baseline study of waste workers. We covered 9,301 waste workers across 15 states in the country. And there were some very interesting, if I may use the word very loosely, insights. We found that several waste workers have the necessary identity cards or documentation, but very few. I mean, that number I think could be in excess of 80%. One ID card or another. But interestingly, only 30% had access maybe to a Jan Dhan account. So which is to say, having documentation, important as that is, it does not necessarily provide linkage to the government benefit that documentation should have yielded a waste worker. Now, this is true for anybody, for any disempowered community, because our focus right now is on the waste sector. That's why I'm talking about the waste worker out here. So taking cognizance of that, of the findings that emerged from that study, we are now, we have a project which we call Utthan, where we are now actively linking waste workers. So first stage, of course, is ensuring their documentation, which in itself is a fairly tough piece, and then ensuring that they have linkage to at least 2 government benefit programs. Having said that, when we went to the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment and we said, this is what is on offer. Interestingly, sometimes ministries also have a limited lens. So in their vocabulary, for them it is sanitation workers. And all of us working in this space, we understand sanitation worker is not a waste worker. So gradually getting ministries to understand that a sanitation worker is not a waste worker, and the programs that are present or available for sanitation workers do not necessarily mean that waste workers will benefit from it. That's the next piece that we are working on. And I think that will be an important policy piece going forward as well. I would absolutely echo what Professor Ghosh said. From a policy perspective, I think we need to, as a policy, come up with a standard labeling framework for plastics. Now, whether it is a recycling hierarchy or we identify which types of products are using which kinds of waste and so we don't just have to label giving consumers information about which category of monomer it is. So we have those 8 triangles, if you're aware, HDP, LDP, etc., etc., etc. But that isn't information that a consumer can run with, to be very honest. We need to develop a labeling framework which will allow and enable and facilitate a consumer to understand really how he needs to dispose of waste. Now, that waste disposal, so far we understand, can be in a red bin or a blue bin or a yellow bin. But I think we need to take that conversation still deeper. We also need to take it maybe to the extent of talking about dismantling waste before we dispose it. I think that's even that piece the consumer needs to be steadily sensitized and educated about, and a comprehensive, simple to understand and easy to read and preferably pictographic labeling framework will benefit. I would argue, in fact, we have the G20 happening. We should actually have a global framework for this because products are being traded across boundaries. It doesn't mean if a product is manufactured in India, how is somebody like in Bangladesh, how to deal with it? Or if a product is coming from America, manufactured in maybe Germany, how are we to recycle it and, collect it, segregate it at source, and then further take it on to process, recycle, and bring it back into the value chain and make it truly close the circular economy loop. But policy is one thing. Finally, it will really come down to what kind of an enabling environment we are creating for implementation of policy. And I think very briefly, I think I've spoken a lot, very briefly on the implementation challenges, just placing them out there. I won't get into the details out here. Of course, as I mentioned, capacities, not just with the government, but across all stakeholders, across the value chain, very important and critical piece. Finance, we understand that, but to extend that argument, what about microfinance? What about working capital for small enterprises? And by small enterprises, it does not just mean MSME. We are looking at still a rung below that. What about SHGs coming together to come up with small initiatives for waste management? I know Finnish Society is doing some work with UNDP in Amritsar. Yeah. So, how are they to be financed? How is their working capital requirement to be taken care of? And of course, if you look at it at a macro level, what about business models? Viable business models which will attract finance. So of course, we have catalytic finance, we have impact finance, etc. So there are several other things that are happening. But really, are we being able to translate them into business models so that they start running on their own? I think that's a piece that we need to bring together. Technology, without doubt, at the startup scale, maybe at innovation, at the industry level, certainly a piece that needs working on. Markets, which also brings me to the point of the recycler network. So if we are currently, in fact, doing this study, and I hope we'll have enough evidence to bring it to a gathering like this, we are trying to identify where is the recycler network present. Is it too concentrated in some areas? Are some areas within the geography, within states, at the national level, even within cities, within regions, are there some areas that are currently within the, I would say, the blind spot of the recycling network? Because that automatically translates into either high transportation, inefficient transportation, and high carbon footprint transportation of waste, if at all that transportation happens, Else, of course, waste simply lands up in a dump or a landfill or just along the roadside. So we need to strengthen our recycling network. And when we say recycling network, not just as macro recycling network, we will have to unpack it into the various categories of waste. So if there is a recycler for PET, there needs to be a recycler even for MLP. Otherwise, there is still that blind spot for that space. So like when we were trying to bring about a tie-up between cement units and urban local bodies as a part of our work with one state government. And the cement unit very clearly told us that beyond this distance, we will not transport waste without a charge, a transportation charge. The urban local body said they're making money. They're getting money from EPR. They should be able to transport that. They should take care of the transportation. Now, in all fairness, the money that an agency is making from EPR is only so much. And I think we all understand what is the quantum of revenue that is coming into the market by EPR. But what about the other transportation cost? So if you don't have a well-distributed recycler network, there will be challenges there. The other thing is I was talking about markets. And this is our observation, our experience in the city of Mumbai, where we are working with two different agencies for our material recovery facilities. Each is able to demand a different price for the same material from the same recycler. Information asymmetry. How can we make markets more democratic so that everybody is able to get the best price for their product? Which also brings me to my last point, and I think this is something that all of us are experiencing, that we may talk about recycling, we may talk about great technologies, we may talk about finance, we may talk about great product design. Currently, this is fairly unviable. The whole concept of recycling, upcycling or downcycling will remain unviable till we don't develop infrastructure for collection and transportation of segregated waste. Of course, the urban local bodies are at the center of this whole obligation, but it will be, I think it will be helpful if other stakeholders also step in to support so that we can have a pipeline of assured material, of assured quality and quantity going forward. So thank you so much for living, and once again, thank you so much for being here. I'm very happy to hear the other speakers speak and to contribute to this conversation. Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, yes.
Namaskar.
My name is Ravi Agarwal. I belong to an association catered to the interests of microfinance world, and I have been working on waste management for over 2 decades now. Whenever I hear these things, one basic question emerges: who is the owner of the waste? The owner of the waste till the consumer drops. This is mine. This PET bottle is mine. Once I drop it in the waste bin, whom does it belong? This basic question is very essential. I've been asking these questions at various forums. I have not received a reply because it's not so straightforward. Till I drop it, it's mine. Once I drop it, it belongs to the urban local body whose duty it is to collect. I mean, the Safai Karamcharis at all. So if many waste pickers around are there, are they infringing upon the right of the urban local bodies to collect, segregate, and sell? This question will become more important once the value and the demand for waste goes up. For example, a PET bottle. It happened with me in Connaught Place. I and some of my friends thought that the inner circle be cleared. Just a small story. We cleared, we invested a couple of thousand there. The inner circle we cleared. Once my man, was just sweeping the street because the curb area is full by 10 o'clock. They will come only in the evening, and the Connaught Place area looked very dirty. Yes, out of some, yes, it should look clean, Connaught Place, etc. My man picked up the bottle from the corner place. The Safai Karamchari held his hand. Chori karta hai. And very right. I mean, the waste was, it is valuable. It is 4 annas, 10 annas, 5 paisa. No, we are not cheating. We are not collecting. It is going to your dalao at the super bazaar. Then a low stop. So it's a one basic question, madam. For example, you are supporting the alag waste, the waste collectors of different segments of society, but they have no right. In my opinion, when the waste drops, it belongs to the urban local body. And everything is centered around that urban local body, not the waste pickers whom we are supporting. Then in fact, pardon me the word, why are they infringing? Why are they cheating? Why are they picking up the PET bottle from the waste which belongs to the urban local body? If they are inefficient, let's try to CSR to make them more efficient. Let them attain a value. In fact, I presented a paper before the minister that just if you strengthen these bodies, and as you very rightly said, segregation, collection, yes, segregation, key to the value. I don't call it waste anymore. It is additional resource. Well, whatever, it's valuable. Everything is valuable. If we eat dry waste, everything is valuable. So if you are allowing some other body, some other persons to collect and segregate, is not that an infringement on the government right to collect, segregate, and sell? Pardon me for this, madam. Thank you.
I think you have raised a question on which we can have a month-long seminar. So this is a really, really tricky question. Or rather, I would say not tricky, but I think there are so many layers to what you just raised. Just one observation that I will say, we can have a longer conversation offline. It is waste. Then whose ownership is it? And when it becomes a material of value, then whose ownership will come on it? Is it waste or is it material of value?
Material of value always. It was never waste. It's a misnomer.
I think to be quite fair, and your perspective very well appreciated. I think it is not that that black and white still, and therefore, as I said, it's a very complex and there are far too many layers in this. If at all a question like this can be satisfactorily resolved and answered.
Thank you for sharing your unique perspective, ma'am. Please welcome our next guest, Ms. Gitika Goswami. She is a seasoned professional with 24 years of experience in the environment and development sector. She has been working with development alternatives for the past 6 years, focusing on climate change resilience, inclusive development, and sustainable consumption and production. Her expertise lies in sustainability research, collaborative perspective building, capacity development and planning, and policy advocacy. Ma'am, please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is really a great opportunity to be here and discuss some of the very, very important issues that we are really struggling currently. So I was attending this conference since beginning. So I mean, all of these points that's been discussed since morning are very, very relevant. And as Shaloni just mentioned, that we really need a partnership and continuous have kind of a deliberation of those points to come up with some kind of solutions. I will echo all those points mainly, and let me just talk about our work, and then we can come up with what really requires as a partnership in this work. This is the overview of my presentation. It's basically very brief about development alternatives, our work in plastic circular economy, and what is the way forward. As you might know, we are the 40 years old organization, the social enterprise it was established in 1982, and we just completed our 40th year. And our vision is a world where every citizen can have a secure and healthy and fulfilling life. Our mission is to design, deliver, and promote scalable solutions that enable better lives and resilient economies for everyone, especially for youth, women, and farmers. Our goal is to build a resilient future together. And this is our journey so far. I'll not go into the detail. And this is some of the impact numbers. But our approach, I think that's very important to talk about here, because we are all talking about, the different innovation and incubation things. Our approach is innovation, incubation, implementation, influence, and impact. In case of innovation, we actually work on innovative business models and institutional systems that promote local initiative and benefit sharing. We also have an incubation and prove viability of business model. I think these two part is very much echoed with what we are discussing today. We do a lot on implementation. Our work is in Bundelkhand, which is our Karma Bhumi. And most of you all know that we are working there in 13 districts in Bundelkhand, both in UP and MP, and mostly on some of these innovative models that we are implementing in those areas. We do work on policies, but our policy work is a kind of evidence-based policy from practice to policy level. And that's how we want to create, or we have created, impact. As you all know, that we are really now, the entire world is going through a polycrisis, which the World Economic Forum report come up in January 2023. We are kind of going through a polycrisis and this is now and next 10 years. And that report actually says that the climate crisis and the resource crisis is the biggest crisis that we are right now facing and would be facing in next 10 years are acute. And also at the same time, we're also going through the crisis of livelihood. And lack of livelihood is one of the most important sector that we have to deal with. We are still, today's discussion also kind of come up with some of those livelihood part of it, because when we have innovation, and that innovation is also the clean the environment and also come up with the innovative livelihoods option, which the entire world is now grappling with. So with these three, the main crisis, the lack of resources, lack of livelihood, and lack of climate, we work in three main areas. Our work is livelihood, security, and inclusive entrepreneurship, where we innovative business models and institutional ecosystem that empower local entrepreneurs for creating businesses and generate jobs and deliver business needs. We work on resource efficiency and circular economy, which is basically to accelerating and the transition to inclusive and circular models of production and consumption, which will reduce the carbon and material footprint across the life cycle of economic activity. Mostly, we are focusing on construction, plastics, and wastewater, and we promote local value and wealth creation. So currently everyone is discussing about the circular economy. We are focusing mostly on inclusive and circular economy. That means that to can cover across the value chain, all stakeholders, especially I think Saloni, you mentioned about that, not the startup only and not the MSME, and the below the MSME is that local enterprises. That's very much very much the major part of our the population. I think that's one part we should now focus on most. And then we are working climate resilient and ecosystem restoration, where we regenerate degraded ecosystem and build resilience to climate change. Coming to the plastic waste management work, I think the first work that we did with UNEP was the promotion of countermeasures against marine plastic litter in South and Southeast Asia, where we worked in 2 cities in Haridwar and Prayagraj, and there our work was mainly on what was there, just to come up with what was there and where we should really target the issue and how to really target that issue. So here in this slide is basically talk about, these two cities are having a fixed population and also a floating population, as because they are the holy cities and pilgrimage and so on. And therefore, the issue of the plastic is not only based on the people sitting there or, have their houses. It's basically the huge issue comes during those pilgrimage events. So our work basically there when we did these 2 cities was the kind of awareness generation a lot, and to also see to also look at the data. That was this study was basically 3 years back, I think, when we had come up with the report that there was a missing data available. And even for the Haridwar, we tried just put together what was that, the component of the waste that is coming up during the Kumbh time and what is the normal waste that's coming up and how it's being leakaged into the in the river Ganga and it's going to the ocean. And then we did a lot on campaigns of the waste management. We did work on several stakeholders, starting from the local communities, the school children, municipalities, even those, the pandits of those temples. And there are, and the issues has come up with several kinds of issues has come up that time. And we did lot big campaign and a mega event. This was only because to do a kind of a awareness generation and capacity development across the different stakeholders. And the most important point that we have come up with that time was lack of understanding of the negative impact of the marine ecosystem, and which is that, what is included components of life cycle and plastic waste, types of plastic waste and commonly available. And because people had actually no idea once, and just the question that the previous speaker just said about then whose ownership it is, when it is I use it and when I take it out, then it's not my ownership, whose ownership it is. And that's the most important. And people have absolutely no idea where it is going and how it is actually becoming so much of a problem. And then our current project is in Nirmal Agra program, where we are working with the municipalities. And here we are working in 2 phases. One is basically to look at the identify the plastic hotspots in Agra and collection of those hotspots and setting off of mini MRF system, that is 5 TPD, which is it is really mini, but there are total 12 mini MRF system that was supposed to be done. The first phase we have done 4 and there's 8 to be coming up. And we are closely working with municipality and the local communities. And I think one of the speaker has already mentioned about the kind of awareness that is now being generated. And if we continue to do that for next 5 years, I think we'll be able to at least understand the situation currently and for the local understand for the local people. And then the work will really start. Now whatever work all the different stakeholders are doing, it's still at a very kind of a pilot scale, if we may say that, because the experience in different cities, we found out that yes, there is a lot of push from the municipalities, but not that much of cooperation is kind of getting from the communities as well. The segregation at source, what Saloni just mentioned about, is the key. But we found out that is the key, absolutely. But at the same time, that source segregation should be properly carried out to the MRF is also a very important component of it. So our current work is another work that we are currently doing, and which has lot of components of the policies, is our work with our Australian counterpart, Australian Industry and Research Collaboration for reducing plastic waste. We are here developing a plastic waste circular roadmap for India. And this was a 3 years project. And currently, when the Australian Prime Minister was here in India in the first week of March, and there was a joint statement also come up with, this is what the Australians' contribution to India as well, to build a roadmap and to implement it in a way. So building a roadmap, that was part of our work, along with the Australian research, the 3 research institute. And I'm coming to the part of it. So the research background was basically also to look at, this was not a geographic specific, and we have taken it across the country, and in several geographies we had done the stakeholder consultation to come up with the issues and also the circularity understanding of the different stakeholders. There are several positioning and outreach activities that we have done, along with some of these high level roundtables, where I think FPL Lab was also part of this, and some of other startup ecosystems, as well as the industry and the policymakers. We also have very recently one more roundtable that we did on effective management of plastic waste, where we kind of invited all stakeholders in these in the value chain, and the discussion was basically how to address this existing gap and challenges of the plastic waste management sector and provide actionable recommendation for better policy imperatives. Identification of the common interest areas where development alternative and partner organization can work together. Here, partner organization is basically all the organization working in this sector. So our work was on policy framework and institutional arrangement, community and industry initiative, value chain markets and business models, and awareness and behavior change. These are some of these outputs that has come up in these last 2 years. So now coming to the findings, and which is, I think, some of these points will actually echo on what our previous speakers has already mentioned. So the 7 elements of Indian plastic circular economy is 3 broad stages. One is production, consumption, and recycling. And this is the key. And the 4 primary enablers are commercial viability. That is basically for the startups ecosystem, as well as the small enterprises that is already there in an informal way. And I think, as we all know, that India is one of the I think most important country in case of this plastic circular economy, and 60% of our plastics is actually managed in a waste management way. But we just have the circular economy. The term has come up like last 3 to 4 years time, and maybe little more than that. But in the informal sector, that's being used for decades now. But that's not been properly. I think the lot of ask is there from the informal sector, as the capacity, the technology, the finance and market. All those 4 components is very much required. So that's one part of it. And then awareness and readiness, that is what the country and the community, which is required, and all stakeholders across the value chain is required. And infrastructure is very, very important, because and that is what is lacking right now. And consistent compliance, where is the policy part of it is coming. And Saloni, I think, has very well defined about the compliance consistency. The recommendation from these, the roadmap which is coming up, is overall strategy for Indian plastic circular economy is set a single clear framework. That's very important, and develop a circular economy transition body. And in that include all plastic types, recognize and engage all stakeholders, and streamline effective regulations, set decentralized, locally relevant and equitable policies. Integrate learning along the supply chain and phase out of low value plastic, which is mostly the single use plastic, and make accessible recycling infrastructure and technologies that both are very much required right now. Though a lot of new technologies is coming up, but I think still there is a huge space, huge gap in this technologies front. And as I think Mr. Mishra has mentioned that we have then in India itself has lot of different technologies being used, but just not kind of that all can be that all can be actually aggregated together, and we should have a kind of a compendium of technologies where how these different technologies can be used across different stakeholders, and all from informal and formal sectors as well, and startups. Support the circular economy with public procurement policies and fiscal and tax incentive. That is also still lacking in the current scenario. And EPR is, as many people have mentioned, has different layers and is really little complicated till date. The opportunities and benefits are social, environmental, economic, and international, because we feel that India, at part of this, fifth largest economy, has a lot to really contribute at an international scenario. So the main opportunities are diverting dry waste from landfill, leading to less greenhouse gas emission, improved air quality, and reduced microplastic in the food chain. Inclusion and empowerment of informal sector through entrepreneurship. That's very, very important. I think in the startup ecosystem, we talk about all the other components like market, finance, capacities, technologies, and all, but inclusion is also very, very important. And we in India is required inclusion, gender inclusion, caste, community, all kind of inclusion. Inspiring communities, especially youth, for demonstrating profitable circular business model. I think where we have a very much connect to the FPL lab, and also the new Loop lab, which is going to be setting up soon, where we have a lot of mutual understanding could have and can work together. Creating secondary market for used plastic and primary market for alternatives, eco-friendly products. And while we were doing all this, the study, one of the most important component of these stakeholders consultation came up with the alternative material. We have alternatives, but still not at a scale where we can really phase out of any kind of MLPs or still single-use plastic. And so that's most important, the alternative. And honoring India's progress on Sustainable Development Goal and our commitment under the International Plastic Treaty 2024, offering an example of emerging economies for the Asia Pacific, Africa, and Latin America to support transformative change at a global scale. So India has that kind of role to play at a global scale, and India being part of this G20 process, I think a lot of these things are already discussed in different forums. Next for Indian plastic circular economy is roadmap implementation plan, digital tracking of the polymer material flows, improved metrics, data and indicator and targets, a recycling modernization fund for India, which has come up in several places, that we really are required a modernization fund where we can really fund all these new startups and also the enterprises that can come up. Plastic Circular Economy Innovation Hub, which is very much echo with the today's program. Locally based in experimental demonstration and scaling up. Science-based solution for technologies, businesses, model and policies in a more inclusive way. And integration of the informal sector and improvement of the life and livelihood of the lower end of the value chain. And partnership and collaboration, that's I think the next step. Building the roadmap is just the start. The support package needs to advance this vision. Our compendium of proven technologies, solution from India and globally. Center of Excellence of Innovation and Incubation in Circular Economy could be, I think, where Lab and Aspire Lab and has some as a contribution. Conceptual framework for inclusion and empowerment of the workers in the informal sector through entrepreneurship, technical and capacity building support to municipalities that can enable innovative solutions. And I think it's not only municipalities, I think across the value, across all the stakeholders, along with other government departments as well. Demonstration of the meso level tech-based material recycling facilities, which integrated business and market models, and Indian Plastic Circular Economy Forum for collaboration and networking and on a sustained basis. These are our partners for this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for lunch. Please take this opportunity to network with your colleagues and enjoy the lunch provided. We will resume the event shortly after the break. Thank you. I request all of you to be back on time. I request everyone to be back in 45 minutes. Thank you. Hello, welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break and had the opportunity to network with your colleagues. Let's resume the event and continue the discussion. Please take your seats so we can get started. We'll commence with the second session for today, which focuses on innovation and startups. For that, I'll invite our esteemed guest, Dr. Mukul Das. He's the director of Shriram Institute for Industrial Research, Delhi, with expertise in food additives, contaminants, and adulterants. He has published over 320 research papers, supervised 30 PhD students, and holds 4 national and 2 international patents. He has been recognized with multiple awards, including the Burroughs Wellcome Fund Award, the Fellow of National Academy of Sciences, and many more. So please come. Can we please connect the laptop to the... Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here and to speak about the Institute activity as well as the TBI, that is Technology Business Incubation Department of our institute before you. So therefore, what I'll be presenting basically the role of SRI in innovation, that is how we conduct R&D activity and we support R&D activity to incubators, and the incubation system where we support many of the startups. So with this, I would like to brief about the institution, that is Shriram Institute for Industrial Research. It has got 6 wings, comprising of a material science division, bio division, non-bio division, that is civil engineering division, then environmental science division, then SARC, that is radiation facility, what we have, and the last and the most important for all of you, that is the TBI. So coming to our material science division, we are working on rubbers and plastics, polymers, textiles, paper and paints. Other division, that is civil engineering division, works on building materials, soil technology, petroleum and fuels, calibration and electrical items. And bioscience division deals with the toxicology or the safety, the food and farm products, drugs and pharmaceutical, pesticides, residues, and microbiology. The environment protection division deals with the air and emission studies, water and wastewater studies, and environment and policy research and environmental impact assessment. Metals have got its own characteristic with different features, covering different features. And Shriram Applied Radiation Center, that is SARC, this is one of the very important facility what we have, which sterilizes the surgical products, metallic products, plastics and rubber items, pharma products, and many more products. Apart from that, it is being used in many of the plastic industry for the manufacture, so that many of the bonds of the chemicals, they get activated and they can subsequently bind with the other materials. Then the most important is the technology business incubator system. And I would like to mention the activities of the TBI in our institute, which deals with technology development, technical assistance to entrepreneurs, product upgradation, process modification, and then we also do consultancy so that if any of the incubator has any problem related to their R&D activity, then we give them consultancy also. And then the validation of the results what have been carried out. And naturally, when you go to the laboratory, we all face all the troubles, and those troubleshootings can be assessed, and then finally the certification. And in this, we support the startups, the innovators, and also we are involved in networking of those people with the agencies from where they can get help. And then the educate pilot and prototype facility and commercialization of the technology, which is the last step, so that it can be utilized by the consumers. Basically, we are involved in plastic, rubber, and some of the specialty chemicals and formulations and waste material. I'm showing this particular slide over here because the topic is the plastics related topic. So that's where I am trying to, apart from this, we also have products or entrepreneurs in several other areas where they have worked, or we have developed the technology along with them, and they have been commercialized as well. So the question comes that what are the basic problems? Majority of these small businesses, they fail in the first 2 years. And why they fail? That is basically because of the availability of some of the financial resources, or maybe due to lack of capacity to handle complex business management issues, or the problem may be complicated and there could be some bureaucratic environment which are hindering the problem for carrying out those processes. The high quality standards and the environmental consideration, and then the information related to the technology. So our role is how to fill and bridge these gaps, and then can act as networking center for synergizing activities of stakeholders and providing linkages with other constituents related to business development. And also how to provide infrastructure support in terms of office spaces, meeting room, platform for doing networking, and platform for giving them the opportunity to go and develop the technology at the pilot scale and then at a higher scale as well. For the infrastructure facilities, we have fully furnished office with dedicated internet facilities, shared resources like conferences, conference room with video conferencing, and so many other things which are required by our startups. In this particular area, we have got several facilities related to plastic processing, like we have injecting molding machine, we have got multi-layer blown film plant, then thermoforming machine that can be used in terms of plastics related work, then recycling plant for force feeder and vent. And here also we have got the facility for it. Then we have got HDPE pipe plant of 40 mm, how to design these pipes. And then the wet spanning machine, the recycling plant, and some of the rubber knader and rubber extruders. And in terms of analytical facilities, we have got viscometer and the hardness tester, the abrasion tester, etc. The most important thing where we have got for the incubators is the high pressure reactor or autoclaves. And this is a very important machine because many of the polymers are synthesized with the high pressure reactors, or those can be modified and then they can be prepared in other forms of plastics. The vision and the mission of our TBI is to promote and develop and multiply entrepreneurs, and in turn impart substantial impact on the growth of indigenous industry. The center is one of the major solution providers to the entrepreneurs in the domestic manufacturing segment of plastics and chemical products. And the center is striving to become an established technology and networking resource center for entrepreneurs, not only in the northern region, but for the entire country as well. We would like to show the journey of this particular incubation center. We started in 2009-10 with the proposal of DST, which was established at our Sri Ram Institute. And so far, I would like to mention that almost 350 incubators have been associated with our TBI, and almost 92 prototypes have been developed, and out of which 64 has been commercialized, along with the 27 IPR with the startup. So this is what is the journey of our TBI, that is Technology Business Incubation Center. And the recent scale for the startups through Clean Edge Accelerator Program demo date completed on during October 2019 with the Nidhi program. As many as 16 startups were there, in which SRI collaborated with Aspire Lab, Polyflex, and DST, as well as NSTEDB. So these are some of the startups which came out from the Nidhi Accelerator program, and some of the products which have been developed by them, which are commercialized, like anti-fog aqueous spray, utilization of cigarette butts for making value-added products like paper and flower pots, polymer wood composite from the sawdust and waste plastic, which is already displayed outside. And then the fragrance-based effervescent tablets for washrooms, special absorbents tablets based on vomiting bags, glass products, etc., and utilization of multi-layer waste for making value-added products. Some of the more products have been shown here, and some of the technologies which have been developed by our institute is like the dental implant technology, the work related to the eye lens, how it can be indigenously formed, and then some of the sutures and the products which were related to orthopedics, and also one of the polymer-based technology which is being used by the wooden artisans, especially after UV curing. The TBI options to fill the gaps and ensure growth are the MOU with the industries for long-term innovation and R&D projects, the continuous funding for incubation, R&D by government agencies like DST and Niti Aayog, and then commercialization of technologies developed by joint IPR, and creation of linkages with industries and entrepreneurs through field-specific TBI rail work. And this is what is the organization chart of our TBI. And approximately 300 experts are working along with research scholars, technical experts, and in various sectors which are available in the institute. And I'll be happy if any startup or any entrepreneur is having any kind of problem related to R&D activity, or related to the product, or related to the product validation, development, and then taking it forward at the commercial level, we'll be more than happy to share our experiences with them. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please welcome our next guest, Ms. Rishika Chatterjee. She is an accomplished professional with a master's degree in economics and business from Sciences Paris. She has a track record of environmental achievements, having worked extensively with Startup India, Invest India. It is a flagship initiative of the Government of India to build a robust ecosystem for nurturing innovation and startups in the country that will drive sustainable economic growth and generate large-scale employment opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry it's the Delhi weather, so my voice is a little bad. And if I stop to cough in between, I apologize in advance. So I'm from Startup India, which is a flagship initiative of the Government of India. We mostly look at harmonization and hand-holding the startup ecosystem in India. We started in 2016, and we started with just around 200 startups back then, where startups were not even the trending word. And right now we are at 90,000 plus startups. Thank you again for having me here. Today, I'm going to talk about most of the schemes and initiatives that we have, but I'm going to briefly touch upon them. I will leave my coordinates at the end so that you can get in touch with me for if there's anything in particular that you want to talk about. So we basically have 3 pillars on which our whole the Startup India initiative stands. The first one is the simplification and handholding. Back then in 2016, my father is an entrepreneur. So I was asking him that, how did you establish a business? What were the first things you did? And he told me that it was so difficult because they had to run from pillar to post to sort of understand what is MCA, what is incorporation, what do I need, how do I apply for taxes, who do I go to? And that is where Startup India sort of brings all of this together in our one-stop platform that we have. So simplification, sort of simplifying the things that you need to do so that there is nothing that is standing between your idea and that idea to become a viable product. The next part is, of course, funding. I cannot speak about a startup, or you can speak about a small business without talking about the importance of finance and the importance of funding. So that's the second pillar that we rest upon. And lastly, of course, industry academia partnerships. As before my esteemed sir, he explained how important academia, and not just academia, even corporate partnerships for that matter, are important to sort of scale this startup fever that India is riding high on right now. So just like a little bit of statistics before I get into what exactly we do and what are the different schemes you can avail. The first one is, of course, it is the 3rd largest ecosystem in the country. It is the ecosystem in the world with almost 90,000 plus startups which are being recognized. There are about 80 startups which are being recognized every single day. So these are the ones which get DPIT recognition. I'll go into details of what exactly that means in a couple of seconds. We also have 48% of startups. So when we started, it was mostly concentrated. When we talk about startups, it was like Bangalore is the Silicon Valley of India, and then you go on to maybe Pune or maybe Chennai. But now, slowly and subtly, it's actually growing all across the country, and we are trying to cover the length and breadth of India with the startup fever. We have around 615K plus users on Startup India Hub, which is the one-stop shop platform that I was talking to you about. So we also speak about unicorns. Unicorns are the new trendy word. It's not just a mythical beast anymore. It means a lot more, especially with last year, I think 41 unicorns were added in 2022 itself. And we are fast taking over the other countries with respect to the race in unicorns. It's been a massive growth, and we only want to like riding high on this. But unicorns, though, they'll come later. First, we'll talk about the startups. And first, what are the different stages that we go through? So how are we as the government, which is the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade under Ministry of Commerce and Industry, being enablers and helping you sort of achieve that unicorn status? We have a definition of startup, that is the DPIT recognition that I was talking to you about. It's basically fourfold. It's not a very hardcore eligibility criteria. This is something very simple so as to track your particular company, and the very basic things that we look at. Number one, of course, it has to be either of the three: private limited company, limited liability partnership, or registered partnership. We also look at OPCs, which are one public company, and then we have, it has to be from 0 to 10 years of incorporation. So like now we are at 2023. So your startup needs to be incorporated in 2013 or beyond. It should not exceed $12.6 million, or in INR, it is 100 crore in revenue. Initially, this used to be 25 crores, and then we realized that maybe we are underestimating our startups a little bit. We should put them at 100 crores. So we increased the value to 100 crores. And lastly, it has to be innovation. It has to be innovative, scalable, job creating, and also wealth creating. So these are the basic 4 criteria. What you do is you apply to our website. We have a very simple form which you fill. It takes 10 minutes of your time to fill that form up. We have 4 stages of startup where we take your sort of information. We have ideation, we have validation, we have early traction, and scaling. So for each of these different stages, we have different schemes and benefits that are available. And you can go to our website to sort of go through it in a much, you can actually go through each of the different stages and what are the different benefits that we have. It is all available on our website. This is what the website looks like. It is it's a one-stop shop, as I think this is the 3rd time I'm saying it, because it truly is. Before I joined this organization, I actually went through the website myself, which gave me everything I needed for an interview. So I'm guessing it's going to be that much more helpful for a startup that works here. We have resource partner services, for example, AWS. So we have a resource partner. Amazon Web Services are our resource partners. So if you are a DPIT recognized startup, you can actually apply for AWS credits through our website. I would urge you to look at the learning and development tools. We have pitching templates for you. We have, how to scale your business from, just an idea to MVP. So we do have a lot of learning programs which is available for you. I would urge everybody to go visit our website. It's a good one. You'd be able to see a lot more things there. The other thing that we concentrate on, which is the funding part of it, which I was talking about, 2 things. Number 1, fund of funds, and number 2, Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. So the fund of fund is more like a catalytic effect that we have. What we do is the DPIT, which is where I'm from, under Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. We diverge these funds to SIDBI, and then SIDBI gives it to AIFs, which are alternate investment funds. I would request you to, if you are applying if you want to get the fund of fund benefit, you would have to check out which one of these are the alternate investment funds. There's a ready list available online, and then you apply to these AIFs to be eligible for this fund of fund. There is, till date, we have disbursed around $5.96 billion. That's not a small amount of money. And it mostly goes to startups which are in the scaling stage of their product. The other one is seed fund. So we realize that, of course, there is one part of the startup where you need that push to make it scalable. And on the other end, you have a startup which needs to become which is just an idea. It needs product prototyping. It needs commercialization. And that is where the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme comes in. So the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme is, it's given in tranches, and it's given via incubators. So this also began in around 2000, during Pradam in 2021. It is a corpus of 945 crores. We are still sort of disbursing that amount slowly. There are DPI, so there are incubators and there are startups. There are 2 tranches I think that people can apply. So there are the incubators which apply directly, that there is a advisory committee which sort of looks at the incubator and discusses and deliberates on the best possible solution, and then they give the funds to them, and from then these startups have to apply to those particular incubators, and then the money is transferred from them to them. So it's a catalyzing effect. You give it to one incubator, which then percolates down to several other startups. I am not going into a lot of details. There is a list of eligibility criteria on how to do this. Example, for seed fund, to apply for seed fund, you have to be a DPIT recognized startup of not more than 2 years. For example, it has to be between 0 to 2 years of incorporation. So any startup which has which has gotten incorporated in 2021 is sort of eligible to do that right now, eligible to apply for seed fund scheme. So there are much more detailed eligibility criteria, which will, of course, you'll see on our website once you go there. Now, because there's paucity of time, so I'm just trying to cover as much as I can. Next, we have corporate partnerships. So, for example, particularly speaking about green technology, we recently did a very good challenge with Uber. We did Uber Green Mobility Challenge, where EV vehicles, like innovative solutions to bring EV into India, was looked at. And through that, we actually got top 5 startups were given cash grants, and one of them actually went on to work with Uber after that. So all of these benefits are available to our startups who work with, who are DPIT recognized. So if there are any startups in this forum, I would urge them to sort of apply for DPIT recognition. And then, of course, we will keep you informed of all the different corporate challenges and ministry challenges that we do. This is one part of it, which is the national part of it. Now let's go into international market access that we provide. So, I don't want to talk about everything that's there. So for the pitching sessions in Japan, I actually have a very interesting story. I remember attending this one particular pitching session where investors from Japan, so we have country bridges, right? So we are actually 17 bridges right now. We just got updated like a day ago. We launched a new bridge with Italy. So we have bridges with Croatia, we have it with UK, we have it with Russia, we have like 16 other bridges. I would urge you to again go to our website and check that out. So these bridges are basically like soft landing platforms where you can go and understand what the different, if you want to expand to that market, exactly how it looks like, what are the different challenges you might face, what are the next steps, who are the people you need to contact, and that is what the Startup India Bridges does to you. So going back to the story, for the Japan pitching sessions, I actually attended one which was on solar tech, which was on solar energy. And I remember this particular startup, and I was speaking to that person before he went on, for the pitching session. We had investors from Japan, around 4-5 of them, 4-5 of the investors. And I remember speaking to this particular startup, and he was so nervous. He's like, oh, I don't know what to do. What if there is a, because in English is not their first language. What if they don't understand what I'm saying? What if my pitch is not strong enough? And, we all handhold, like our entire purpose is to handhold and to help them achieve what they want to achieve. And we were constantly on call with them. And I'm very happy to say that they ended up signing an MOU with the Japanese investor, and they're establishing an R&D center here in India right now with this particular company. So these are some of our success stories. Even, for example, the Dubai Expo that happened in 2021, that was also where our marquee event startups or our beneficiary startups, we actually took them there. 2 other points which I want to make before I move on to the next one is the Section 80IC income tax exemption and the Section 56 angel tax exemption. These are also 2 other things that we offer. For 80IC exemption and Section 56, you just have to be DPIT recognized, and you can just apply on the website itself. And again, if there are any issues, the team is there to handhold you. Lastly, these are some marquee events that we're going to talk, like lots of things have happened, and I'm pretty sure, like, if you follow us on social media, you'd be able to know about it. There are 2 particular events here that I would like to sort of talk about. Number one is the National Startup Awards. It is a flagship initiative of Startup India, where we sort of, we make this cohort of 100+ startups from across various sectors, where clean tech and waste to wealth is one of them. And we have a very robust evaluation committee that goes through the whole list. And at the end of it, there are cash prizes that are awarded. But it does not end there. So National Startup Awards, and after the award ceremony is over, one whole year you get handholding support, you get mentorship connect, you get pitching opportunities. So for example, the company that I was talking to you about, which ended up signing a deal with the Japanese investor, was one of the National Startup Award beneficiaries. So this is one of our marquee events, which we would like to talk about, and it's actually a good way to get into the ecosystem. The other one is Startup 20. So we all know India has the G20 presidency right now. Given how India is making strides in startup ecosystem and how we are the third largest, we realized it's about time that we showed the path to everybody about what it is to be a startup in today's world. And that is why Startup 20 Engagement Group has been established under India's G20 presidency for the first time. It's an engagement group which looks to harmonize the ecosystem across G20 member nations, and we plan to do so via 3 task forces. The first one is the foundation and alliances. When I was working on this particular G20 Startup 20 thing, we realized that India calls it startups, but Canada calls it MSMEs. Some other country calls it SMEs. So there are different variations of the same thing existing everywhere. And that is where we thought that Startup 20 might be able to make a difference. But at least across the G20 nations, we are able to sort of list out a certain eligibility criteria through which everybody can be known as a startup or an innovator. So that's what we're trying to do through Foundation Alliances, which is our first task force. Our second task force is finance, because of course funding is important. So we are trying to see if there is a framework we can understand, or if we can sort of look at the investment framework, investment landscape in the different countries, and see if there are any best practices that we can learn from it. And lastly, we have inclusion and sustainability, because obviously we are all trying to solve a larger problem here, and SDGs are one of them. And that's where Race to Wealth and startups with the innovative technologies are actually coming into play. So much more details about what SCO is, which is a Shanghai Corporation organization, Yatra, which was organized in 2018, where the whole team traveled through 22 states and almost 100 plus districts to sort of talk about entrepreneurship and get the fever going. That's about it. I'm so sorry. It was a rushed presentation, I'm guessing. If there are any questions, please feel free to sort of contact me. I will leave my details here on the screen with Kapil, and you can let him get it from him. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be beginning with the panel discussion. It is my pleasure to introduce the esteemed panelists, who are all founders in plastic recycling space and will be joining us today for this discussion. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. In sequence, they are Ms. Anita Ahuja, co-founder and president of Conserve India; Ms. Sonal Shukla, co-founder of eConscious; Mr. Rakesh Thakur, COO of Dhruvan Enterprises; Ms. Sakshi Jha, co-founder of Sarfaraz Sakshi Innovation; Mr. Pranjul Jha, COO of Biocrux India; Mr. Mukul Chabra, founder of Scrap Uncle; and Ms. Divya Shetty, COO and co-founder of CircleX. Also, it will be moderated by Mr. Abhinav Ramaria, Head of Programs and Operations at Aspire Labs. He has over 16 years of experience in the corporate and startup space, and he's deeply involved in startup incubation and mentoring, life cycle assessment studies, and policy research. Over to you, Mr. Ramaria. The press.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. Finally, we reached to the session 2 and especially the startup focused panel. I would like to give you a very brief flow how this session would go. I would request each of the founders to present about their journey and brief presentation if they have, and then we'll reach to the sharing of ideas, especially highlighting what challenges as a startup and as a waste management startup they feel. So we are better understanding the challenges we should be solving through this FNILU program, and then we'll move to the session 3. So I'll request Anita ma'am in the first sequence, co-founder and president Conserve India, to share your presentation and a brief talk. Thank you.
Okay.
Open. कौन सा ये वाला है ये ना वैसे ना Hello.
Yes, it's there. So I'll start off and I'll take very little time. I know it's been a very busy morning of lots of new ideas. So we all are brain jammed. But anyway, since I'm invited, so I would like to go ahead with the presentation. I come from an organization from Conserve India, and we're not really a startup. We are a 25-year-old organization. So, but of course, I believe that every organization needs to reinvent itself every 10 years, if not 5 years. So we have always been in the process of reinventing ourselves. And so that's how my journey has started. This is Conserve India. We have our core values, we have a mission, and we all have talked about the emerging circular economy. So yes, we are properly in sync with it. And the SDG goals, naturally, if you've been around for 25 years, you do have some kind of an impact. We have now put numbers to it. So here are some numbers. How we started was like a startup, and we were a non-profit organization working on waste management programs and energy efficiency programs. And we worked with Department of Environment and other government bodies, did composting, got involved with the Bhagyadari of the Delhi chief ministers, And so the journey started. We also started doing a lot of innovations. And when we succeeded in our first innovation, which was basically upcycling of plastic waste, that is the poly bags. And at that time, we used to get a lot of colorful poly bags in our waste stream. And that was the first patent we applied for. But we did want to make it a very inclusive model. So we worked extensively with waste pickers, and we created a private limited company. So in a way, we were one of the first social enterprises that we had a non-profit arm and a for-profit arm. We became a fair trade company and exported 100% of our exports. We had major buyers, and we have even supplied to IKEA at one time, and Urban Outfitters, and most of the big brands and the fair trade brands we have supplied over the years. And our products were, the question that I'm often asked is, why did we get into exports and not the Indian market? The point was, all markets are very new for startups. When you start, you really are just looking for buyers. So it wasn't an intentional decision that we want to export only. It was just that we got help from Export Promotion Council Handicraft. We participated in a trade show. We also got some help from like Germany. There's a very famous fair, Ambiente and others. So we were lucky to get free stalls. Of course, it required a little bit investment because it can never be 100% free everything. But it was a well-founded investment because our exports grew quite like rapidly. And that is why we never looked at the Indian market till some years later. In 2017, we launched our India brand at the Fashion Week, India Fashion Week. That was also not exactly a calculated move of launching it there. It was just that we felt that the Indian market was ready for a designer upcycled green product rather than something which is really massy. So we created, we had the launch there. But of course, since then, we have done a lot of corporate sales and other things. We put a lot of emphasis on marketing because I think marketing is really the asset test. As a designer, I may make a lot of things, but if people are not buying my products, then I don't see any value in it. So we have over the years made a conscious decision not to take too many grants. Otherwise, you can grow a lot on and be more market driven. This is our timeline. And we have just started a project in Kashmir, in Baramulla. That's our most recent project that we have started. These are our interventions. And like I mentioned, that we are working in these kind of areas. And these are some of our groups that we have trained. And we work with waste picker groups, but we also work a lot with artisan groups because our products are really artisan by nature. And the difference between recycling and upcycling is that when you can add more than 100% to the value of the original material. So that is where we are. But of course, besides providing technology training, we do a lot of capacity building so that they can become good partners for us. So most of these groups are really, we have started from a scratch with them, but today they all are into that export gear. So this is the basic, what we do is collect plastic waste, wash everything, dry, we make it into the fabric, and then it's converted into products. And of course, the revenue, because we are a fair trade company, we are an audited fair trade company, because to become members of World Fair Trade Organization, you need to be audited. And it's a very tight audit. So we ensure that all our groups are not only trained, but they are compliant. These are some of the photographs of our products. And this is what we sell. Some years back, because I've been in this field a long time, I thought that, there were so many more technologies which were emerging all over the world. And I wanted to learn, and I felt as a country, we need those technologies. So we have formed a consortium of social entrepreneurs. We are 6 or 7 from different countries, and each one has a patent for a different technology. So this project has started in Uganda. It's called Micro Factories, because we realized that if you put 6, 7 machines together, even in one container, you can more or less solve all the plastic problem of a particular local community. So since we really believe in decentralized model of waste management, I'm against that, truckloads of waste should go from one place to the landfill site and they should get an EPR funding. I mean, it's also illogical. So I believe that wherever there's waste, we should have a container, even a movable, which goes from one place to another, upcycles the waste, makes products for the community, like benches, swings, lots of things, everything we can make out of plastic, whatever is made from plastic, and, solve the problem there. Give job to local people and awareness community. I mean, I'm a strong believer of behavioral change and all that stuff. So this is my vision of creating a meta network of micro factories, and the different technologies. Has the mic gone, or are you all still there? So the different technologies that we have is something like this, which we are working on, is a shredder, and you all are from plastic industry, so you will know each one of them very well. But what we are trying to do is work with self-help groups. Like our 3D printer collection, we are making jewelry products, and we are making like buckles and clips, which are needed for handbags. So we'll, of course, add it to our label. So how do you make it 100%? So this is the kind of technologies that we are working with. Like most interesting I find is this drone-enabled plastic waste collection, because all that legacy waste and ocean waste and all where we can't reach, but the drone is reaching. So I think in the next 5-10 years, we are going to have many more technologies, and all this whole band of ours of startups and all. We are going to have a very exciting time, at least I think in the next 10 years. But of course, we'll see what happens. So this is how we are building the plaster school. Our first, of course, is in Uganda, because and the second one is in what we are doing in Baramulla in Kashmir. So, and we have small in Noida and Wazirabad and all, but of course, it requires more funding than what we initially needed. So that's how we are playing it out. These are some of our supporters and people who support us. We work a lot with refugee groups. So that's where UNHCR and all are mentioned. And yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Truly innovative and inspiring. Thank you very much, ma'am. And truly innovative and inspiring, and the number of technologies which you have been using. Now, in this sequence, I'll call Ms. Sonal Shukla for the presentation, founder eConscious.
Yeah. Can you pick the page? Control.
विंडो में जाके फुल स्क्रीन कर विंडो
हो गया
Great. Thank you so much for having me here. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sonal, co-founder of Conscious, which is a social impact startup working in plastic waste management domain. Of course, we are talking about plastic, so each one of us from that domain itself. So today I'll be talking about why recycling is important, basically. And since we are here to talk about our journey, so I'll be talking about how we came into this particular space and how we started and at what stage today we are at. So like since we are all from the similar background, so I'll not be talking about the data and about the what the numbers say about the plastic waste in India. But yeah, the numbers and the problem that we are having is very, very big, and we need to work on this collectively. And I'm very happy to see these many startups being in this particular space, and each one of us working there, working so hard to bring a change in this society. So somewhere around 2.5 years back, we started with the conscious. Earlier it was eco because our vision was that we'll be bringing something decor kind of a thing from making from waste, and that's how we started. We started making very little products like coasters, pots, and stuff. And today we are at this stage where we have installed around 500 benches in the public domain. So talking a little bit about the impact that we have created so far. So we have recycled around 1 lakh kgs of plastic waste in this past 2 years. And how we basically started and how we got into this journey is very interesting, actually, because I come from an electronics engineering background, and what I'm doing today is completely different than what I was doing before 3 years, because I was working in a VLSI company, working to design chip and stuff. And cut to today, I'm speaking about waste management so confidently because I understand this space. So the journey started around like when we all were in the middle of pandemic. And is this mic working? Yeah. Okay. So during the pandemic, when we all were locked inside our home, we were thinking more about sustainability and environment and stuff, because we were very free at that point of time to think about environment, I feel, because before that everybody was so busy. So yeah, during pandemic, we also started thinking about like what we can bring in the society and how we can bring a change. And that's how Vaibhav and I started this startup. So I mean, I have always been that kind of a person who been supporting to, Swachhata Abhiyan, or I used to have this bag in my college where I used to put all the wrappers and stuff in my side pocket so that I can find a dustbin and put it there. So that kind of passion has, I think, put me in this position where I like to call myself an electronics engineer turned into an ecopreneur. So that's the journey of Econscious, basically. And this is what we basically do. So we collect the plastic waste and then we shred it. We convert it into these boards, and then these boards to make different kinds of products out of that. So category wise, we are having 2 different categories of product. One is gifting and one is public utility. So we have like products from coasters to bench, which is a vast domain. We have to categorize it into very specific manner, which we are in the process of learning as a startup, like how to segment and how to do these things to find our customer segments. So, and these are some of our products. So we have like as I told, like planters, dustbins, artworks and stuff. And yeah, I feel to be in this space, these 2 things, I believe very strongly that you need passion and you need resilience to be in this particular space, because startup as an ecosystem seems very fancy and everybody wants to start, everybody wants to do some or the other things, but to sustain that you need that kind of resilience and that kind of passion. And specifically being in this waste management sector, this is really, really important. So yeah, I think I'm done with this. Yeah, thank you so much for having me once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonal. It was really inspiring journey, and in the middle of pandemic, you started this. This was fantastic. So moving to Rakesh Thakur, CEO Dhruvan Enterprises, one of startup of our earlier cohort, Clean Edge, from 2019 batch. Rakesh has deep understanding of setting up recycling plants, especially in Punjab, and also Dhruvan, which had a number of machine and equipments for focusing on multi-layer plastic. So over to you, Rakesh.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Unfortunately, I'm not having any presentation with me because yesterday evening only I moved to Delhi. Earlier, I was staying in Chandigarh and I shifted to Delhi yesterday evening only. I was busy in moving my stuffs. I will talk about my journey with my previous journey with plastic recycling, and I recently joined Dhruvan, and I will be leading their operations over there. And Dhruvan is completely a startup. We recently started up a facility in Secunderabad. It's in Secunderabad industrial area, and we are just commissioning our machines. Earlier, we were doing a little bit of plastic recycling, but that was not in a systematic manner. So now we decided to move to a place where we have all the compliances, everything. So we have shifted a facility to red zone and now applied for every compliances things. Now we are going everything as per the norms that is required to plastic recycling. And we have a strategy that we will be doing recycling and converting those granules. Initially, we'll be making the granules, then we'll converting those granules into sustainable goods. So we are still exploring the options to find out the sustainable goods where we can do, and we can put some contribution to the environment also. Parallelly, we have focused to make money also, because every business have aim to make money also. So we have a clear strategy that we will initially we will have a couple of machines from good industry and couple from the smaller industry, because there are same machines are available with different prices. If I talk about granule manufacturing machines, there are machines which are available in 10 CR, and the same machines are available in lakhs also. So we have designed a combination. We have prepared a combination of a good machine and a smaller machine in India, because I have done a little bit of research with the customers in India. The demand in India is very few people's demand with a good quality of granules, and few people say that हमें तो कुछ भी चल जाएगा, because they make consumer products like making crates and everything. So we have decided that we will be targeting what type of customers. We will be working with traders. We will be working with manufacturers. So in that way only we have procured the machine, and the commissioning is in progress. So our strategy, probably in next 1 or 2 months, we will be fully operational, and we have our capacity will be around 200 tons per month. So this is our first phase. In first phase, we will be producing 200 tons. And then in second phase, we have planned few of the injection molding machines, which we'll be using to convert our granules into some sustainable goods. We have targeted those few products, which I will not disclose here, because that's just a strategy. So once the strategy is into executed, and then things will be more clear to everyone. So probably in all of you are our senior basically in this hall. We are just startup. We will be introducing our product in coming 2 months, and doing anything, doing something. Before this, I was working with Topan. Topan is a multinational group, and they have existence from more than 60 years in all over the world in 45 countries. And they also started their one division, that was plastic recycling division. And luckily, I was part of that thing. So I got the opportunity there to understand more about plastic industry. By profession, I'm a mechanical engineer. I have experience of 19 years, but my 17.5 year experience is into sheet metal industry. And but I just invested by 1.5 years in plastic recycling, and there only I came to know that there are a lot of scope and a lot of opportunity to work. And based on that idea, I came to this organization. I have decided that we will be doing something in a plastic recycling. Thank you.
Help Punjab municipal.
Okay. Yeah. So when I was in Punjab, Punjab municipality was having some issues that they were having around 55,000 tons of plastic waste all around the Punjab, but they were not able to find out the right sources to channelize their waste to get them recycled. So I associated with ULBs, and we conducted some training programs in all the ULBs, all 50. There are 180 ULBs in Punjab. So I get associated with Punjab ULBs, and I started the training sessions for all waste pickers, rack pickers, and we educated them to collect the waste properly and then provide those waste to the recyclers. And few of the company like Topan, which was formerly known as Max Specialty Films, and Shakti Plastic, they joined their hand together, and they started taking the plastic waste, basically the MLP waste. which nobody wants to buy. So that government fixed the price under 2 rupees kg. We started taking those MLP and then converted those MLP into granules, and then converted those granules into aluminum composite panels. So I've done this kind of activities with Punjab Municipal Corporation. Even I was in discussion with Haryana Municipal Corporation also, but basically that doesn't get corrected. So that stopped there only. They were having some their internal issues there, so that doesn't work. But Punjab, you are doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rakesh. Very deep insights and hands-on experience. Congratulations. Moving on to the next speaker, Ms. Sakshi Jha, co-founder Sarfaraz Sakshi Innovation.
Hi, I'm Sakshi Jha from Sarfaraz Sakshi Innovation. So thank you, Aspire Lab, first of all, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I would like to start with how I came into this waste management sector. So our journey, my and Sarfaraz's journey starts when we were planning the wedding. So we were the wedding planner, hardcore business and lots of money. But then we have started and we have realized कि शादी तो हो जाती है, उसके बाद का क्या, उसके बाद जो वेस्ट बचता है उसका क्या. सो देयर मतलब बिल्कुल बिग फैट इंडियन वेडिंग्स हम करते थे. लॉट्स एंड लॉट्स ऑफ डिस्पोजेबल स्पून्स फॉर गोलगप्पा का वो कटोरियां वो कहाँ जाती है. दैट्स आवर मेन फोकस, जहाँ से हमने ये स्टार्ट की जर्नी. उसके बाद हमारे पास आया चैलेंज विद द डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. हमने उनको अप्रोच किया एंड वी थॉट कि विल स्टिक टू बीइंग अ वेडिंग प्लानर ओनली. बट देन हमने देखा कि एक इनफॉर्मल लोग हैं कुछ, वो लोग आते हैं एंड ट्रैक्टर में उसको लेते हैं एंड दे डंप इट इन द लैंडफिल्स और एनीथिंग. सो हमें लगा ये सोल्यूशन नहीं है. I am a self-taught artist and Sarfaraz as well, and he's the technical expert also. So we took the challenge and हमने सोचा कि let's create something beautiful out of it and let's take it to some ministry or district administration or ULB. So we made some larger than life things. अब एक idea हमने सोचा करने का. So I'll show you what we made out of it. I'll not take much time. So these are the largest things we made out of waste plastic. It's a spinning wheel made out of waste plastic and it's there located in Noida. And हमें इसके लिए CSR fund मिला from ICICI Bank and they have supported our initiative. So हमने इस तरीके से अपनी journey start की and we got Guinness Book of World Record and 3 consecutive Asia Book of Record and India Book of Record for that. So this was our inspiration to go ahead and do something else with it. But then जब हमें ये, if you can see the spinning wheel and the Ludo and the keyboard was for Digital India promotion. So इसके लिए हमें confiscated plastic ULBs दे देते थे, जो वो लोग confiscate करते हैं from the ठेला वालास and everyone. That was not the challenge. Then we said कि sir कुछ recurring activities होनी चाहिए. It's not the awareness is one thing, but sustainability भी कुछ होता है. Then we have started facing that real challenge. हमें बोला गया कि for example with the गाजियाबाद नगर निगम हमें बोला गया we will get the at least 10 ton metric ton of plastic waste every day from municipal waste. But what we got was 100 kg or 200 kgs of plastic waste, which you are talking about. And that was really very, like, it's the thing which everyone need to know right now. हम लोग आ तो जाते हैं इस बिजनेस में, बट रेकरिंग कब होगा ये इसका कुछ हमें पता नहीं चलता. सो दैट्स द थिंग आई वांट टू, लाइक इनक्यूबेटर्स और जैसे एस्पायर लैब है फॉर एग्जांपल, या कोई भी इनक्यूबेटर है, दे कैन डू समथिंग अबाउट इट. यूएलबीज को वो मिलना चाहिए वो पावर कि उनके पास हो. फॉर एग्जांपल आई विल टेल यू स्मॉल बिट, मतलब हमें नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता कि आप लोगों को पता होगा या नहीं. Ghaziabad Nagar Nigam, what they do now is they have a contract with few informal kabari walas, and they take 22 lakh rupees per month from those kabari wala and tell them to take all the waste, dry waste from Nagar Nigam. So they think this is the solution. You guys think this is the solution? I really don't think this is the solution. कुछ भी sustainable होने के लिए कहीं से कहीं तो कोई step उठाना होगा. That's my, see, today I can talk about what I have achieved right now and everything. I have achieved tremendous amount of work. हमारा MOU आज मेरठ नगर निगम, बरेली नगर निगम, लखनऊ नगर निगम, like 20 नगर पालिकास, 35 नगर पंचायत, इन सबके साथ हमारे MOUs है. But अगर grassroots level पे बात करें, so what we get 35 kg of plastic from one nagar palika, or we get 10 kgs of plastic from one BDO or what we call them. So that's not the solution we are looking for. So कुछ robust अब होना चाहिए, उसके लिए we are here to, like, all the startups are here कि कुछ robust activity हो और इस recycling sector को end products के लिए थोड़ी सी policy EPR को भी change करनी चाहिए. They just think, I guess EPR is only on papers. It's my God. Yeah. Right? Yeah, it's only on paper, which I guess, and I think many of you can like correlate with that. So I want to change that, and that's why I am here right now. Thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sakshi. It was really insightful and yeah, tremendous effort in getting the material. I can relate, like, number of startups which have been struggling, and thanks for highlighting it. There should be dedicated and concrete efforts in this direction. We will try to make efforts in this. Moving on to next speaker, Mr. Pranjul Jha, Chief Operating Officer, BioCrux India, working in reverse vending machine and equipment.
Plastic, yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pranjul Jha. I am the CEO for BioCrux India. We are working in the field of enabling an inclusive approach for collecting plastic from public places. That's what it is. I will start quickly. Thank my panelists here. They've done beautiful jobs in their fields. And you are very right. Most of the municipal corporations are doing this. They have fixed one vendor who takes it across, and where does it go? Nobody knows it across. So that's it. So basically plastic, I'll put few numbers. I know I am between you people and tea also in a short time. I'll try to be very quick. 1907 is when plastic started getting into our fields, and that's the time, and it had a meteoric rise across. And today, if you look at a set of 4 people in a house, this is how we are surrounded by plastics. So it is not going to go. Mind it, it is not going to go. And there is benefits involved in this. Yes, we need to work on reducing it, recycling it. All these activities need to be taken care. The problem is its life cycle is too big for our life cycles to see if it has been recycled or not recycled. So that's how the plastic has been there. I will take a couple of more things. If you have to consider how much plastic we are generating about 9,000 elephants kept over each other every day. That's amount of waste we are generating. A lot of it in the metros. That is still 1/10 of what a US person is generating, but we are also a lot in terms of people. So our waste is there. I will not go too much about these all things. You know it across. We've created a lot of mountains about it. We are eating microplastics. Nature is giving us lots and lots of signals to say this is not right. You're polluting earth. We are actually, if there are some numbers to be put across, we are using 1.5 times earth every year, which means whatever natural resource earth can generate, we are using 1.5 times more than that. So very soon the earth is a finite planet. It is going to end. So we needed to take care of the things. So it's always a dynamic situation. We need to take care. We wanted to have some knee-jerk reaction. So we said ban plastic. That's not going to happen. Yes, there are demerits of that, but there are far more merits also to be considered in terms of packaging, in terms of a lot of other places. We can very simply, most of us have been through the period when we used to have glass bottles for cold drinks. We used to have syringes, glass syringes. All these were made of glass. Now we have shifted for better facility, usability, and all other aspects to plastic syringes, which are much better. We used to have those glass saline bottles earlier. Those are all gone, courtesy plastic. So there are a lot of benefits which are there. So we have to allow plastic in our lives. What we need to do is recycle, reuse, and of course, reduce wherever it is possible. But if we say ban it today, no, it is not going to happen across. There is no alternative till now which can replace plastic with its strength, with its permissibility of liquid carrying weight to strength ratio. There is nothing which can replace at this point. So we have lots of merits in plastic, but we need to recycle it properly, reuse it, and reduce it across. So we have to move towards a circular economy. That's the idea. And that's where all these issues, you all know it across. I'll not take much of a time. The problem is all gets mixed and then nothing can be done across. If it is segregated, it is a resource for another industry rather. So that's where BioCrux started thinking, and we started working on to bring a recycling option at the point of consumption for a cleaner option. So which means we want to give people to be participant in the recycling industry. So today, as you were saying across, you carried those MLPs and everything in your pocket. If there are options available nearby, to put them there where it can be recycled across, and there are people who are doing it across, it's a better option. So that's where we built the entire model on creating an inclusive approach of people to provide recycling options near the point of consumption, which is marketplaces, mandirs, which is all these places. We started creating a network of collection machines, which is called RVMs, and then collect those waste and help with organizations to directly recycle and process it into usable products. So that's the idea behind it. Of course, in India, a lot of the PET bottles are used to make across t-shirts, caps, bags. By the way, I'm also wearing a t-shirt made out of PET bottle. So it's very, very usable, and there is no challenge in terms of breathability or any kind of issues. This is the kind of machines that we place across at all the places. We have about 1,000+ machines across the country. It is still a very, very, very tiny number, I would still say, to do it across. But yes, the scope and the awareness is getting increased. We started somewhere in 2011 with one machine. That's how we started it across. Now people are getting aware. Amritsar, by the way, Amritsar Smart City has got 40 machines like these to collect plastic waste. And that is what we are then collecting from those machines and sending it to the processors to do it. The users gets rewarded across for depositing the bottle in the machines. That's the DRS system. Yes, please. So the machine costs, ma'am, there are different sets of models which are there in the machines. So basic machine starts somewhere around 2 lakh rupees and then can go up to about 10 lakh, 15 lakhs also, depending what all features you want in the machines. So that's how the machines are. Yes.
society is not, we can help, make us reach just a little bit towards the target. So I want to ask that what is stopping your organization from implementing it into much higher numbers?
So, ma'am, I appreciate your thought in saying that societies can do it across. Yes, societies can do it across. I have also think so. We did approach some of the societies. Very few have done it across till now, I would say. Even municipal corporations, as earlier members have said, they have just put across one person who takes it across and they think that is the job. So it's difficult convincing them that's not the final solutions. So that's what where we are doing it across. In fact, past 3-4 years, this concept and approach has been very thing. Now we are working with Municipal Corporation of Delhi also. We are placing these machines at different places. We have already done. So very soon you will see in PVR Saket, near Qutub Minar, Kalkaji Mandir, Lotus Temple, New Friends Colony, and all other parts. So that's what the work is going on with the Municipal Corporation. The concept and awareness is definitely growing across. And I will definitely connect with you after this for more details about the machines, right? Yeah. So as I was talking, these machines are what we place across in different places, get reward to the users for depositing the bottles in the machine and then collecting those waste to put it across in the rightful manner to recycle it across. Of course, there is an advanced machine which is available, which can take up 3 different types of waste. So again, a kind of inclusive approach of people at the point of consumption segregate their waste. But in India, it is still a far-fetched thought. We are still not able to segregate wet waste and dry waste when we see the bins in front of us. So that's also a challenge. So that's what we created, individual machines pointing to one particular kind of plastic getting recycled across. These are some of the numbers that each machine can do it across. Just to give you a bit of idea, last 2 months we've collected about 4 tons of pet waste from our machines in the country. Some of the places that we are present in, there, and some of the places that we've done, corporates who are supporting us in doing it across, and the challenges which are there, which we've discussed. What is it? Definitely support from government, which we've discussed a bit. I will not go much into it. Awareness of the authorities. Despite everybody knowing that recycling can be done when segregated, you go to a municipal corporation and they say, "Ek machine de do, usme sab ho jana chahiye." That's the challenge and which has been faced across. Of course. But I would say फोटो खिंचवाने के से ही शुरू होगा और तब आगे जाएगा. वो फोटो पहली बार नहीं खिंचेगी तो आगे बढ़ भी नहीं सकते हैं. तो वो भी करना जरूरी है. And that's what we are saying. That's where we started with 1 machine and came somehow to 1,000 machines, and we are growing. And of course, consumers' habit and awareness has to be increased across. Thank you. I would suggest let's be responsible citizens and try to do as much as we can do, not expecting what everybody else can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pranjul Jha. It was really inspiring, and I think one of the leading reverse vending machine makers made in India. Thank you. And congratulations for that. We look forward to work with you in Amritsar. Moving on to Mr. Mukul Chhabra, founder Scrap Uncle, earlier Swepico, also from our earlier cohort. Welcome, Mukul, again.
Actually, I've sent you my presentation. Can we have it? WhatsApp here.
There is some saving of time. We will have Mukul you after Miss Divya.
Sure.
CEO and co-founder Circle X. Welcome, Divya.
पेंटर डाला ना उसके अंदर ही होगा एक मिनट
Play the video. Yeah. No, they don't have this. So video was play. अच्छा video.
We stand at the brink of a revolution in the way we think about waste management, a revolution that can change our cities, communities, and our planet for the better. And we call it meta bins. Meta bins are more than just a product. They're a symbol of our commitment to a greener world, a symbol of our belief in the power of technology to make a difference. With meta bins, we can build a future where waste management is effortless, where streets are always clean, and where we leave a cleaner planet for future generations. Together, we can make it happen. Think about it. Overflowing trash bins and cluttered streets are not just eyesores. They are symptoms of a larger problem, a problem of inefficiency and disregard for the environment. Meta bins change all that. Meta bins are not just a product. They are a statement of our commitment to a cleaner world, a statement of our belief in the power of technology to make a difference. We call on you, leaders, innovators, visionaries, to join us in this revolution, to join us in building a cleaner world, to join us in building a better future. Switch to MetaBins today and be a part of a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable world. Visit our website or give us a call to learn more and schedule a demo.
No, I'm done with this, but yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Divya and I'm the co-founder of Circle X. I'll just give a little background about myself. I've been into sustainability journey for about 8 years now. Started with my first organization, which is called Peppa, where we used to recycle paper waste and textile waste and embed seeds into it to make it into value-added products like paper pencils, which are seeds. So you dispose it will grow into a plant, a product which you might have got already, something very similar to that. So that is how my journey started. And after that, during the COVID is when we started Circle X. And the reason why we started Circle X is we wanted to solve this problem of waste at scale. Today, of course, like my fellow people here, all the panelists, they've all done an incredible job in ways, whatever they've thought is right? But then to what extent can we solve this problem? So it's like 1,000 more startups like this have to evolve and come up to solve the problem that is existing today. So that is a scale at which we have all created, a mess, right? Because decades together, we've been, consuming a lot more resource from Earth, and then, not being in a position to actually recycle it or reuse it in some manner. So what we have done is, as an aggregated model, we connect everyone across the ecosystem, from traders, aggregators, recyclers, manufacturers, who can convert this into value-added products. So that is what we do. So ultimately, we track and trace each of these materials, and one of such product is MetaBins.
So I'm not just going to go into this industry problem because we all are from this industry and we know what is a problem that we have today. Of course, because the complete ecosystem is broken and it is unorganized. So what we introduced here is distributed stakeholders responsibility. Like somebody here, people were mentioning about the EPR, right? So it's imposed on the brands and they're only focused on the bottom line. You just give it to me at 50 paise. Now I don't know when it is going to come in 25 paise. So that is nowhere far away, right? So you just negotiate on paises and you just want to do the compliance part. You're really not bothered to what extent this waste is getting recycled. It's more of a paperwork that has been there in the industry. So this is something that we really want to change, because ultimately this is coming back in one way or the other. The nature is giving you back, because by knowingly or unknowingly, we guys are consuming about 70,000 microplastics on an yearly basis. And we are nowhere having the consciousness about addressing this. There are microplastics which is even seen in the breast feeding, right? So it's a serious problem that we have to look into. So in the decentralized format, using blockchain, whatever we have done is to give rewards at each and every stakeholder's point. That is a waste generator, a collector, people who process these materials. Everybody gets rewarded. Each and everybody, whoever is taking this material or processing, makes value out of these material. So ultimately, if they see there is revenue or say profitability coming out of these materials, everyone will start valuing these waste, and that is what we look forward to do. So that is where the ownership, the traceability, and the transparency angle comes in. And we are the world's first company to utilize blockchain, and to utilize blockchain in the waste management sector, and we closely work with Polygon. So what is it that we wanted to do is where, because there are multiple waste which is generated, right? There is pre-consumer waste, there is post-consumer waste. So post-consumer waste is nothing but all these, wrappers, which is all disposed, and, we guys consume these products and we have these packaging materials. Pre-consumer is nothing but these brand owners who actually, have a lot of waste at their facilities. So all of these waste ultimately reaches a trader or an aggregator center, and then ultimately it has to go to a processing point. Now, like what one of the fellow participant mentioned here, usually these waste, most of the ULB or the urban local bodies are not getting it. There are some players like, player 1, 2, 3. So, they just come in, they take these valuable materials and then they take it to a processing centers, because there is high value in all these recyclable materials. So that is how the industry works here. So what is the solution that we have is, ultimately we know that if the source segregation problem is solved, then there is value in all these plastic waste, right? So once you know that it is a specific type of waste that you're getting, then the recycler will also start valuing these material, and he's very happy to get this. So that is how we have suite of products that we have launched. I'll not get into this much. So how our application is going to be useful is, for example, EPR. So there is a norm where, you need to reuse these materials into the ecosystem, right? So, but how do you track? Like there was this product which was launched by Adidas and Parley. They said that this shoes is made out of plastic, by using the plastic bottles, right? But then how do you tell that it is actually, by using plastic bottles that product was made? And how do you track it, right? Because you don't have an answer for it. And even if you go to that particular brand and ask, they also have no answer for this. So, but by utilizing blockchain technology, what happens is these data, now say for example, a material is recovered from an ocean body, which is anywhere closer to 5 miles is what we consider. So from there, the collection of the PET bottles are happened. And from there, it is going to a trading center, a trader center, right? So from there, again, it goes to an aggregator center and then to a recycling point. So from a recycling point, once it gets converted into a yarn, into polyester, and it is converted into a t-shirt. So you scan the t-shirt, you get to see the complete life journey of this particular product. So that is how you can track and trace, and also genuinely say that, yes, this particular material is made out of the waste PET bottles. And that is how technology can help in doing this, or solving this particular problem. So that is what we are leveraging. So I'll just give you a live demo of this. You have internet? You don't have internet. Okay, so sorry, there's no internet, but I would have showed the live demo of how the traceability of a t-shirt is done through us. Please reach out to us if you would like to know more about what we are doing. Thank you so much. And if there is any questions, I would love to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. Very insightful, and especially the using of new technologies.
Only for PET bottle or other plastic?
We do the similar things for all the other plastic material. And there is also an auto sorting machine which we are coming up with, where you just put the object and it will auto sort and it will put it in the respective bin. Yeah, thank you.
Right. So moving to Coimbatore. Next, Mukul will have you brief presentation, Scrap Uncle. 5 minutes. Snort.
So hi everyone, my name is Mukul Chabra and I'm the founder and CEO at Scrap Uncle. Some of you might have seen us recently on Shark Tank India season 2. Scrap Uncle is an on-demand junk selling platform for India, where users can simply schedule a doorstep pickup for their recyclables and junk items and get paid for it. So these are the problems that people face while dealing with the informal kabadi walas. In case of households and SMBs, there's no on-demand service available. Then there's a lot of weight measurement cheating that a typical Indian consumer is concerned about. And, there's no, regulation of rates, and a lot of bargain takes place between the customer and the buyer. And also in many cases, the waste is channeled to unauthorized recyclers, like, to maybe some illegal recyclers in Moradabad, and many other, improper ways are used for recycling it. Also, there's no verification of the guy who comes to pick the stuff, and people don't feel safe while letting a stranger inside the house. In case of enterprises, the problems are different. The first major problem is that there's lack of proper invoicing and formal payments, which is a must required thing in case of a big company. There's no e-commerce in the space, and there's lack of professional services for enterprises. So to solve all this, we came up with the Scrap Uncle app. I think this issue with the slide. Yeah, so we have an app where users can simply schedule a doorstep pickup, and the pickup is done by Scrap Uncle trained and verified collection partners who come, bring the material to a Scrap Uncle collection point, from where it is sent to respective authorized recyclers. I'm sorry, this is an old deck, but we have received more than 90,000 signups on the platform, and we have sent more than 20 lakh kgs of junk and recyclables to recycling units. We're doing a monthly revenue of around 60 lakhs, and we have been in operation from last around 3 years. So these are some pictures of our collection partners in action. We also make sure that the service is professional. They have proper ID card and a big proper weighing scale, and we follow all the safety norms related to COVID. So these are some of our B2B customers, like a lot of embassies, banks, RBI, many prominent B2B customers we have. So these are some of the recognitions and fundings we received. We were winners of the Urban Works Challenge by Columbia University, for which we received a $40,000 grant. That's how we started. I started this company during my college days in 2019 and started working full time on it after in the middle of pandemic when I graduated. We also won the Ambilianth Awards by DEF and Facebook, and we've been featured in all these prominent news platforms. So this was a recent achievement that we got funded in Shark Tank Season 2 by Amit Jain. And that's our team. I'm the founder and CEO. Before Scrap Uncle, I was into a totally different world. I had a drone startup that also got funds from Lockheed Martin and Tata Trust. And that eventually didn't work out because my co-founders, they wanted to pursue masters. And then I stepped into this completely different world of waste management. Ashutosh is the CTO. Vibhor handles business development. So yeah, that was about us. Thank you so much. Up for any questions? Yeah. Yes. We are a one-stop solution for all type of your recycling needs. And we send e-waste to authorized e-waste recyclers like Namo, Pegasus, and many more. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukul. And so very quick questions to all of the panelists. Of course, you have been solving the challenges of the world with your startups and being successful. But we would like to further deeply understand what challenges you are facing as a startup, number one, and number two, as a waste management startup. So we can start with in the sequence, Pranjul, from you, and then we can continue.
Hello. So in terms of waste management startup, I would say are interested in going ribbon cutting activities, which we discussed it across. They don't want to go for a complete solutions. Awareness, lack of awareness is another challenge, which is there that I feel in that we are facing in terms of the government department. And of course, our government has been talking a lot of things to the government, which are minorities. But in terms of any kind of financial aid or financial supports, that's something which we still in.
The big problem that I feel like products are charged GST 18% and all, which is really high. So we like Khadi products. Khadi has had support since 70 years. And we upcycling, we are part of Swachh Bharat. We are national mandate kind of, we are carrying a big responsibility, just like Khadi did to the freedom struggle. Today, if we want to move into circular economy, we need that kind of stores like Khadi Bandar, the ribbon like Khadi. The Khadi model has been truly successful globally, which is an India-made model. Really aspire to kind of get that model. And another problem which I face is that we do not have any network. We are very isolated. So if someone can take the lead in forming a network of upcyclers, which should be different than a network of recyclers, then I think it'll give us a lot more voice. So we lack a network.
What I feel the challenge as a startup, apart from the funding, is basically to, get that industry specific learning, because being from a waste management sector, I remember 2 years back, very initial stage, when I used to pitch this idea to somebody who was investor or somebody like that, they were more interested in lifestyle or entertainment and those kind of startup which looks very cool, and investors are not very interested in this particular segment. But now I have seen these changes. There are angel investors who are specifically looking for clean tech startups and things like that. So it is changing definitely, but it is still a challenge, I feel.
Great.
Yeah, so I guess what I have felt and the challenge which I faced was a tag. You won't believe हम जब भी जाते हैं कहीं पे फंडिंग के लिए they just ask us about the background and if there is a IIT tag or IIM tag, so they are on the first row and we are on the last. We become a backbencher or something like that. तो हमें वो प्रायोरिटी थोड़ी नहीं दी जाती है. इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर में भी कुछ एक लेवल्स होने चाहिए आई बिलीव, जिसमें कि दे जस्ट आस्क यू फॉर आई वांट अ pitch deck, I want this, I want that. I don't know whether we are artists. जरूरी नहीं है कि हम आर्टिस्ट हैं तो हमें वो सारे वो फॉर्मेट्स भी आते हों, तो उन्हें भी उस लेवल से स्टार्ट करना चाहिए फ्रॉम अ स्क्रैच जो कि एक स्टार्टअप करता है. सेकेंड थिंग इज आई विल से रॉ मटेरियल ही अवेलेबल नहीं है तो कहाँ से मिलेगा हमें. वेस्ट इज एवरीवेयर. थैंक यू.
Yeah, very well said. Obviously, the first point is the consistent waste, which is not available. और अगर मिलता भी है ट्रेडर्स जो रैक पिकर्स होते हैं बेसिकली वो ट्रेडर्स को देते हैं, जो ट्रेडर्स से मिलता है दे ऑलवेज डिमांड फॉर कैश. So whatever we buy, we have to buy in cash, and whatever we have to sell in credit. Manufacturers don't want to buy directly from the recycler. They are more interested in buying from the traders. They want to buy from us, but they ask for the credit. So this also the cash flow is very disturbed. We have to buy everything in cash and sell everything in credit.
Great.
One such incident is when we onboarded traders and aggregators. There was this guy who did business for 9 years and he's just been doing the trading business. But till date, he had not raised a single invoice. Everything in cash. So the moment we went with the QR code, the scanner and everything, we told him, you need to start raising bills. You need to do proper rebate bills and everything if the value is higher. Then he was like, the first time, this is the only time that I'm raising bill now. And we taught him how to raise bills. So that was like one memory event for us. So yeah.
Absolutely.
So I would like to share something here, like see, the entire waste management supply chain works on credit, right? And only the consumer needs instant cash, and then the small players need instant cash. And when you go upper in the supply chain, then the the period of the cycle increases. Like for some aggregators, it's a week. Then from the recycler to the financer, it's maybe 30 days, something like that. So we tried, bringing in the credit for the first time in the consumer. So being a established brand, we rolled out an offer where हमने थोड़ा प्राइस कम कर दिया, जैसे डिस्काउंट टेक्निक्स होती हैं, हमने प्राइस कम कर दिया, and then we offered him an extra 5% money if he waited for 10 days for the money, and it will be automatically transferred in his UPI or Paytm, right? So we saw very surprising results that more than 90% of our repeat customers opted in. So that's how we were able to revolutionize, the whole supply chain by bringing credit in directly from the household. We took the junk on credit and then paid him back when we got the money from the recycler. So we can always, think, and this happened when I had zero money in my bank and I had customers. So जब पैसे नहीं होते तो दिमाग चलाना पड़ता है अलग तरीकों से, and we can always figure out ways to work.
Right. No, absolutely. On that note, Mukul. And ultimately, like number of challenges,
One thing I want to add. So informal market है और unorganized market is one thing, but the thing is हमें बोला जाता है to commercialize more. Okay, but you have to know this कि एक दिन में अगर SDP का प्राइस 40 रुपीज पर केजी होता है, दूसरे दिन वो 60 रुपीज पर केजी हो जाता है, एंड देन यू वांट कि हम उस बेंच को 6000 में ही सेल करें एट एनी कॉस्ट. सो वो अनऑर्गेनाइज तो है, बट इसको फिर भी थोड़ा ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए कुछ तो करना होगा. That's my input in that.
Absolutely, that there are a number of other challenges, skilled manpower, technology, and since morning we have been speaking the stable policy, pricing. We noted them, and we look forward to work under Plastic Lab. Definitely, the clear message comes out is we have to reimagine plastic and solutions around it. On that note, I would like to thank all of you to come down and share your experiences, and we look forward to working with you on these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am. Ma'am.
Thank you everyone for your engaging discussion. Your passion for the subject was evident and we are grateful for your contribution to this event. Moving on, we'll now take a short 15-minute break for tea and we'll continue with Mr. Pavi Raheja in the next slot. I request everyone to be on time. Thank you.
वहाँ पे बैठने मतलब पहुंचा
ये रखा है पेन ड्राइव का भी
ठीक है सर. So which this खुलेगा ये कबाबी रही जैसा.
एक ये है उसके बाद जो मैंने लगाया ना अभी उसमें है ईपीआर के नाम से
EPR ठीक है.
होली दो वो भी उसके बाद नहीं,
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the break and had a chance to recharge. Please take your seats and we'll pick up from where we left off. Moving on, I would like to invite Mr. Pavi Raheja. He's a sustainability professional and Chief Strategy Officer of Ricron Panels Private Limited, a building materials company that manufactures its product from low-value hard to recycle MLP packaging waste. He has extensive experience in plastic waste management and is currently consulting with top film manufacturers, converters, and brand owners to ensure compliance with plastic waste management rules. Sir, please come.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's having fun. We've had a very long day of some really, information-filled sessions and seminars and presentations till now. I hope I can live up to the mark and the quality of, education and information that has been shared. So I'll give you a brief idea about how I'm going to structure this presentation now. My name's Pavi Raheja. I am basically a sustainability professional and provide part-time as well as full-time chief strategy officer services for startups and companies. One of the companies that I work really closely with is a company called Ricron Panels. So these guys manufacture building materials from low-value plastic waste. I'll give you a brief idea of what they're doing, and then we'll move on to the next phase, which where I'll talk about the new EPR regulations and how those are impacting everyone and what's the ecosystem around it. So again, this is a presentation called Circularity by Design. It's by Ricron Panels, which is enabling recycling of low-value plastic packaging scrap. So Ricron Panels is a Green Pro rated building materials manufacturer, which is manufactured from low-value MLP. Currently, we are recycling about 800 tons a month. That's our capacity, which we've just increased. We hope to reach it within the next quarter. We're currently doing about 500 tons. So we've been awarded the WWF Climate Solver Award, the Nestle CSV Award in 2020, the Green Pro CII IGBC certification. We won a prize from UN on women's entrepreneurship. One of our co-founders is a woman entrepreneur. We were judged the #1 recycler for flexible packaging in India and 9th in the world. Furthermore, we also won something which is called the HDFC PropTech Award for Innovation in Building Materials. So as I said, the company is not based as a plastic recycling business. It's based as a manufacturer of superior building materials. And the plastic waste aspect is the back-end aspect of it. So we never sell our products which are, sheets like this, which you've seen outside, or roofing sheets. I think that this is a recycled plastic product. Please buy it. That's not our USP. The USP is that it's a wonderful building material. It just happens to be extremely eco-friendly and made up of plastic packaging waste. So this is the journey of a typical Ricron panel. You can see it starts off with packaging waste, which then gets washed and shredded and converted into Ricron boards. The important thing about this packaging material is it is circular in nature as well. So that means post using this material, it will again go back into the shredding equipment and it will be used as raw material or feedstock to remanufacture this product. So it is a circular loop on its own. Whereas the traditional route is that it gets back into granules, then into some form of packaging, which is something that everyone is aspiring for. And Dr. Ghosh mentioned upcycling and, PCR in packaging. So that is the concept that is here. But this follows a separate route, which we like to call circularity by design. It's how we've improved on recycling technology to create circularity. So this is one example of a building that's primarily made with Ricron panels. We are doing skin walls. These are for waterproofing applications. As I said, it's a superior building material. It's absolutely moisture resistant. It is fireproof. As a result of which it has a longer life compared to traditional building materials. So this is being used by DLF and RMZ. This is an affordable housing project which we did for Kimberly Clark called Project Ghar. We gave 300 low-cost houses in Karnataka, and this is what the house looked like. We made school furniture for about 5,000 benches in Telangana. Again, the product was made completely from Recron panels and some metal profiles and pipes. This is a factory building, which is a shed which we contracted for Coca-Cola for their Goblage plant. This is basically used for the ETP, where they were experiencing problems in terms of shelf life, or product life of the sheets that were being installed, which were GI. They would corrode over 3-4 years. At Recron Panels, we've given them a guarantee of about 15 years with a product made from a Recron roofing sheet. This is office furniture, can be used identically like how wood panels are currently being used, which is basically your MDF, plywood, wooden boards. So it's a complete replacement for those. Temporary housing, again, the benefit of this is the roofing sheet is self-insulating. I'm sure everyone's gone to a shed and been like, wow, it's so hot. Yeah. So now the thing with this is it's a self-insulating sheet, so it doesn't get that hot. And as a result of which, the environment or where the premises are more habitable for human beings. We started making doors. We are also doing industrial doors. These are dustbins. Flooring, this is a very interesting solution. So we make a acid-proof flooring, which is actually being used by IRCTC for their lead acid battery workshops all across India. It's an RDSO approved material. We're making storage pallets, portable toilets. It's being used for shuttering, where the life has increased tremendously. A current waterproof ply is probably used for 3, 4, 5 cycles. A Recron product can indefinitely be used. Best part is once you're done with it, you give it back to us. We give you a dollar value for it, recycle it, and manufacture it back into this board that can be used for shuttering purposes again. This is a recreation center which we did for Microsoft in Hyderabad, and the options are unlimited. You know, we've done some gifting premiere. And so one thing which we've realized is when we come to even our form of recycling, that there are some things that are very important for us as well in order to ensure this, you know, circularity. Single polymer structures, we also like, even though we recycle MLP, one of the big challenges of recycling, even single polymer structure, are things like inks and adhesives. And if you look at the total, you know, life cycle analysis of, any packaging, we have to also consider the benefits, whether it's beneficial for rigids or flexible. I don't advocate the use of unsustainable packaging just because I can recycle it. What I'm trying to say is that we have an alternate use, and even in that we have to go down and try to make it as eco-friendly in terms of easier for us to recycle as well, using our process also. So as I've always said, just because you have something which is biodegradable or compostable going in the future, it's no reason for you to litter, right? So always the intent has to be that any structure you make is easier to recycle. And this will go down to even, basis of understanding the inks we are using, the adhesives we are using. We've seen great technologies come in for RPET and RPP for recycling. Unfortunately, MLP packaging structures will never be able to reach that level where we have, as you said, upcycled by Dr. Ghosh. So you will always have to move on to value-added products, and one of those products are these Recron boards. There've been options where people have tried to use them in roads and paver blocks as well, but there's been limited success. But boards have been like something that we all can look forward to. Other interventions, obviously, to help with this recycling infrastructure would be probably color coding of, different polymers. And eventually, one big thing which was also touched on today is recycled material in food and pharma application. That is also something which we all need to consider. One challenges for us is obviously additives, these oxo-degradable additives that have been advertised in the market is something which also spoil our recycling stream. And we are again looking forward, as I said, in the design aspect, that people need to ensure that, that product that is being manufactured can be effectively recycled, and probably if an additive is detrimental to it, then we ensure in the whole life cycle that we try to not use it. That's where you can find us. And I said, I also had strategy for this startup. So if there are any queries or any questions right now from the audience, I'd love to answer them. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'll tell you what, there are two aspects to it. There's one thing which we do is nail strength, and the other thing is screw test. So for screw strength test, we are better than normal wood boards. With nailing, there's a little bit of challenge where we are almost at the same level, but we are not above it. Okay. So a little bit of design element has to go into the nail as well. But once that is incorporated, yes, it can be done. Like, so you need a little ridged nail. A traditional nail would not work, but the screw holding strength is better than that of conventional boards.
Have you done nail holding strength test? There's a test.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the nail holding strength is, as I said, that it is not at par with traditional boards for traditional nails. But if the screw holding test, we are better than conventional.
So you suggest for screwing?
Screwing, yes. If you go for screwing, we are way better. There is no comparison. But for nailing is also possible, but then we need to ensure that the nail we are using is a little ribbed, because then it requires, because it's plastic, right? So at times there's a chance that, it'll slip out. But screw holding test is way better than.
How much temperature resistance of your board?
Sir, I have, documentation and tests available, which I'll be love to share with you as well. We are fire resistant as well. Secondly, when it comes to, let's say, operating temperature, because a huge amount of polymer that's used in this board is PET based, and there's a lot of aluminum in this as well, which is reflected by specific gravity, which is 1.05. So I can easily say about for 130, 140 degrees, it's safe to use. Probably temperatures higher than that, we might see some form of deformity. But for all practical applications and ambient conditions, I think it is more than sufficient.
Yes, yes. I have seen your board in a display. It's like very good. That's why I become interested to. That's like I'm asking questions.
No, absolutely.
Thank you. It's an excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can we get the next one on, please? Yes.
This one?
This one.
So I don't know.
Hi, so now I introduce the next company I work for, which is my primary business, where we are advisors, and our company is called Terraform ESG. We basically specialize in compliances under plastic waste management, and we also help startups working in this field with part-time CSO services. So we are also a wholly owned subsidiary of Recron Panels. We do a boutique advisory in the field of sustainability, plastic waste management, and EPR. We've helped more than 100 plus producers, importers, brand owners, and recyclers registered on the EPR portal. We are also working for compliance in the field of battery waste, e-waste, and tire waste. Our cumulative management team has more than 25 years of experience in the field of plastic waste management. And we've also had training workshops with the Haryana State Pollution Control Board. Primary services we offer are advisory, specifically in the field of EPR, plastic waste disposal and sourcing, carbon neutrality. We help with compliances in EPR registration and annual return filing. We help in sale and purchase of EPR credits. We do plastic waste collection and disposal. This is both from producers, importers, brand owners, as well as ULBs. We also provide consulting in the field of ESG, BRSR, and circular economy projects. So I've already given you an idea of what we do at Recron Panels. These are some of our clients, and we've been really lucky to work with some of the biggest converters in India, whether it be Huhtamaki, Constantia, some of the biggest film manufacturers, Polyplex, Chedipal, Topan, and Nahar, Cosmo as well. We're also working with the Bhopal Municipal Corporation and RSWM, which is basically a pet bottle recycle. It's a textile company, again, which happens to have recycling as a side part of their business, where they take PET bottles and convert it into fiber. So now comes the big question of what is EPR and who is liable to register for EPR. So any producer who's manufacturing any form of plastic packaging, and plastic packaging is anything that's used to transport goods, key goods, intermediary, any form of protective or transport aid, or anything that's helping you transport something that's made up of plastic. Any commodity that's made up of plastic is a producer who's manufacturing that packaging material. Importer is someone who's manufacturing products packaged in plastic, or products or packaging material as well. So both, even importers of packaging material and products packaged in plastics are liable for registration. Brand owner, anyone selling products packaged in plastic, and a plastic waste processor. A plastic waste processor is someone who's recycling or managing plastic packaging waste. So if I'm a plastic waste recycler, but I'm just doing it for, let's say, automotive waste, I'm not liable to register under these rules. Only if I'm recycling any form of plastic packaging waste will I be liable to register. How is the liability calculated for each of these? Again, producers, it's their pre-consumer waste plus sales to non-registered entities. Sales to registered entities gets offset. So what happens is, this is like a chain. Wherever the chain is broken and you end up selling to an unregistered entity, the liability will end with you. It's like, we used to play that game as kids where we were all passing a parcel around, and whoever the music stopped with would be the end person who would be liable, who would be removed from the game. So that's the exact concept here. So you're basically passing on your liability. The minute you can't do that anymore, it gets stuck, and you can only pass it to someone who's registered on the EPR portal. Again, importer of packaging works very similar to producers, and importer of products packaged in plastic works very similar to brand owners. So for brand owners, it's again their pre-consumer waste as well as packaging waste introduced by them in the market. So there are 4 types of plastic packaging waste. One is category 1, which is rigid, which is your bottles, cans, drums, etc. Category 2, which is flexible, which is one or multiple layers of only plastic. Then there's category 3, multi-layer plastic, plastic with other materials, and category 4, which is compostable plastic. There's a new concept that has been introduced in these EPR rules, and that's called biodegradability, which everyone is, wondering what it is. So the Indian BIS has published a provisional standard called IS 17899, which I feel is nothing else but a hybrid of all standards. Your product needs to be compostable as well as oxo-degradable, soil degradable, everything combined together, and then you can.
No, oxo is banned.
No, so it is banned, but so oxo.
That's standard, because I am also a member part of that panel.
Yes, sir.
We have not taken oxo in the standard.
So, so that's what I'm saying. From my knowledge, if I have gone through the standard, there are 2 ways to reach a biodegradability certificate as per 17899. So in that, one is you have to be IS 14852, which is compostability, which is part A. Then comes ISO 17556, which is soil degradability, which is something that OXO generally will clear in terms of additive based polymers will clear, but they will not be able to clear the first one. So you have to clear first, second, and go through ecotoxicity and heavy metal testing. So only plain OXO will get weeded out. I'm not saying, but it's an amalgamation of.
Here, keep the EPR.
Right, sir.
Exactly very clear. When it getting degraded, it should not keep any trace on the soil.
Fair enough. So now, sir, I'll answer your question. So there's a polymer which we all consider to be compostable. Yeah, after this, we'll take it. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. So we'll have this discussion. Sure. So now this is how do you calculate the liability of a producer? It's average sales in a financial year for plus pre-consumer waste, less sales to registered entities. So basically, you're liable for your pre-consumer waste and sales to unregistered entities. So for financial year 22-23, which is going on, it was based on the previous two financial years. That was 2021 and 21-22. 70% of that is your liability for this financial year. And for 23-24, it will be 100% based upon the average Q of the last two financial years. This is the government fees. Now, how do you offset liability? This is the new mechanism where a registered or an obligated entity has to straight away deal with a registered recycler and take credits from them. And this is what the previous mechanism was. In this, there's a concept of waste management agency, which the government has got done with. So now you go to a direct recycler, say you have recycled, you prove it on the portal, give me credits, which you transfer electronically into my wallet. And that's the end of the entire process. You do not need waste management agencies or any engagement with urban local bodies. Jurisdiction. Now, this is very important. So what's happened is for all producers, the jurisdiction is state. For importers and brand owners who are selling in more than 2 states, that 3 or more, it will be a center jurisdiction. But for those who are only focusing, selling in 1 or 2 states, sorry, will have to take registration on those state boards separately. So I said for all producers, it is state board. All recyclers, it is state board. But for producers, brand owners and importers who are selling in 3 or more than 3 states, it will be center. If you're in 1 or 2 states, then you have to go to the respective state pollution control boards. Now, this is something that's important. Penalties for non-compliance. Environment compensation has been fixed at 5,000 rupees a ton, with the minimum penalty of 5 lakhs per annum and maximum 200 crores. The type of offenses you can do is non-registration, non-compliance for obligation offset, and under-reporting of EPR obligation. And all will be penalized in the same way. Interestingly, for the first year, it's 5,000 rupees a ton. Second year, it's 10,000 rupees a ton. And third year, it's 20,000 rupees a ton. And that's our core team for Terraform ESG. I leave the floor open for any questions now. If there's something, any clarification or something anyone would like, I'd be more than happy to take questions now. So implement status is, right now we have about 3,000 registered importers, about 1,800 registered producers, and 1,300 registered brand owners, and about 2,000 registered recyclers. So what's happening is it's all on process. A big change that the government has done now is they've literally given up like an amnesty for the last years. They're like, please comply now. We are not going to, penalize you for whatever you did last year. Let's focus on the future. And so there are about 3,000 applications pending for importers. On the 8th of February 2023, the customs came out with a notification clarifying that EPR for plastic waste is also required for importers of products packaged in plastic. And since that day, we've been seeing on an average of maybe, let's say, 200 to 300 applications coming in. So that's, I think, one thing which the government needs to really work on is provide that education, make it absolutely crystal clear. The wordings need to be clear. So in fact, I was having a word with someone right now as well, distinguished guest here. And we were talking about how for MLP plastics, they always said that only the plastic layer is considered as your EPR responsibility. Till recently, where they again changed it and said, no, the entire packaging waste is considered, right? So be clear with your correspondence, make it absolutely clear. And going forward, take help of stakeholders like us. So, when the rules came in way back in April and May, I was trying to help some importers register who were not corporate entities. So they did not have a SIN. And their applications got rejected saying that you're a proprietorship firm and you do not have a company identification number. Hence, your application is rejected. Do you understand? And I can say at every state board, everyone knows that proprietorship firms and partnership firms do not have SIN. For proprietorship firms, their PAN is the company PAN. So, there are things like this that obviously you need to take input from stakeholders. Most of us have been present around here, whether it be the small brand owners, the large brand owners, everyone. So at least those communications needs to start happening. And then we will see a very efficient implementation of these rules. I think, yeah, that's it. We can, Ravita, probably move on to the next session. Thanks a lot for your time, everyone. It was a pleasure talking to you, and I hope I was able to live up to those who, presented way before me. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. In the morning, we discussed about policy perspectives on accelerating plastic circularities and heard challenges being faced by startups. Now, we will move on to the third session where we will explore how to bridge the gap in accelerating plastic circularity. Our esteemed panelists include, in the order of sequence, Mr. Arunabh Mukherjee, who is the Vice President Advisory Services of Tata Cleantech Capital, Mr. Kamlesh Kholia, Sustainability Manager from South Asia Markets Tetra Pak, Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, Member Secretary of Finnish Society and Director of Finnish Mondial India, Mr. Mihir Banerjee, the Co-Chairman of Plast India Committee and Secretary General of Plastics Packaging Research and Development Center, Mr. DP Singh, Vice President of Resustainability, as well as Dr. Madhav Chakrabarti, Retired Joint Director and Regional Head at Indian Institute of Packaging, Delhi. Also, earlier it was to be moderated by Mr. Souvik Bhattacharya, but unfortunately he couldn't be present here due to personal exigencies. So I would like to call upon stage again Mr. Pavi Raheja as a moderator to the panel discussion.
I'd like to welcome all the panelists for this final discussion of this extremely informative session we've had today. Firstly, a warm welcome. I'd like to welcome all the panelists for this final discussion. A warm welcome to Mr. Arun Mukherjee, Vice President of Advisory Services, Tata Cleantech Capital. Mr. Kamlesh Kholia, Sustainability Manager, South Asia Markets Tetra Pak. Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, Member Secretary, Finnish Society and Director, Finnish Mondial India. Mr. Mihir Banerjee, Co-Chairman, Plast India Committee and Secretary General, PPRDC. Mr. DP Singh, Vice President, Resustainability. Mr. Souvik Bhattacharya, as well as Dr. Mahadev Chakrabarti. Good evening, everyone. And again, I think the main aim of this session is to ensure that everyone, we've had the talk, we've all spoken about it, and now it's about how we all will walk the talk. Everyone's spoken about sustainability, net zero, circularity in plastics, but how are we going to do it? And I feel as senior industry stalwarts, we'd really like to hear from you that how this will be possible. I pass on the mic to Mr. Arunav Mukherjee. Sir, please over to you.
Okay, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, let me just quickly introduce the organization which I work for, and then maybe a few words on our experience in municipal solid waste rather than plastics as a topic. So the Tata Cleantech Capital is a joint venture between Tata Capital and International Finance Corporation. And our mandate is to provide advisory and investment services across the clean tech sector, which includes renewable energy, water, wastewater, and waste management, green hydrogen, the complete gamut of technologies. Currently, our book size is on the lending side, on investment services is about $1 billion, mainly in renewable energy. But that is not to say we are not interested in other sectors like solid waste management or wastewater and other sectors. It is just that as we call bankable projects in those sectors are pretty hard to find as of now. And our claim to fame is, I guess, the fact that we are probably the only private sector organization which is a green bank. There are other green banks, but they're usually public institutions in Europe and America and other places. Let me say a few words about how we look at solid waste management. A few years ago, we did a carbon footprinting exercise for the cities of Chennai and Bangalore. And that was about 5 or 6 years ago. So I was having a look at the report. And there we found that greenhouse gas emissions from municipal solid waste is actually the third highest component after buildings, which is mainly what we call as scope 2 and then transportation. So greenhouse gas emissions from solid waste is a significant factor. And of course, there I think the focus was in two areas. One was around wet waste, basically food waste, and which, for example, what we found in Bangalore municipality, they have established a series of composting plants across the city. Interestingly, what we found is that when we went there, we were told that. And then the idea was that they would sell this compost to the urea fertilizer manufacturer or the other fertilizer manufacturing company. That there was not much interest from the fertilizer company to pick up this compost. So we were quite puzzled to find why was this, And then ultimately, I think after a series of interviews, speaking to a lot of different people, it seems that fine plastic gets into the compost. And that is the reason why the fertilizer companies are reluctant to pick them up, and because the end consumer, the farmer, is smart enough to know that he does not want plastics in his in the compost or in his fertilizer. So it is so this is a bit of an eye opener for us that the all pervasive nature of plastic invasion. Okay. Next, little bit about the the plastic, how we handle with that. The dry waste or the plastic waste. Here, of course, if you talk to the municipality, that they say that there's that informal chain of rag pickers who basically pick up these high value items, which are also high calorific items. And we were told that there is this incineration technology, but the performance of these of such plants, I think, has been very, very checkered. For example, I think somebody in the morning was mentioning about the mountain in Ghazipur near Delhi. I saw a mountain a few years ago, and they were building a very expensive plant with some European technology for generating power, which I think probably never worked. So the issue, I think, one of the key issues, which probably might have deserved more attention in this seminar, was the segregation. So unless you segregate the waste at source, it's very difficult to deal with it. And I think one speaker before was listening, he was saying that when he goes to a municipality and says, the municipality says, give me something which can handle all waste. But, like when we met this municipal people in both Bangalore and Chennai, and, these are the more, the better ones and the better educated people. They are very, very clear. They said, no, we know that, that you don't have one technology which can handle all kinds of waste. You need segregation at source. And, I think we need organizations which need to deliver the message, even to our households, even in Mumbai, we just shove everything into one bag, and and then the bag is picked up by the Mumbai municipality truck. So that is one very, very critical element to overall waste management, and also I think to plastic waste, because there are different types of waste. And I think other thing is, so someone was mentioning about actually importing waste, and I think, given the mountains of waste we have in this country, we should probably try and export it to lessen our problems. And the last message, I think, is, any technology, this is, the startups and technology, what we need to do is, you're trying to do, waste to energy or waste to wealth. But, like, for example, I met this people who, there's this company called Anthony Lara, who are working in Mumbai, and they have these crazy guys, all Europeans who live in India and love India. So they told me this is, most of this is not really waste to energy, it is energy to waste. So I think, any technology you try to develop, please do a life cycle analysis and see that it's actually, it is waste to wealth, or, waste to energy. I mean, those would be my comments and observations.
Thanks a lot, sir. I wanted to ask you a question. As I can see, you're heading advisory services at Tata Clean Tech Capital. So I really, there's this one case study I really quote very often. So fly ash was a big problem for all these, thermal power plants a while back. And what happened is eventually it got absorbed in the building materials industry, where it now forms a very crucial part of cement or, brick blocks. So, and I feel that there's a bridge gap when it comes to when these technologies come out and by the time they can get commercialized. So do you see that in the near future, more and more, venture capitalists as well as private equity players are going to take a bet on technologies like this, how they've done in the, let's say, e-commerce space or IT space before in India? Or how do you see that landscape developing, sir?
Well, it's interesting you asked that question. I actually started my career building the thermal power plants for a utility company in Kolkata, CESC, and I was and I guess my current job is probably to make up for my past sins, So, and I have a colleague there who stuck on there, and so he's actually working with one of these with a German firm, and doing the same thing, basically converting the fly ash, picking up the fly ash from power plants and making them into bricks. So I think given the overall when we or for example, let me give another example. Even when I joined Tata's in 1990, that is also more than 30 years ago. We had a fly ash brick making plant in Trombay, but so it is nothing very new. So, but again, now given the focus on on environment and sustainability, there is of course a renewed focus and interest. So I think this will go forward. But of course, we now for example, Tata Power, we are no longer going to build thermal power plants anymore. So there will be no ash.
So no, just to add to that, like if you draw a parallel from that into what's happening with plastic waste right now. Now plastic waste is a big problem. And once a solution can come out for that plastic waste, it will never be a problem. Like how there's a shortage of, let's say, fly ash in India right now, you'll also see a shortage of plastic waste. But then a lot of funding needs to go into that in terms of, viability gap that is there currently. So do you think that this form of clean tech will take on a revolution similar to e-commerce and let's say IT industry in India, in terms of which we'll really see some deployment of funds in this field?
Yes, I think so, because and what is going to facilitate that is now, things like carbon pricing, then also the pricing of natural capital, which is taken for granted. So I think the moment you look at those issues like that, then these projects become viable. So there is the viability gap in a way is bridged.
Right, sir. Thank you very much. I'd like to now pass on the mic to Mr. Kamlesh Kholia, who is the Sustainability Manager at the South Asia Markets for Tetra Pak. So over to you.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Good. So, already this is what 5:30. So what I'm going to do is, take the title of this session and probably piece together a few points and relate some examples from Tetra Pak, the company which I come from. So this session is titled as Accelerating Plastic Circularity, Bridging the Gap. This itself has three major things which we need to focus on. First is the acceleration piece. Second is the plastic circularity piece. And third, it's kind of a circular thing in itself to bridge the gap. You can only bridge the gap and only when you bridge the gap, you can accelerate. So, we have heard from all the speakers today since morning, and everyone has put up very beautiful points on accelerations piece, whether it is policy, whether it is incubation, whether it is investment. Essentially, it all boils down to the viability gap, because waste being an industry which is very much intensive of transportation and logistics. So unless you take care of that angle, which really, it is not something which is self-sustainable. You need to push and provide volumes. If you want to scale it up, you need to provide capital. And that's what at Tetra Pak we have been doing in India for the past 18 years. We have been helping to build the infrastructure in terms of collection of used beverage cartons. And I would say that there are multiple programs which we run across all pieces. But still, I would say that it is nowhere close to what's actually the size of the problem in the overall plastic circularity. When we talk about what are the challenges, specifically, it's the first challenge is from the policy standpoint, which I think since the new EPR which has come and the previous speaker mentioned all the aspects, there is specific rules on having recycled content as well. So when we have that in play, there is going to be one problem which will be solved on the demand side. So the brands are going to create that demand. Even though it is pushed from policy side, then yes, it will work. There was one session on by someone on blockchain. I think that needs to be expanded to create transparency in the value chain, because what we have seen is there is certain apprehension from brands to think about recycled content, specifically from food and beverage industry, because you are going to introduce recycled content in food packaging applications. For rigid packaging, the rules have come on PET, but when we look at flexibles, multi-layered packaging, these are materials which are hard to collect and hard to recycle. How are we going to introduce? The professor mentioned in the afternoon about chemical recycling. These things, these technologies need to come up in India. I think globally also they have come up. There are many plants, many companies are doing pilot trials, products are also in line, but you don't see such things happening in India. If we really want to talk about plastic circularity, I think chemical recycling, especially for multi-layer packaging, needs to take the next gear now, if we are really thinking about taking it forward. And brands will only be interested if there is a transparency angle also associated with it, because if you can trace the material all the way to the collection source, I think that is what is the key, which needs to be solved from the waste picker standpoint as well. I think these are the two main points from the regulation side, as well as from the brand side. What are the key challenges? One is scale, capital, and transparency, I think is very important. Now, if I move to Tetra Pak's specific examples, over the past 18 years, we have We have built an ecosystem in India through our industry partners to essentially scale up the collection programs. To that extent, we have active collection from 47 cities of India with more than 30 collection partners. This has taken a long time in building, and still we are learning. We learn different models, we experiment different models, because it's very important to try and test new ideas and see where they are going, because waste is a domain which keeps shifting significantly. So we need to try and do newer things. Now, if I boil down to what exactly Tetra Pak is, Tetra Pak, we are a European company present in more than 170 countries, food and beverage industry. Right, so we make packages which are paper based. They do have a plastic component as well, which is around 25%, but the most of it is paper and aluminum, which is also 5%. So as such, our whole idea is to work on creating an ecosystem which starts at source. So we have a program in Gurgaon, which is with 3 more agencies. I would say GIZ, Coca-Cola, and Sahas, which is the implementation agency, to implement source segregation awareness in 25,000 households in one of the wards in Gurgaon. That program has run for 6 years. I think we are considering what to do in the next stage. So we have to start at the source, create source segregation awareness, so that you segregate into dry and wet. Unless it is segregated, you cannot think about creating valuable product at the end. Now, once you have segregation at source, then you need to look at collection and who is the collection agency. Many times, I think there was a question which was asked about who owns the waste. I think that is not the question. The question is who has the infrastructure to own the waste. The urban local bodies have been severely understaffed in the past to increase in scale collections, I think. But now newer funds have come. The government is also focusing on that. There is a big budget on installing MRFs across the country. So I think the collection side also will be taken into consideration. And once we have segregation, then there is collection. Once it reaches MRF, you need to have sorting infrastructure. Here you need to implement the waste workers into the stream. You need to integrate them. How you can integrate, make it from informal to formal. I think that is what is the transparency angle comes into play, providing them access to basic healthcare, or giving us something as simple as an I card, a work I card, gives them recognition. So I think many UNDP mentioned about that, and I think there was some startup also work. Many of them actually work with that, because it's very important to integrate the social aspect of it. Now, once the waste is sorted, then you need to obviously have a program or a system to send it from the transfer station or the MRF to the recycler. So here, Tetra Pak has worked to develop 5 recyclers across the country. We worked with these partners to do recycling at scale. So now we are also looking at, in the new EPR norms, we want to further expand this and add more regional recyclers. So once the recycler is selected and then they are on board in the system, you need to focus on creating recycled products. Ultimately, if there is no demand for recycled products, you cannot suddenly think that it will be incentivized, the collection will be incentivized. So you need to have a program for developing products. Some example was shown by the previous speaker, the panels, right? And then you also have, if you look at your packages today, you would have received a book. Now this book is also made up of recycled paper, which is coming from packaging, right? So I think we need, Aspire Labs can also work here to identify more startups who can think about design ideas, creating new products. I think that could be a separate work stream in together, apart from innovating the systems, processes, but also from the product standpoint. I think that is also very important to think about, and I think that completes the loop of the overall chain. But if we are to look at circularity in the whole essence of this particular session, we can only think about closed loop models only when we have a full I would say visibility of the value chain. If it is not sorted, if it is not segregated, if it doesn't reach the recycler, there's nothing that can be done, even though you can pump in as much capital you want. So here is what I would end, that the ground rules and the I would say the conditions have been laid down by different actors. I think it's important now that each of us focus on their role and see how they can contribute. One final suggestion, or I would say one request which I have to Aspire Labs, is probably we can have a session where Tetra Pak would want to take you through few of the programs which we have done, so that it can help us also learn and also probably add some value, hopefully to the batch, to the cohort this time. We can present and share the case studies, because we have done programs across the country, across the breadth of the entire waste value chain. So it may be helpful. Certainly, it will be helpful to us. We'll get some feedback on how we can improvise. So yeah, I think that is what I would like to end my session with. Thank you. And if there are any questions, I can take.
I'd like to ask you something, Kamlesh. Do you think you at Tetra Pak probably are ready to incorporate any form of recycled content into the why did the government and the FSSI norms allow you to do that in the near future? Mandated by the EPR guidelines.
To that, I would say certainly yes. We are already doing that in other markets, in Europe and in North America. We are not just going to look at circular packaging. We are talking even about renewable packaging which is plant-based polyethylene. In these caps, we are using the plant-based, which is coming from sugarcane. So we are already doing that. Yes, we have to think about it. In India, if we are to do it, you need the infrastructure, right? Who is going to create those resins? If those resins are available in the market, certainly we will do it. But the biggest challenge is if there is no infrastructure to recycle. The big manufacturers also need to come into this discussion on chemical recycling. What I fear is, we should not look at importing recycled content packaging, because certainly we are helping solve some other countries' waste management problem, which is, it's good for that country, but it's not solving India's waste management issues. I think if there is a right infrastructure, which is, I think there are many startups who are working in this space, chemical recycling, but as such, we haven't seen anything which is taking into the waste plastic and creating post-consumer recycled granules, which we are referring to. But certainly we are doing it in other markets. When there is supply, you would see that Tetra Pak would probably be one of the first ones to implement it.
Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Mihir Banerjee to probably enlighten us with a few.
Good evening. And I think it is a very difficult session because everybody wants to go home back. So I will not bore you much. This is about the PPRDC Plastic Packaging Research and Development Center, little bit where I am working. And almost everything is in our website. So I will just run through it. Like this is what is called non-profit organization established by a trust called Multilayer Sanitation Trust. And this is a platform we are building where technocrats, institutes, professionals, and others all will join together and try to work on sustainability. Now, these are the trust members, all large BUPP, PET, as well as multi-layer packaging manufacturer. They're the trust members. 8 members so far is there. What we do here, little bit I will talk. Development and validation of biodegradable. Only we are talking about multi-layer laminates, flexible laminates. We are not talking about any other thing. Multi-layer laminates is very difficult to biodegrade because there are layers maybe of polyolefins or PET and other material, and everything has to be degraded at same speed. And finally, it should not keep a stress, any trace in the earth. So we are working on that. Developing a recycling technology, which is called upcycling, means near prime material to product. And first step, which is there in PET, we have done it. We got FDA approval, which can go for food packaging application. PET recycling already is there, very mature, there is for textile. But going for film or bottle is very difficult, because an 8 to 12 micron thick film running at a 2000 meters per minute speed, and slight problem, the film will go out. There we have achieved up to 30%. And a test method. Now EPR is talking that 20%, 30% has to go. Where is the label that I may claim? Because I am in a BIS committee, which we have made it this panel for recycling, revision of BIS recycling. There, one of the committee member was from a beverage manufacturer, international beverage manufacturer, a director of sustainability. He was the panel member. He was telling, if anyone supplying a bottle, PET bottle with 20% recycled content, I'm ready to pay 20% extra cost. But how to certify that there is 20% recycled material is there? This is, we have worked and we have developed a method, test method. Now we will represent it to BIS, because as I'm in committee in BIS and ISO, why not to adapt the test method? Liaison with stakeholders and MLP. People are talking on multi-layer pack. Recycle. It is recycle, but make a compound with different material. We have done this, and we have, you'll be surprised to know we have made a luggage, molded suitcase, and it is under testing. So that further value addition, it is not downgrading, further validation, that is we have done. How we operate? We have an advisory council. There are around 12 members in the advisory council. It is from USA, UK, everywhere, India, each one having a strength. Like someone talking about biopolymer. He's an expert for 30 or 40 years. He's working on biopolymer. He has several patents. He's an advisor. Someone is biodegradable, someone on recycling. Even we have an expert who is on EPR. And we have a meeting and they evolve the idea. And next, a technical group who followed work on that. Also, IIT is there, CPET is there, ICP, IPI, everyone, we work together. And our activities are supported by all leading manufacturing associations. Now, here I will take a little bit time. If you say, negative side, I'm telling, plastic, like you can burn it, or biodegradable, means you are killing the product. And everybody knows the fossil fuel or gas we are getting on naphtha, that has a limited period, maybe 30 years, 40 years. After that, that is won't be there. Then where you will get plastic? Maybe next generation, we have to send it to some museum that there was a material called plastic and these are the products were made, because plastic is not available. So why we should kill? And hopeless thing is landfill. Whereas positive is someone was talking about chemical recycling or mechanical recycling, reusing, road laying, or finally cement industry. These are the negative and positive point. Based on this positive point, our work is there. Like fully we're working with brand owners, with EPR. Our work starts from the top, that commodity products, brand owners. From there, we are going to developing the recycling technology. And then we are giving to recyclers the technology free of cost. Packaging producer also, we are giving. And then coming back, the circular economy support EPR we are doing. And what we have done. Recently, we have published a report, mixed MLP recycling, and what are the applications. And their report means just not in writing, exact thing that 20% if MLP recycled added with virgin material, material. What is the mechanical property? What is the optical property? Everything has been tested, gone up to 90%. And that book published. Next step we are going, rheology. Like inside the machine, if it is going, how it behaves, that mix. Determination of mechanical recycling, RPT content in PET film. This is report and recycling of post-consumer PET bottle waste in food packaging. These are coming by next month. Thank you, sir. Any questions you can ask?
Any questions for Mr. Mihir Banerjee? I'd like to ask you a question.
Yeah.
So as you've really categorically said and have also shown through PPRDC that one of the bridge, gaps that we have that requires bridging is not just capital. It is also knowledge capital in terms of, the know-how and all which you are helping develop. Would you like to have a small message for probably people who are looking to now get into research in terms of either their PhD or higher education on what they should probably focus at in order to, bridge that small gap of knowledge capital we have currently?
See, I will tell you what today you are seeing the recyclers all over India. They are downcycling. But a new generation, I don't know how many of you know, a new generation of recyclers is coming. Already they have come. That investment, not less than 60 CR to 70 CR, go up to 100 CR. So these are the recyclers we think upcycling. With FDA approval, full approval, they will have a laboratory with their own polymer technology. And there is a business opportunity which you people can think of it. A new generation of waste collectors. I'm telling you, I'm working with another recycler who is simply HDP bottle recycling and going to multinational for 20%, 30% addition. Can you think of it? His capacity annual is 10,000 tons washing capacity. He get only 50 tons per month. What he want? A new generation of waste collectors who will collect the waste, segregate. Segregate means what? PET bottle, like FDA, if you talk about very clear, FSSI, if you see, that the material is already being used in food packaging. Non-food packaging should not go. So he has to understand this is for food packaging, separate it. Same way for HDP, like which type of bottle I need, and he will supply. And an added cost, I'm giving, if an end user is ready to pay 20% extra, that means that price also will go up, that waste. And segregate. Even another extra money he's ready to pay if you want wash. Why? Recycler is there, anyone?
Willing to pay extra for the entire year or for some season?
Entire year. Think of it.
The right thing.
Now, I was working with one, installation and commissioning, I was doing in Morocco, one PET recycler, bottle gas. That is going for textile. I went to one of my friends, he's in Netherlands, and he's a waste collector. He took me to his dumping yard, where the bales are there, 500 kg and 1 ton bales are there. That fellow told, say, this bale, it has come from Europe. I can give you a guarantee after washing. This 1 ton bale, you will get around 900 kg. Good material for flake. Whereas this bale has come from Africa. Your 300 kg loss. Simple. And he told you, as you are my friend, that not means I will select. Whatever will first come, first serve, I will supply. So these things has to be known. So if I am a recycler, if someone give me 2 rupees extra cost, one wash, that means I'm very, very sure that how much material I am getting and how much washed. Understand? And how much my recovery will be there. That is my profitability. Okay?
Yes, sir. I have a
We are fully aware of that MLP can be excluded in the position. There was one whether you want to convert that MLP into the benefit or the conversion. I'm fully aware of that. But if somebody is looking to develop a eco-friendly process, when he is going to pass that MLP, then again environmental stress here.
Why?
Why? Here is the material ETP plant, we have to put up the ETP plant. We have to treat the water also.
Sir, what I told you, a new generation of recyclers is appearing. Already there are 5 in India. 2 are in Hyderabad. 1 is in Silvassa. 1 is coming up near Delhi. The new generation.
Right now, MLP, all ready files up to the size of half meter diameter. Already MLP is doing that.
I know. Now, MLP, you are making a luggage. And that luggage is cost, that luggage is cost 2,000 rupees. How you like it?
So I think
not compression.
I like to interfere in this. I think both of you are probably talking on the same lines, where Mr. Bhupesh is saying that MVP is extrudable, and I think Mr. Banerjee is also trying to say that it can be converted into luggage. So it's on the same line. It's quite unfortunate that it ends up in it's investment. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think this is one of the key points that we spoke on in terms of investment as well, that we will see investment in this field. Any other questions? Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Banerjee. It was a very informative session by you. I would like to move to Mr. DPC, Vice President of Sustainability, a company that's really back its commitment to circularity and sustainability. It's a
Good evening. Yeah, I always like to repeat it. Good evening. Wow, that's better. At some point I thought that we can have a samosa party. Looking at the numbers. Great. So let me start by answering one of the questions which you recently talked about, which was around why fly ash became so important. The reason why fly ash took off was because bricks became expensive. Right? The story for recycled plastic is the same. And believe me, the day your virgin plastic becomes costlier, your recycled plastic will pick up. It will pick up. So economics will always make better sense than anything else. Right? So with that, I represent resustainability. It is one of the largest resource management. No, it's okay. I think in the interest of their time and mine, so I represent resustainability, which is the largest resource management company in South Asia. Actually, Asia. It's close to $1 billion company only in waste management. And we operate in almost all the fields of waste management, starting from municipal solid waste to industrial waste management, to biomedical waste, to marine pollution, to recycling, to EPR credits, you name it, and we'll be there. Some of our recent investments have been in e-waste, and which also goes to the extent of recovering precious metals from e-waste. And we are coming up with the largest facility in Asia. It's coming up in Hyderabad, where e-waste will recover everything out of the e-waste materials, right? Yeah. So with that, let me put a couple of more points on. I was just trying to make some notes, yeah. So I'm sure we have already touched upon the types of plastics, and one of the questions which came was on waste to energy also. I would like to address that question too. So while there are a lot of plastics which can be recycled, but there are quite a few which cannot be. The cost of recycling those plastics is so high that it will not make any business sense. So instead of that, the better solution is to move them to waste to energy.
And it is a proven solution. It's used world across. Probably countries like Singapore sustain their waste management only on waste to energy basis. The government of India has also taken initiatives in this regard. And in the coming years, you'll find many, many more waste to energy plants coming up all across the country, right? So it's probably not, waste is not lost. It is converted to energy, and which eventually comes to your homes. Yep. Yeah, couple of more points which I want to make is one is that I strongly, and this point came up in multiple number of discussions, I strongly believe that corporates need to take more responsibility. And like Tetra Pak, amazing work done by you, sir. All the corporates need to take up more and more responsibilities in this field. The entire momentum works only when the big players come into picture. Till such time, it's an informal sector. And informal sector or small processes or whatever effort they do, they cannot move the needle. So if you have to move the needle, we need large players to come in. We need big players to come in. The last point I want to make is the government needs to start giving subsidy to all companies who are working in this field. I strongly believe and I propose that government needs to start working in this field. We should get income tax rebates, we should get subsidies, there should be various areas where we can add. See, the challenge why formal sector is not coming to this picture is because formal sector, the cost of operation goes up. Whereas informal sector, the cost of operations is very low. Now, this can only be equated once the government comes into the picture and gives subsidies. Government has done this for many, many industries in many, many areas. It is time for the government to do it for waste management. With that, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. I'd like to invite our final speaker for the day, Dr. Chakrabarti. So over to you.
Good evening to everybody. I will not take much time to speak, and already time is up. So in the discussion on the morning and now also, what are things are some points have come up. So I thought I must address those points and give you insights what we can do and what we have done. Well, MLP and all recycled plastics, how it can be facilitated to the manufacturer or recycler, that discussion went on. We said that it should be washed, it should be cleaned, it should be segregated, bottle should be of same company, same branded, collected together. It's already there with some companies they're doing, I know. And in southern part, especially I was working in Hyderabad for 8 years. Got opportunity to work with them. Now, thing is that big players, yes, big players are coming up. We have worked with the big players. I'm from Indian Institute of Packaging. I worked here in 34 years. So very recently, whatever thing have been developed, I can tell you that we have developed a laboratory in IIP Delhi, where recycled materials that could be tested and their spec and grade could be identified. That is what the things laboratory has been developed. And one of the very big player, they have come forward and started doing the testing. And once it has been set, and they will be graded the recycled material and start selling in the market. That will be facilities of big news for the people who will be using that recycled material, recycled granules. Then it will be easier for them to process, what temperature and what the things are, the material, it will be easier. Price wise also it will be beneficial. That is the thing, another thing. Regarding segregation, I have seen that in India, even machine works, but people are depending on the rack pickers. And I visited to the, Hyderabad where that plant is there. And so people, Ramki is the company must be knowing her. So they have taken the project for the municipality. So I got the opportunity to visit inside. They have machine. Still, they are doing segregation with the people because it's cheaper. Labor is cheaper in our country, so people are segregating before sending it and pack up separate bags, and from there they're selling. So this is what I have seen myself. And rest of the material, whatever is not segregated, that goes for the segregation by the machines, automation. So then it is going for further segregation. And so what I mean to say that even that all machines have been developed, but people are still depending on the rack pickers and their identification. This is what the current scenario is going on. But after segregation and all, final thing, what I'm saying that those are processes, they need some technical inputs to process. That can be done, and that is going to be coming very soon. This is a news, and it has been tested, and we have beautiful laboratory in IIP. We have done it, and testing is going on. Once it has been set and proved, one company is definitely going to come and launching. Then that you will find many other, big player will be coming in and doing this job. So this is what I want to add this information. And if any questions, you can ask me, because many things have been talked. So many things are touched up enough. But still, last sentence I would like to say, whatever recycled material coming and recycling done, we are doing the packaging waste, solid waste that is coming in the packaging. Ultimately, in the packaging has a lot of applications. We must explore, and we can support you where it can go. Food, where recycled plastic use is very difficult for us, but non-food application, plenty applications are there. Our country is India. We have under 30 crore people are the population consuming. Other than food sector, everywhere the packaging is used, and we have a lot of solutions for that. And I think it will be good opportunity for us to use those plastic materials, recycled material in the other sectors. With this much, if you have any questions, you can ask. Yeah.
Is your institute reducing types of plastics which have been used by industry? Let's say 4 or 5 types of government or your institutes.
See, application of plastic is a subject. All plastics having its different natures, physical characteristics and chemical characteristics, as well as rheological properties. So on the basis of this application has been done in packaging. And there we cannot touch that, reduce it. Rather, it's the application users, technocrats who are using, he is selecting. We don't guide on that. We tell these are the things, areas where you are using. It's up to person where cost-effective packaging can be done, he'll be using. Cost is very big question mark in our country. We do best opportunity, best performance at low cost, optimum cost. That is the thing. So that is guiding the factor for all these use and number of plastics to be used for that. This is what people are doing for this exercise. I think I have answered to your question. Any other questions? So I'm thankful to the organizer for inviting me, especially Abhinav and Ranjit sir for inviting me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Special thanks to all my fellow panelists here. I think it was a very informative session. Now let's pass the mic on to
Thank you everyone for your insights on plastic waste management space. It was truly eye-opening and thought-provoking. Thank you for educating us on this important topic. Now, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Abhinav Ramaria to thank all the participants. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank, on behalf of Aspire Labs, I would like to express our sincerest thanks for your attendance at our full day conference. We are grateful for your participation and for making the event a resounding success. We hope that conference was insightful and informative, and that you would had the opportunity to learn and network with your peers. We understand that your time is valuable, and we appreciate that you chose to spend it with us. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, IKEA Foundation, and extend help through their Green Entrepreneurship Initiative. I would like to also thank to our speakers and program partners, Waste Foundation, Trust of People, who made this program possible. In addition, I would like to thank all the local ecosystem partners, Finnish Society, Take a Stake Fund, Shriram Institute for Industrial Research. Their expertise and support would be instrumental in creating material supply chain, fundraising guidance, and much needed technical and prototyping expertise, respectively, for the startup cohort. I would also like to especially thank Aspire Labs core team, Kapil, Anuj, Namita, Himanshu, for their tireless effort for last 1 month or so to make the necessary arrangement and making this event a memorable experience. We look forward to continuing our active engagements with policymakers, innovators, research groups, institutions, plastic circularity practitioners to catalyze and create a plastic circular economy in nurturing and growing green entrepreneurs. Till then, thank you again. Thank you once again for your participation and support. I wish you all a wonderful evening. Thanking you all.
सर आ जाइए आगे
नमिता आज सब लोग
एक बार पैनल का ले लें यस अरे मोहन सर अक्सर को भी बुला लीजिए ना आइए सर आइए
अनुज का उधर चलते
You can go to that side. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nijit sir. Hi. Thank you for continuing with the support on I see the opportunity.